This is the most tragic case in the history of the channel, during which even I had to cry. I promise you it will be very interesting. This is a story about the Watts family and their terrible and sad ending. Shannon, a 34-year-old woman, and 33-year-old Christopher met through Facebook, although initially Shannon declined the offer of mutual acquaintances to set them up. However, when Shannon faced difficult times in her life, it was Chris who became her support and backbone. Their relationship rapidly developed, and soon the couple in love moved to the town of Frederick, Colorado. On November 3, 2012, Shannon and Chris got married, deciding to create a strong family despite all the obstacles in life. They had two adorable girls, 4-year-old Bella and 3-year-old Celeste. It would seem, what could be more wonderful than a loving family with two little angels? I know that behind the outward appearance of a happy family, dark secrets and deep problems can lurk. Unfortunately, the story of the Watts family has become a vivid example of how a seemingly perfect life can turn into a real nightmare in an instant. This case touched me to the core because it involves the fate of innocent children who became victims of a brutal crime. As a father, I can't even imagine what little Bella and Celeste had to go through in the last minutes of their lives. Together with my colleagues, we carefully studied all the details of this case, and today I am ready to share the information with you, but only with those wonderful people who will subscribe to the channel right now, like this video, and leave any comment. During the period when Shannon and Chris decided to start a family, doctors gave Shannon the disappointing news that she would not be able to have children. She was diagnosed with lupus, a serious autoimmune disease that often leads to infertility. However, despite this blow of fate, Chris did not turn away from his beloved. He assured Shannon that he would always be there for her and support her. It was Chris' persistence and love that helped Shannon accept his marriage proposal. And a real miracle happened despite all the health problems. Shannon was able to get pregnant and give birth to two wonderful girls. She was immensely happy because, in her words, she had amazing, crazy, wild children whom she loved with all her heart. But the good news for the Watts family didn't end there. Shannon found out that she was pregnant again, and this time they were expecting a boy, their first son and heir. The woman was incredibly excited because she knew that Chris had always dreamed of a son. She was overjoyed that she would be able to fulfill her beloved husband's cherished wish and that their family would become even bigger and stronger. Even daughters Bella and Celeste were eagerly awaiting the arrival of their baby brother. Shannon had already chosen a name for her future son, Nico. It seemed that a bright and happy future awaited them. But as an experienced detective, I know that life often throws unexpected and tragic surprises. I can't help but note that Shannon was very active on social media. She constantly shared the details of her life on Instagram, keeping friends and followers up to date on all events. The woman loved sharing joyful news and created an image of an ideal, happy family. Shannon actively shared her life on social media. She often went live where she talked about herself and her children. Her Instagram feed was full of photos of the smiling Watts family. The woman participated in various online communities where she communicated with other mothers and shared experiences. If you judge by these bright posts and videos, you might get the impression that the Watts family was living an ideal life. At least, this is the image Shannon created for her followers. Outwardly, it seemed that the family enjoyed complete idyll and mutual understanding. Chris, the head of the family, worked for a solid company that specialized in oil and natural gas extraction. Shannon herself had previously been an employee of the Human Resources Department at a children's hospital. However, despite the couple's decent earnings, they still didn't have enough money for a comfortable life and to pay the mortgage on a spacious house with 5 bedrooms and a 3-car garage. Financial difficulties forced Chris and Shannon to file for bankruptcy in 2015. It turned out that the couple had significant debts for the mortgage, medical insurance, and treatment. It seemed that the perfect picture of the Watts family's life was starting to crack. But soon after the bankruptcy announcement, Shannon was lucky to find a new job at a company that sold dietary supplements online. The young woman enthusiastically immersed herself in this business because such work gave her more opportunities to spend time with her children and devote attention to them. At the same time, business trips, which were well paid, allowed Shannon to contribute to the family budget. At first glance, it might seem that the Watts family had found a way out of a difficult situation and could now enjoy a happy life again. But as an experienced detective, I know that deep problems and conflicts often lurk behind the outward gloss. Did Shannon's new job really help stabilize the family's financial situation? Or perhaps these difficulties were just the tip of the iceberg, and more serious problems were brewing in the couple's relationship under the calm surface? You will find out everything soon. June 16, 2018 became a special day for Shannon Watts. That's when she published an extensive post on social media where she shared her thoughts about her current life. The woman sincerely admitted that she was extremely satisfied with her new job and family life in general. "I am in love with this lifestyle when I just live, enjoying every moment of my family," Shannon wrote. These words vividly demonstrated how happy and full of hope she was at that moment. In essence, with this post, Shannon sought to show the whole world that her family was thriving, that she and Chris were successful and friendly. She diligently formed the image of an ideal family on social networks, which one could only envy. Shortly after this post, Shannon went live, where she shared with her followers her grand plans for the future. In particular, she said that she and Chris were going to go to San Diego for the period from June 22 to June 26. And after returning from this trip, Shannon planned to go with her daughters to North Carolina to visit relatives. They were supposed to return home on August 7, and after a few days, Shannon had another business trip scheduled for just a couple of nights. She was full of enthusiasm and anticipation for these upcoming travels. The woman willingly shared all her plans on social networks, publishing joyful and optimistic posts. Eventually, Shannon's short trip to a seminar in Arizona came to an end, and on August 13, she returned home. Her closest friend, Nicole Atkinson, met her at the airport and drove Shannon home, dropping her off around 2 a.m. No one could have even guessed then that this would be the last time anyone saw Shannon alive. As a detective, I can't help but pay attention to some details. First, Shannon's excessive activity on social media and her desire to show the perfection of her life may be signs that things were not as cloudless as it seemed at first glance. Sometimes people try to hide their problems behind a bright screen of success and happiness. Second, the fact that Shannon returned home late at night and was met by a friend, not her husband, may also indicate some tension in the couple's relationship. Although, of course, these are only assumptions, and we will need more solid evidence for final conclusions. So far, we only have a general picture of the Watts family's life, mostly created by Shannon herself on social networks. But what was really going on behind the closed doors of their house? What secrets did Chris hide? And what happened on that fateful night of August 13? As Nicole Atkinson told me, on the evening when she picked up Shannon from the airport, the young woman looked extremely tired and exhausted. It seemed that she had hardly slept recently. However, at the same time, Shannon's eyes shone with an unbreakable determination, as if she was set for something important. At home, Shannon was awaited by her husband Chris and their two little daughters. It would seem that after a busy day, the woman finally had a chance to relax in the circle of her loving family. But as it turned out later, this night became fatal for her. The next day, August 13, Shannon had an extremely important doctor's appointment scheduled. She was supposed to have another checkup in connection with her third pregnancy. At that time, the term was 15 weeks, and the woman wanted to make sure that everything was okay with the baby. However, Shannon never showed up for the appointment scheduled for 10 a.m. Moreover, she missed a business meeting, which was extremely atypical for her. Close friend Nicole Atkinson sounded the alarm because Shannon was not answering phone calls or text messages. Usually, Shannon always took a very responsible approach to work and her motherly duties. She never allowed herself to ignore calls, realizing that something might happen to the children. Therefore, such inexplicable silence on the part of her friend greatly alarmed Nicole. After trying to reach Shannon all day, Nicole eventually decided to go to her house to find out what was going on. Shannon's car was parked in the driveway, which only heightened Nicole's concern. The woman approached the door of the Watts house and began to ring and knock persistently. However, no one answered or opened the door for her. And you know what? This was a turning point. It was from this moment that it became clear that something bad had happened to the Watts family. Shannon's behavior changed dramatically. She missed crucial meetings and did not respond to calls from loved ones. This was absolutely unlike her, especially considering her responsible attitude to work and concern for the health of her unborn child. The fact that no one was home, although Shannon's car was in place, is also an alarming signal. After all, this means that the young woman disappeared somewhere in the middle of the night along with her little daughters. Of course, at that time it was too early to talk about a crime. But intuition told both Nicole and me that there was something sinister and terrible behind this. Shannon would never leave her children and disappear like that without warning. There were still many questions ahead of us that needed to be answered. Where was Shannon and the girls? What happened that night in the Watts family home? And was Chris involved in this mysterious disappearance? Having received no response from Shannon, Nicole Atkinson decided to act decisively. She called Chris, who was at work at the time, and also contacted the police. At 1:40 p.m., an officer arrived at the scene, who also tried to get through to the residents of the house, but to no avail. Realizing that they could not cope on their own, the police officer contacted Chris and asked him to come urgently to open the door and inspect the house from the inside. Chris arrived at the call, and together with law enforcement officials, they finally got inside. Unfortunately, their worst fears were confirmed. There was no one in the house. During the search, the police found some alarming details. Shannon's cell phone was lying on the couch, wedged between the cushions. It seemed as if the woman had hastily thrown it there before. Before what? This question haunted me. In the kitchen, they found Shannon's purse, inside which were her wallet and keys. Near the stairs stood a suitcase with things, as if the young mother was going to go somewhere in the near future. However, all her personal belongings that she might need in case of a sudden trip remained in the house. There were even medicines that Shannon gave to her daughters. Shannon's car was parked near the house, and no one had touched the child car seats. It seemed as if the young woman had simply vanished into thin air along with the little girls, taking nothing with them that they might need. As a detective, I know that in such cases, when a person who is in a relationship disappears, we are always primarily interested in their partner or spouse. We try to find out if they have noticed anything strange lately, if they have any idea where and when they last saw their other half. The case with the Watts family was no exception, so Chris had to answer all these standard questions. Of course, at that time we could not say for sure that the husband was involved in the disappearance of his wife and children. However, his behavior and answers could give us valuable clues and lead us to a trail. The situation looked extremely suspicious. Only Shannon and the girls were missing from the house, while all their things remained in place. If a woman decided to go somewhere, she would definitely take the necessary things and documents with her. And most importantly, she would never go on a trip without providing her children with everything they needed. No, this does not look like a voluntary departure of a loving mother. Most likely, something terrible and irreversible happened here. Unfortunately, that's how it was, and now you will find out everything. During the first interrogation, Chris Watts told the police his version of the events of that fatal night. According to him, Shannon returned home around 2 o'clock in the morning, and it was then that he informed her of his decision to divorce. If you believe Chris, the couple had an emotional conversation, during which they both cried and expressed their sadness about the inevitable parting. After that, as the man claimed, he went to work, and he never saw his wife again. Interestingly, a surveillance camera installed on a neighboring building did indeed record Chris leaving the house at 5:15 a.m. However, after his departure, no one else left the Watts house, which made the police officer think and call a detective for a more thorough investigation. During a conversation with the detective, Chris slightly changed his previous testimony. Now he claimed that Shannon returned home at 1:48 a.m. and at 4 a.m. They had that same emotional conversation about divorce. And only after that, at 5:15, Chris allegedly went to work. Strange, isn't it? Initially, in a conversation with a police officer, Chris mentioned an emotional conversation with his wife immediately after her arrival. And then when talking to a detective, he somehow shifted the time of this conversation by several hours later. It would seem a trifle, but in the investigation of such cases, every detail can be of decisive importance. Over the next 2 days after the disappearance of his wife and children, Chris Watts actively communicated with the media. He gave numerous interviews, appeared in the press, trying to create the image of a desperate and genuinely worried husband and father who misses his family. "My children are my life, they light it up," Chris assured journalists, complaining that his beloved girls had disappeared without a trace somewhere. He diligently played the role of a loving dad who couldn't find a place for himself from grief and anxiety. But as it turned out later, this theater did not last long. Already on August 15, 2018, just 2 days after the disappearance of Shannon and the girls, Chris Watts was arrested. He was charged on 3 counts first-degree murder. Something didn't add up in Chris's behavior and testimony. His emotions seemed feigned, and the details of the story were confusing and contradictory. It seemed that the man was hiding something and trying to divert suspicion from himself. Of course, at that time we did not yet have direct evidence of Chris's involvement in the disappearance of his family. But his strange behavior, changes in testimony, and excessive attention to his own public image in the media were alarming. A truly loving father in such a situation would hardly be concerned about his image in the press. He would move heaven and earth to find his loved ones. The arrest of Chris Watts was the first important turning point in this tangled case. Finally, the cops had a suspect, and now it only remained to prove his guilt and find out what really happened to Shannon, Bella, and Celeste. During the pre-trial investigation, Chris Watts agreed to take a polygraph test, and oddly enough, he failed to pass it. This was the first serious signal that the man was hiding something and quite possibly was involved in the disappearance of his family. During the next interrogation, feeling the pressure of the evidence, Chris finally confessed to the murder of Shannon. However, he categorically denied his involvement in the disappearance and death of the little girls. Allegedly, his wife herself dealt with the children, and he, in a fit of anger and despair, killed her. Of course, such a version of events caused great doubt among the investigators. To shed light on what really happened that fatal night, the cops decided to carefully study all possible evidence. One of the most valuable sources of information was the video recording from the surveillance camera installed on the house of the Watts family's neighbor. This camera covered the area in front of the neighbor's house, part of the driveway, and part of the Watts yard. And it was on this recording that we saw something very suspicious and alarming. Early in the morning on August 13, around 5:30 a.m., the video clearly shows Chris Watts loading something large and heavy, wrapped in a bedsheet, into his car. The most interesting thing is that none of the video recordings showed Shannon leaving the house after returning home. We saw her going inside, but never noticed her coming out alone or with the children. So it was not difficult for us, the investigators, to understand the real picture of the events. We concluded that on that fatal night, Chris Watts not only killed his wife, but also took the lives of his own children, and then in the morning he cold-bloodedly took their bodies out of the house, wrapping them in a sheet. It would seem that having such evidence, the investigators could expect a full confession from Chris. But not quite. Before telling the truth, the suspect made an unexpected request. He wanted to talk to his father in private. The cops allowed this meeting, and Chris's father entered the interrogation room. There was a conversation between father and son, after which Chris finally dared to tell his version of what happened. What we heard from the suspect shocked not only the detectives and investigators, but everyone involved in this case. No one expected to hear such chilling and sinister details from a person who recently spoke so touchingly about his love for his wife and children. Chris claimed that on that night, a quarrel broke out between him and Shannon after he confessed to her his intention to divorce. Allegedly, Shannon, in a fit of rage and jealousy, killed their daughters, and when Chris saw this, he could not restrain himself and strangled his wife in a surge of anger and despair. Of course, this version of events caused me great doubt. I understood that criminals often try to shift the blame onto their victims, especially when it comes to such monstrous crimes. But even assuming that Shannon could really harm her own children, does this justify the cold-blooded murder by Chris? And how to explain the fact that he took the bodies of his loved ones out of the house and tried to hide traces of the crime? No, something definitely didn't add up in this story. Chris Watts finally dared to tell his version of the events of that fatal night. He claimed that an extremely emotional conversation took place between him and Shannon, during which the man admitted that their marriage had reached a dead end. It seemed that both understood that they had no happy future together. But what Chris told next shocked me, even as I'm recording this video for you now, although I've read my script hundreds of times and everyone present in the interrogation room. According to the man, before leaving for work, he decided to look at the baby monitor and saw a terrible picture. Shannon was standing by the crib of their younger daughter Celeste and seemed to be trying to strangle the girl. Chris insisted that at that moment, their older daughter Bella ran into the room in a fit of rage, and when her father rushed there, he saw the girl all bruised. Unfortunately, she was no longer breathing. According to Chris, he did not have time to save Celeste either. When the man burst into the nursery, his wife had already strangled the younger daughter as well. In a state of shock and anger, seeing how Shannon had cold-bloodedly taken the lives of their children, Chris allegedly lost control of himself. He claimed that he attacked his wife and strangled her in response. He said he did to her the same thing she had done to the babies. Further, Chris said that in the heat of that fatal quarrel, Shannon allegedly threatened to forever deprive him of the opportunity to see his daughters. And apparently, immediately after that, she went to carry out her monstrous plan of revenge. After these confessions, Chris finally told the investigators where he had hidden the bodies of his family. The police immediately went to the place indicated by the suspect, and a terrible discovery awaited them there. It turned out that Chris had taken his deceased wife and daughters to his place of work, where oil tanks were located. Shannon's body was found in a shallow grave about 40 miles from their home. And very close by, in tanks for storing crude oil, the police came across a horrifying find: the bodies of little Bella and Celeste. The unfortunate girls were stuffed by their father into the tanks, where they were completely hidden by the thick black liquid. I couldn't help but notice the strange discrepancies in their story. Let's assume that a serious quarrel really took place between the spouses, and in a fit of passion, Shannon could have attacked the children. But isn't it strange that Chris didn't try to stop her, call the police or an ambulance? Instead, he, according to his own confession, resorted to lynching and killed his wife, and even hid the bodies of his loved ones in such a monstrous way. Of course, I understand and know that people in a state of passion can do strange and terrible things. But damn it, something definitely didn't add up in this story. It was too convenient for Chris to shift all the blame onto his deceased wife, portraying himself as almost a hero who became a victim of circumstances. During the interrogations, Chris Watts repeatedly stated that the reason for the tragedy was that lately, he and Shannon had been living as if in parallel worlds. They say both paid a lot of attention to the children, but completely stopped being interested in each other and working on their relationship. But soon, a new twist appeared in this story, which made the cops look at the situation from a completely different angle. It turned out that Chris had an affair on the side with a woman named Nicole Kessinger. Chris's acquaintance with Nicole did not happen by chance. The woman worked under a contract at the same company as Chris, and it was during the period when Shannon and her daughters were visiting relatives in North Carolina that a passion flared up between Chris and Nicole. Interestingly, Chris told his new lover a completely different story than later to law enforcement officials. He told Nicole that he and his wife had long been in the process of divorce, and that the separation was happening by mutual agreement. For some reason, Chris kept silent about Shannon's pregnancy with their third child. Later, when the truth came out, Nicole claimed that if she had known about the difficult circumstances in her lover's family, she would never have gotten into this relationship. But Chris was clearly not going to honestly admit that he had a wife and was about to become a father for the third time. The relationship between Chris and Nicole developed rapidly, despite the fact that it had begun quite recently. The lovers were already planning to get married and even discussing the details of the upcoming wedding. The day before Shannon and the girls disappeared, Nicole even started looking for a wedding dress. But the most interesting thing happened when the disappearance of Chris Watts' wife and children gained publicity and shook the entire community. It was Nicole, having learned about this story from the news, who turned to the police and told about her affair with Chris. She confirmed that at the beginning of their relationship, she visited the Watts house twice, although her visits were short. In addition, Nicole suggested that the real motive for Chris's actions could be financial problems. He allegedly repeatedly complained about a difficult situation and debts. But what most alarmed the woman was the fact that on the night when the family's disappearance was announced, she called Chris, and he was calmly going to bed, as if nothing had happened. When asked about his wife, he replied that she had probably just decided to leave him, taking the children with her. It seemed extremely strange to Nicole how could a man react so indifferently to the disappearance of his loved ones. It was then that she realized that something was wrong with this story and decided to go to the police. Later, Nicole actively cooperated with the investigation, trying to help find the truth. Of course, we had certain suspicions about Nicole's possible involvement in this case, but we never found any evidence against her. It seems that the woman really did not know about the real state of affairs in the Watts family and became only an involuntary witness to the terrible events. As the investigation found out, there were indeed problems in Chris and Shannon's marriage in recent months. Feelings had cooled, and the couple often had arguments and misunderstandings. Shannon herself decided to go with her daughters to visit relatives in order to give her husband time to think and sort himself out. Here is an excerpt from Shannon's letter, written on August 5, just a few days before the tragedy. She wrote to Chris, "I'm trying to give you space, but while you're working and seeing a cool life, I'm carrying our third child. Every day I argue with our two children and try to work and earn money, and it's probably hard for you to write even a text message saying love you, miss you. I keep looking at my phone and waiting for your call. Has it really been 8 years since we started dating and we already have 3 children? We probably need to talk." It would seem that despite all the problems, Shannon loved her husband and was ready to fight for their marriage. But at the same time, she understood that if Chris no longer loved her, it was not worth continuing the relationship just for the sake of the children. These lines vividly demonstrate the emotional state the woman was in during those days. She was ready for anything to save her family, but not at the cost of her own happiness and dignity. It was important for me to recreate a complete picture of what was happening in the Watts family in the months before the tragedy. Only in this way could one understand the true motives and reasons that pushed Chris to this terrible crime. After all, I did not believe his confessions that Shannon allegedly killed the children herself in a fit of rage. Of course, the couple was going through a crisis in their relationship. But can this be an excuse for such a horrible act? No, the real reasons lay much deeper in Chris's desire to get rid of family ties and start a new life with his mistress. And for the sake of this, he was ready to go to any lengths, even the most terrible crime. The investigation made it clear that Chris was simply tired of family life and responsibilities. He longed for new sensations, new love, and was ready to start from scratch. So much so that he even started looking for separate housing to move there with his mistress Nicole. Moreover, immediately after the murder of his wife and children, Chris put up the family home for sale. It seemed that he wanted to get rid of everything that reminded him of his former life as soon as possible. On August 21, 2018, Chris Watts was charged with a whole list of accusations. 3 episodes of first-degree murder, 2 episodes of murdering minor children who were in his care, an episode of unlawful termination of pregnancy since Shannon was expecting their 3rd child, and 3 episodes of abuse of a corpse. To avoid the death penalty, on November 6, 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to all charges. Already on November 19th, the court sentenced him to 5 consecutive life terms without the right to parole. In addition, for the unlawful termination of pregnancy, the man received an additional 48 years in prison, and for the abuse of the bodies of the deceased another 36 years. Now he will have to spend the rest of his life behind bars. Only 2 months after the sentencing, Chris finally confessed to how it really happened. In a conversation with prison psychologists, he said that he had not loved his wife for a long time, but did not dare to divorce. Watts feared that Shannon would forbid him from seeing the children. That is why he had an affair on the side with Nicole, who worked at the same company. Interestingly, Chris himself showed interest in her and even lied that he was getting divorced and no longer wearing a wedding ring. It seems that even then he was planning to start a new life with his mistress. The horrific details of the murder shocked even seasoned police officers and experts. According to Chris, that night he had a fight with his wife and strangled her with his bare hands in the bedroom. The autopsy results showed that Shannon was dying slowly and trying to fight to the end. The most terrible thing is that the elder daughter Bella became an involuntary witness to her father's horrible act. Hearing suspicious sounds, the girl went into the bedroom and asked Chris what happened to her mother. He lied that Shannon was sick and needed rest. After that, Chris wrapped his wife's body in a sheet and carried it to the car. Little Bella and Celeste woke up at this time and saw the terrible picture. The girls began to cry, frightened and confused. And then Chris Watts crossed the last line of humanity. He strangled his little daughters, just as he had strangled their mother before. The last words of the elder Bella were forever etched in his memory, "Daddy, no." The girl tried to fight for her life until the last breath, but she had no chance against an adult man. After that, Chris took the bodies of his wife and children to the oil site where he worked. He buried Shannon in a shallow grave and threw the girls' bodies into oil tanks. Thus, he tried to hide traces of his monstrous crime. The judge who sentenced Chris Watts did not hide his indignation and disgust. He called this murder the most horrible and cruel of the thousands of cases he had to deal with over the years of his work. The father of the deceased Shannon spoke emotionally about his former son-in-law in the courtroom. He called Chris a soulless monster and expressed the hope that for the rest of his life, the faces of his victims Shannon, Bella, Celeste, and unborn baby Nico would stand before the killer's eyes. I know that my RIP will not bring them back to life, but I suggest that everyone who has watched up to this point write this phrase in the comments to honor the memory of these 3 innocent human souls. The father emphasized that Chris deserved nothing but to rot in prison for life. This case shook all of America and gained wide publicity in the press. It's hard to believe that a young father could commit such a horrible and senseless crime by killing his own family. His actions defy any logical explanation. Chris Watts is a true embodiment of evil, a cold-blooded murderer who took the lives of his closest people for the sake of an illusory happiness with a mistress. Looking at this young man, it is difficult to imagine that a real monster was hiding behind the mask of a loving family man. The only thing left for us is to remember the deceased Shannon, Bella, Celeste, and little Nico. They deserved a long and happy life filled with love and joy. Unfortunately, the person who was supposed to cherish and protect them turned out to be their killer. As a detective and as a father, I sincerely hope that the severe sentence for Chris Watts will serve as a warning to other potential criminals, and that the memory of Shannon, Bella, Celeste, and Nico will forever remain in the hearts of those who knew and loved them, and their bright souls will finally find peace where there is no pain, no suffering, no betrayal. With this, I conclude my story about one of the most tragic and intricate cases in my career. On March 7, 2019, something horrific and mysterious happened in the Nevada desert. A local man driving through the desolate area noticed an abandoned car and immediately called the police. When law enforcement arrived at the scene, they saw that the car's windows and doors were smashed, as if someone had tried to escape from the inside. At first, it seemed that no one was inside, but they were alerted by the smell of decay coming from the trunk. Upon opening it, they discovered the body of a 71-year-old psychiatrist from California, Tom Burchard. Tom was a well-known and respected person who had dedicated his entire life to helping others. His patients adored him for his kindness and compassion, and his colleagues respected him for his professionalism. Unfortunately, Tom had no children of his own, although he was married. Perhaps that's why he immersed himself in work with troubled children and teenagers, trying to fill the void in his heart. In addition to psychiatry, Tom had another passion: magic. He was a member of the exclusive magicians club, the Magic Castle, and often entertained his young patients with tricks. He especially enjoyed turning a $1 bill into a $100 bill. This trick invariably caused delight and joy in children. If Tom found out that one of his patients' parents was having financial difficulties, he would give them this magic bill without hesitation. Thanks to his generosity and kindness, Tom became a true light in the lives of many disadvantaged children and their families. How did he end up in the trunk in the middle of the desert, hundreds of miles from home? I'll tell you all the details right now, but only to those wonderful people who subscribe to the channel right now, like this video, and leave any comment below. Among Dr. Burchard's patients were many women who found themselves in difficult life circumstances. Single mothers suffering from drug addiction or forced to sell their bodies to feed their children. Tom sincerely cared about their fates and often offered financial assistance, even though it might have seemed unethical from the point of view of his profession. But one day in December 2000, when Tom was 52, his own life turned upside down. How, of course, upside down because he was Trump's psychologist. Sorry, a bad joke. His wife found out that he was secretly communicating with young girls on the internet, meeting with them and giving them money. She immediately filed for divorce, suspecting her husband of infidelity and sexual relations with his patients. Tom denied any illegal actions and insisted that he was guided solely by the desire to help women in need. However, his reputation was tarnished, and his motives were incomprehensible to those around him. It seemed that at this point, Dr. Burchard's personal life had finally collapsed. But during a vacation in Las Vegas in 2022, he met Judy, a 42-year-old divorced mother of 4. Despite the age difference, they quickly found common ground. Both did not drink alcohol, spent time by the pool, went to concerts, and even promised each other to meet again. Soon, Judy moved in with Tom in the small town of Salinas. They lived together in a cozy country house, and it seemed that the doctor had finally found his happiness. Judy's children became a real family for him, which he had never had. In 2017, Dr. Burchard's life took another unexpected turn. Through the internet, he met 24-year-old Kelsey Turner, a young and ambitious girl with a difficult fate. Kelsey was born on May 5, 1993 in Norfolk, Virginia. At the age of 22, she decided to radically change her life and moved to sunny California with the dream of becoming a successful model. On social media, the girl created the image of a bad Barbie, a sexy and daring beauty who was not afraid to break the rules. It seemed that fate itself smiled upon Kelsey. She began posing for such famous men's magazines as Playboy and Maxim. Once, some of her photos from those days fell into my hands. I must admit, the girl was really stunning. A slender figure, lush white curls, a magnetic gaze. Men love such women. But as is often the case, a completely different reality was hidden behind the glossy cover. It turned out that despite her popularity on the internet, and Kelsey had over 100,000 subscribers, her modeling career never took off, and she already had 2 children from different men, a boy and a girl. The first pregnancy occurred when Kelsey was only 17. But the boy who was the child's father quickly disappeared from her life immediately after the birth of her daughter. In 2014, Turner made another attempt to establish her personal life. She got married and gave birth to a son. But this marriage also broke up very quickly, leaving Kelsey a single mother with 2 children in her arms and a lot of debts. And so, yesterday she was a star of the network, and today she is a destitute, homeless woman who barely makes ends meet. It was probably at this moment of despair that she met Dr. Burchard. Having learned about Kelsey's difficult circumstances, Thomas offered to rent an apartment for her and the children for $3,000 a month. He not only paid the deposit, but also paid for housing for a whole year and gave money for daily expenses. And all this was from his own pocket, without demanding anything in return. Of course, such a gesture can be assessed in different ways. Some will see it as a manifestation of sincere mercy, others as another proof of the doctor's strange inclinations in relations with young women. But from the point of view of the investigation, the fact itself is important. A 71-year-old respected psychiatrist suddenly decided to sponsor the life of a failed model and her 2 children. Why? And wasn't it part of some kind of intricate manipulation on Kelsey's part? As it turned out later, Kelsey was far from the only young woman patronized by 71-year-old Dr. Burchard. There were a good dozen of them, and they all gladly took advantage of the generosity of the elderly psychiatrist. But it seems that even among them, Kelsey stood out with her special appetites. No one else demanded such exorbitant sums from Tom. Judy, of course, knew about her husband's charitable impulses, and he himself did not hide it. However, Tom's relationship with Kelsey was becoming increasingly tense. Despite the crazy money he gave her supposedly for the maintenance of children, the girl's appetites grew incessantly. On social networks, she flaunted photos from noisy parties in the company of friends and did not even think about changing her lifestyle. Judy finally came to her senses. Kelsey was shamelessly exploiting Tom's kindness, manipulating his feelings. She begged her husband to stop sponsoring the girl, but he had already managed to throw $300,000 down the drain. Every week, Kelsey received money from him for renting a home, refueling a car, and her own whims. And all these expenses instantly turned into drinking and partying. Even a saint would lose patience here. But for some reason, Tom also needed pressure from Judy to finally come to his senses and stop paying for Kelsey's dissolute life. He warned the landlord that he would give the money only for the next 3 months, and then let the girl manage on her own. Of course, Kelsey did not like this. She suddenly lost her main breadwinner. Her fury fell not only on Tom, but also on that bitch Judy, who, oh horror, dared to open her husband's eyes. In messages, the girl promised to kill her rival and included her in the blacklist. Feeling that Tom was moving away, Kelsey resorted to outright blackmail. She threatened to call the police and say that he was a pedophile, thereby ruining his career and reputation. A person frightened by scandal is easy prey for manipulators. Tom was afraid of gossip and condemnation, but luckily Judy was there to support him in a difficult moment. I must admit that even I, a seasoned cop, got the creeps from this story. It's hard to believe that a young girl can be so insidious and merciless, and all for the sake of easy money. After Thomas stopped paying the rent for Kelsey's apartment, she was evicted in November 2018. It would seem that their relationship should have ended there, but not at all. The girl continued to terrorize the elderly doctor with threats, and in the end, he agreed to give her money for the last time just to get rid of her forever. Kelsey told Tom a sad story that social services had taken away her daughter, and now she wants to leave the city. In December 2018, she moved to Las Vegas, Nevada. At that time, Thomas decided to stop all communication with her. But Kelsey herself did not waste time. Barely arriving in Vegas, she met some Greg, and right after Christmas, they started living together. However, the relationship of this couple was, to put it mildly, turbulent. The police visited their home several times because of domestic violence, and Greg was even arrested. But Kelsey did not grieve alone for long. Already in February 2019, she found herself a new boyfriend, John Logan Kenninson, an extremely dubious personality. He had just been released from prison, where he was serving a sentence for drug distribution, and immediately occupied Kelsey's home. And then Dr. Burchard, who was in Vegas at a medical conference at the time, behaved extremely strangely. Despite all of Kelsey's previous threats, he met with her. Excuse me, I can't help but add, but don't all Trump supporters always want to go back to the way things used to be? A coincidence? I don't think so. It seems that the elderly man simply could not erase the girl from his life. Upon returning to California, he began to help her again, this time with money. And all because Kelsey wrote to him that her new roommate was beating her and begged for help for herself and her son. Thomas, of course, became seriously alarmed. But he decided not to tell Judy the truth. He lied that he was going to some magic show. On March 1, 2019, he flew to Las Vegas to see with his own eyes what was happening to Kelsey. It turned out that the girl lives in the house not only with her son and a sadist roommate. They also had a tenant, a certain Diana Pena, a 30-year-old waitress. She lived for free in exchange for babysitting Kelsey's son. In addition to this strange company, a not quite sewn-on guy named Jeremy also lived in the house. He occupied a room on the first floor. And so Kelsey introduces Dr. Burchard to all these people, supposedly her good acquaintance, almost a benefactor who is in love with her. Of course, such an explanation caused surprise and bewilderment among the roommates. But Kelsey herself vehemently denied any romantic connection. They say the man is just incredibly generous, that's why he helps. And it seemed that everything was fine. But on the very first night of Thomas's stay in the house, an unfortunate surprise happened. Jeremy's girlfriend appeared on the doorstep, blonde, drunk, and obviously not averse to flirting with a wealthy guest. And he, why sin to conceal, was partial to young beauties. Kelsey terribly disliked this. Apparently, she was afraid that a random rival would take away her sponsor. And without an influx of fresh dollars, Kelsey's usual way of life with drinking and partying was under threat. That evening, Thomas and Jeremy's girlfriend decided to go to the store. Dr. Burchard got behind the wheel as he did not drink alcohol. But Kelsey, consumed by jealousy, began to accuse her companion of deliberately creating discord in her relationship with Thomas. Jeremy seemed to feel the growing tension. Upon returning home, he hastily packed his things and left the house with his girlfriend, apparently so as not to aggravate the situation. Meanwhile, Thomas sent Judy a message. He explained that he came to Kelsey to clarify the situation and find out the truth. He promised to stay for the weekend and return home on March 4th. Judy was seriously worried about her husband. She knew better than anyone what Kelsey was capable of in her cruelty and manipulations. And Thomas, honest and trusting, would hardly be able to stand up for himself. She desperately begged him to return and never meet Kelsey again. After all, that girl, in Judy's opinion, was a dangerous person in an extremely unstable state. But all persuasion was in vain. Thomas did not listen to his wife. And as it turned out, that message was the last one Judy received from her beloved husband. After that, Thomas stopped communicating, and his phone was turned off altogether. Alarming premonitions did not leave Judy. She knew that her husband was suffering from early dementia, which made the situation even more dramatic. Sometimes Thomas could not find his car in the parking lot or lost things. And sometimes he even forgot the way home or did not recognize Judy's daughter. In addition, Dr. Burchard had a significant amount of cash with him, about $1,000, and also a diary where he wrote down everything he forgot, including passwords. Judy was afraid that her husband could be robbed or that he simply got lost in a strange city. She contacted the police 3 times, sharing her fears and suspicions. She told law enforcement officers that Thomas had gone to Kelsey and even gave them the girl's address. She noted that she had already demonstrated her cruelty more than once and was unlikely to stop using the generosity of her trusting husband. Judy was convinced that something had happened to Tom after all. He did not return when he promised. The police visited Kelsey's house several times, but to no avail. There was no one there. Only during the last visit, they noticed some strange details. The lights were on in the windows, the blinds were open, and the mailbox was completely stuffed with letters. The front door was unlocked. Going inside, the cops found no one. Only the pungent smell of cleaning products wafting through the air seemed extremely suspicious to them. Deciding not to touch potential evidence, law enforcement officers left the house. Having contacted the owner of the dwelling, the police found out little. The man only confirmed the fact that someone had paid for 3 months' rent in advance and that neither Kelsey nor Thomas were at home. Well, in light of these circumstances, the cops simply had no other choice. They obtained a search warrant for Kelsey's home, hoping to find at least some clues in this confusing story. On the morning of March 7, 2019 at 10:50 a.m., an event occurred that became a turning point in this tangled story. Some men with children were driving along a deserted road in the Nevada desert. Suddenly, they noticed a Mercedes parked in a strange place. But it was not this that caught their attention, but the broken window of the car. Without hesitation, the concerned citizens called the police. When the patrol arrived at the scene, the cops thoroughly examined the vehicle. The windows and doors were damaged as if someone had forcibly tried to get out from the inside. After starting the engine and opening the trunk, the police saw some items. But what alarmed them the most was the smell of decay emanating from there. Under the blanket lay a mutilated male body with signs of brutal violence. In my years, I've seen plenty of horrific scenes at crime scenes. But what they did to this poor soul shocked even me, a seasoned cop. The forensic experts who arrived soon began to carefully study the car. Inside, latex gloves and cleaning supplies were found. Someone was clearly trying to remove evidence. Blood traces were also found on the driver's seat, although it was not easy to establish what exactly happened there. However, the overall picture was quite obvious. It seemed that the victim was attacked right in the car, and then, barely alive or already dead, was shoved into the trunk. The examination showed that the poor man was beaten to death, having received numerous blows to the head with a blunt object. In addition, numerous bruises, cuts, and scratches were found on the body. A particularly eerie detail was the missing part of the ear. Judging by the wounds on his hands, the man had desperately tried to defend himself. But in vain, a series of powerful blows to the head left him no chance. The first thing the police found out was the name of the car owner. It turned out to be none other than Kelsey Turner. The cops immediately linked the disappearance of Dr. Burchard with the found mutilated body. Having obtained a warrant, the investigators visited Kelsey's home with a search. Already on the spot, they found telling evidence. A bloody towel, identical to the one lying in the trunk of her Mercedes, traces of blood on broken doors, and most interestingly, cleaning supplies. It seemed as if someone had desperately tried to wipe the bloody stains off the floor. On March 15, the police finally received permission to arrest the main suspect. 2 weeks later, Kelsey Turner, who was hiding with her son in California at the time, was detained by FBI agents. The boy was sent to the care of a foster family, and the negligent mother was officially charged with murder. Her last roommate, John, was also taken into custody. It seemed that everything was clear, only the details remained. However, a real breakthrough in the investigation was the testimony of Diana, a neighbor and an involuntary participant in those terrible events. The woman herself came to the police along with her lawyer. In exchange for a mitigation of punishment, she told the investigators in detail everything that actually happened that fateful evening. I must admit, after hearing her testimony, even I, an old detective, was stunned by the ruthlessness and cold-bloodedness of the criminals. The second day of Dr. Burchard's visit to Kelsey in Vegas turned out to be fatal. Diana, as usual, was working at a local bar. Thomas and Kelsey came to pick her up after her shift. The doctor was driving, but he obviously had a poor sense of direction in the city and quickly got lost. Losing patience, Kelsey snatched his phone under the pretext of searching for a route. But having the device in her hands, she couldn't resist and began rummaging through Tom's messenger. And here she made an extremely unpleasant discovery. Among the messages were nude photos of her own mother, Samantha. Digging further, Kelsey found out shocking details. It turned out that her mother was also begging for money from the elderly psychiatrist. She must have touched him with some moving story from her difficult life, and the kind-hearted doctor, of course, fell for it. Upon learning about this, Kelsey went mad with rage. A barrage of insults and reproaches fell upon Thomas. The poor man was confused and did not know how to react to her frenzied attack. By some miracle, he still managed to get the car to the house without getting into an accident. But the adventures did not end there. At home, Kelsey continued to yell at Tom, calling him names. She threatened to expose his connection with her mother and ruin his reputation. To somehow hide from this verbal pressure, Thomas locked himself in her son's room. Fortunately, the boy was not at home that evening. He was staying overnight at a friend's place. However, Kelsey did not calm down. Now she was already demanding that Thomas pay a huge sum for her silence. The doctor could not stand it and slammed the door in anger. This sound infuriated John, who had been silently watching everything that was happening. Grabbing a baseball bat, he smashed the door of the room with a swing. Diana saw John rushing down the corridor like a mad beast. Then there was a dull thud, and a moment later she saw Thomas's body lying on the floor. A huge bruise was already swelling on his head. Puzzled by their own deed, John and Kelsey instantly fled, leaving the unconscious doctor to his fate. Diana rushed to help the poor man. She gave him water, tried to somehow bring him to his senses. Thomas barely realized what had happened. He was in deep shock. Diana understood that the man needed immediate medical attention. She wanted to take him to the hospital, but unfortunately, she did not know how to drive a car. Thomas was also unable to get behind the wheel. We had to wait for Kelsey and John. There was simply no one else to count on. But the couple was in no hurry to rescue their victim. On the contrary, the exhausted Thomas whispered a terrible thing to Diana. Most likely, these two were planning to kill him. A moment later, Kelsey returned. Cynically stating that she would take Tom to the hospital, she began hastily wiping away all traces of the attack. The frightened Diana rushed to wash the bloodied floor. At the same time, she heard Thomas desperately arguing with his tormentors in the garage. And then, through the noise, Kelsey's cold order to John reached her. "Hit him again." The girl rushed downstairs to stop the beast of a roommate. But alas, she did not make it in time. An innocent person was being brutally finished off right before her eyes, and no one was going to save the victim. Diana was in complete shock from what she saw. She froze in place, not knowing what to do next. Tears streamed down her face, but Kelsey did not give the girl even a minute to despair. coldly ordering the subordinate to go back upstairs and erase the last traces of the crime. She herself began to carry the bloodied body out of the house. Meanwhile, the police, called by one of the neighbors, were already banging on the door. Diana had every chance to stop this madness. It was enough just to open the door and tell the cops the truth. But the girl did not dare. She panicked and barricaded herself inside, hoping to wait out the danger. The next day, Kelsey took Thomas's mutilated body to the desert and left it in the trunk of his own car. Perhaps she hoped that in such a deserted place, exposure could be avoided, but she miscalculated. On March 21, Kelsey and her roommate John were finally arrested on suspicion of murder. The obstinate couple denied their involvement to the last, blaming each other. And here Diana's testimony played a key role. Thanks to a plea deal with the investigation, the girl was released on bail. Already in court, she fearlessly pointed to Kelsey and John as the direct killers of Thomas. The defenders of the defendants, of course, tried to tarnish the witness and downplay the significance of her testimony, but in vain. During the hearings, Kelsey always appeared in loose prison clothes, and no wonder she was in the last months of pregnancy with another, already third child. Who was the father of this baby remained a mystery. In the end, John surrendered first. He confessed to second-degree murder, admitting his part in the conspiracy. The court sentenced him to 45 years behind bars. Kelsey held out to the last, pretending to be an innocent victim of circumstances. Her own trial was scheduled for November 2022, but a moment before the start of the hearing, the woman suddenly changed her testimony. She also admitted guilt in second-degree murder. The sentence is 25 years in prison. Already in the cell, Kelsey gave birth to a daughter who was instantly transferred to the guardianship authorities. It seems that the child was lucky she will not see her insidious mother until she becomes an adult, and let that one rot behind bars. The investigation established that Kelsey was a clever swindler and a pathological liar. She cynically used the kind-hearted Thomas for money, and when she realized that the elderly doctor would no longer be her source of income, she decided to get rid of him. Kelsey's accusations of pedophilia against Dr. Burchard turned out to be completely unfounded. The police thoroughly examined the contents of his phone and other electronic devices, but did not find any evidence to support these horrific allegations. Yes, there were photos of naked women in his mobile phone's memory, but there were no images of children or minors among them. The investigators also unearthed the fact of intimate correspondence between Thomas and Kelsey with quite explicit photos. But since both were adults, these materials were considered inappropriate to be presented in court as evidence of the doctor's guilt. It is difficult to unequivocally assess the actions of Dr. Burchard. On the one hand, his relationships with young women and obsession with charity seem strange, to say the least, especially for a respectable man well over 70. But despite everything, Thomas was a kind, sensitive person who sincerely sought to help those in need, and his professional merits and good reputation are undeniable. Until the very end, his wife Judy tried to protect the trusting Thomas from Kelsey's insidious encroachments. She repeatedly begged her husband to sever all ties with this girl. She felt that she was manipulating and using the elderly doctor for her own selfish purposes. Unfortunately, the man in love completely lost his mind and did not listen to her wise advice. And now I would like to draw your attention to another tragic aspect of this eerie story. To the fate of Kelsey's unfortunate children, a boy and two girls, whom she gave birth to from different men. Babies who were unlucky enough to be born to this irresponsible and cynical woman. She always put her own desires and whims above the needs and well-being of her offspring. Thanks to Diana's testimony, it became known that Kelsey used children as a lever of influence on others. She asked for money allegedly for their maintenance, but she spent it on entertainment and drugs. She led a dissolute life, dragging the kids through dubious rented apartments and dens. Are these normal conditions for the growth and development of children? It's strange that social services did not take them away earlier. I'm afraid to imagine what trauma such upbringing will turn into for these kids. After all, they never had a chance to experience maternal warmth and genuine care. Their short life is continuous poverty, instability, and arbitrariness of an insidious mother. And the worst thing is that Kelsey's care was cut short in the most insidious way through the brutal murder of a person. Not the best example to follow. You know, such high-profile cases always make you wonder what is going on in the heads of such Kelseys. What pushes these young women to embark on a bloody path and drag the innocent with them? One thing I can say for sure, at the heart of their actions lies vile selfishness and the inability to take responsibility for their lives. They are not ready to be mothers, but they give birth to children. They do not want to work, but they strive for luxury and wealth. They manipulate, lie, and parasitize on the kindness of others. And when the victim shows character, they get rid of them at any cost. Thinking about Kelsey Turner, I can't get rid of the feeling of bitterness and disappointment. This woman is a prime example of what a mother should not be. She completely forgot about her most important duty to take care of the well-being and safety of her own children. Instead of creating a stable and loving environment for them, Kelsey turned the lives of her offspring into complete chaos. She dragged them through various boyfriends and dubious dwellings, while she herself was drinking and using drugs at this time. The kids lived in an atmosphere of constant fear, neglect, and deprivation. But even this did not prompt the negligent mother to come to her senses and change her behavior. She continued to make irresponsible decisions, obeying only her own impulsive desires. And she used the children as a lever for pressure and manipulation of others, including Dr. Burchard. Tragically, in the end, even Judy could not protect the poor kids from the devastating influence of their mother. Social services also lacked the determination to take them out of the toxic environment. One can only imagine what traumas and complexes such upbringing inflicted on them for life. In this bloody drama, Dr. Thomas Burchard found himself a hostage to his own good intentions. Despite some controversial traits of his personality, he was a kind and sensitive person who sincerely sought to help those in need. He did not deserve such a cruel and untimely death at the hands of an insidious fraudster whom he unreservedly trusted. This case has become a chilling confirmation of the old truth. Sometimes excessive kindness, generosity, and trust turn against the benefactor himself. Not everyone who reaches out for help is guided by pure thoughts. Some, like Kelsey, only need money and the opportunity to parasitize on other people's resources. Of course, it's easy to judge the victim from the height of lived years and one's own experience, like it was necessary to think with your head, not your heart. Do not succumb to the manipulation and threats of a scammer. But Thomas, it seems, simply could not do otherwise. His humanity, sincerity, and compassion for the disadvantaged became both his greatest virtue and his fatal mistake. Now we can only hope that Kelsey's orphan children will find comfort in a new loving family, that some kind people will take them under their wing and give them the peace, comfort, and care that these babies have been deprived of since birth. Perhaps this will somewhat compensate them for the traumatic past and help them grow into worthy individuals. As for Dr. Thomas Burchard, he will undoubtedly remain forever in the memory of those he managed to help during his lifetime. His bright soul, selflessness, and desire to give good will definitely not be forgotten. And although these amazing qualities eventually ruined Thomas, they also turned him into a real guardian angel for many unfortunate and disadvantaged people. They say that true kindness does not need gratitude or recognition. It does not expect anything in return, but simply does the right thing at the call of the heart. Probably this is exactly what our deceased doctor was, a generous soul in a soulless world of human cruelty and self-interest. And although his earthly path ended too early and tragically, I want to believe that there, in the afterlife, Thomas finally found the peace and love that he sometimes lacked during his lifetime. And we, the cops, will just do our job. We will punish the guilty so that the death of this bright man is not in vain. It's hard to put an end to such high-profile cases, because despite the arrests and trials, some bitter injustice remains, as if evil once again prevailed, and we again could not prevent a bloody denouement. But despite everything, I believe that every good deed, every rescue, and every punished abomination makes this world at least a little better and safer. And even if we are not given to eradicate all the evil, at least we do not allow it to prevail completely. The story of Dr. Burchard will become another sad but important brick in the wall of human memory.
I am that woman who was constantly abused by my own father. He forced me into intimate relations and held me captive. In total, I gave birth to 14 of his children, although not all of them survived.
With these words, Albanidia Alvarez summed up the story of her tragic life. I want to say that the case we are going to talk about today has become one of the most high-profile and horrific in the history of Colombia. When my colleagues told me about this case, I was shocked by the scale and duration of the crimes committed against this woman. Despite all the difficulties and trials that the victim faced, she demonstrated incredible strength of spirit and will to live. Albanidia not only managed to break free from the clutches of her tormentor, but also built a new life for herself and her children. This is a striking example of resilience and the indomitable human spirit. This story is a reminder to all of us that domestic violence and intimate crimes against women and children, unfortunately, still remain widespread problems in our society. Little is known about the early years of Arcedio Alvarez's life. The only thing that has been ascertained is that on the eve of his coming of age, he entered into a relationship with a young woman who later gave birth to his daughter. Unfortunately, Arsedio's common-law wife passed away prematurely in 1979, leaving a 5-year-old girl without a mother. The child was named Alba Nydia Alvarez, but over time, a more concise name stuck with her, Nydi. Losing a parent at such an early age can have a serious impact on a child's psychological state and development, especially if the remaining parent is unable to provide proper care and support. It seems that this is exactly what happened in Nydi's situation. Shortly after his wife's death, Arsedio decided to move with his daughter to his relatives, hoping for their help in raising the girl. However, problems related to the man's harsh treatment of his daughter began to arise quite quickly in the new place. As a rule, his behavior went far beyond the usual strictness of a father or frequent outbursts of anger. But let's not jump to conclusions, because this is just the tip of the iceberg in this horrifying story. But before I tell you more, I ask you to subscribe to the channel right now, like this video, and leave any comment below so that as many people as possible can watch this video. The horrifying truth about the Alvarez family began to unfold when Nydi was only 13 years old. It was at this age that she gave birth to her first child, who, by a terrible coincidence, was also her brother. It's not hard to imagine what a shock and tragedy this must have been for the young girl. However, her father, Arsedio, seemed not at all concerned about his daughter's feelings and suffering. On the contrary, there is reason to believe that he was even happy about the baby's arrival, as he himself was the father. It's hard to imagine what can push a biological father to such cruel and unnatural treatment of his own child. Shortly after the birth of Nydi's first child, Arsedio decides to move the family to the small municipality of Mariquita, known as the fruit capital of Colombia. But even this picturesque town did not become a real home for them. Eventually, they settled in the small village of Vereda la Cabaña, where no more than 200 families lived. Arsedio, like most locals, made a living from farming, but his income was barely enough to support the family. So the Alvarez family had to settle in a dilapidated house that could hardly be called a cozy nest. At that time, Arsedio already had 4 children from his elder daughter, but strangely enough, this fact did not arouse particular suspicion among the local residents. They perceived the Alvarez family as an ordinary family where a single father was raising children. Of course, from the outside, the Alvarez family could seem prosperous. They did not communicate much with their neighbors, and Nydi herself was a very withdrawn girl who hardly spoke to anyone except her father and her children. She practically never left the house alone, and if she did go out, it was usually accompanied by Arsedio. Perhaps it was the presence of her father that made her keep silent about the horrors that were happening behind the closed doors of their home. The villagers rarely saw Nydi, except when she came to the local market with her father to do some shopping. The more attentive of them noticed that the girl, despite her young age, did not attend school. But unfortunately, no one dared to ask her or her father why she was not getting an education like all the other children. Over time, the truth about the horrific events that were taking place behind the closed doors of the Alvarez family's house began to surface. The turning point came when Nydi became pregnant again. In this situation, you didn't need to be a genius to put the facts together and conclude who the real father of the child was. After all, as I mentioned earlier, the girl practically never left the house. She had no boyfriend or friends, and her every move was controlled by her despotic father. So there was only one logical explanation. The father of Nydi's children was none other than Arsedio himself. The most shocking and outrageous thing about this situation is that even though it became obvious to everyone around that Nydi's father was committing terrible crimes against his daughter, no one dared to go to the law enforcement authorities. Instead, the neighbors and acquaintances of the Alvarez family turned into silent witnesses of the systematic violence against a minor girl. As it turned out later, during more than 20 years of inhuman abuse, Nydi endured at least 11 pregnancies from her rapist father. Unfortunately, not all the children born as a result of the violence survived. Several infants were born prematurely and died shortly after birth. It is worth noting that Nydi never gave birth in a hospital under the supervision of qualified doctors. In fact, she was completely deprived of any medical assistance. In the end, out of the 14 children born to Nydi, only 8 survived, 3 boys and 5 girls. It is noteworthy that among all of Arsedio's children, only his elder daughter Nydi had more or less decent reading and writing skills. It turns out that the tyrant father decided to personally teach her literacy, while the rest of the children were completely deprived of even a basic education. In fact, from the moment of birth, the rights of these children were violated in the most horrific way. They virtually did not exist for the state and society. They had no documents, neither birth certificates nor medical records. They were never taken to kindergarten or school and were not even given the necessary vaccinations. What can we say? These children never even crossed the threshold of an ordinary clinic. The most outrageous thing in this story is the reaction, or rather the lack thereof, from the local community. Instead of extending a helping hand to the defenseless girl, the neighbors chose to openly condemn Nidhi, accusing her of allegedly voluntarily engaging in sexual relations with her own father. No one even thought about the fact that a child who had been a victim of slavery from an early age had virtually no choice. It is not surprising that Nidhi did not react in any way to the constant insults and humiliation from those around her. For years, enduring inhuman treatment from her father, she got used to silently enduring any abuse. Arcedio had subjugated his daughter's will to such an extent that she could not even think of contradicting him, let alone condemning his criminal actions. Friends, a very important point in creating such content requires a lot of time, and now my channel and I are going through a not very good financial situation. I will be immensely grateful to you if you become a sponsor of this channel and support me with your donation. And in return, I will be able to personally respond to you in the comments and also be able to mention your noble name in my video. Therefore, become sponsors. I will be immensely grateful to you. Thank you for your attention. Let's continue. Despite all the alarming signals, the neighbors of the Alvarez family for some reason continue to consider Arcedio a strict but decent man. Perhaps his authoritarianism and cruelty were perceived as an integral part of the image of the head of the family in the eyes of the local residents. In reality, the villagers were simply afraid of Arcedio and what he was capable of. They feared becoming victims of his aggression and revenge if they dared to intervene or report their suspicions. Over the years, the violence between father and daughter turned into a kind of open secret in their small village. Everyone around knew or guessed what was happening behind the closed doors of the Alvarez house, but they preferred to remain silent and not interfere. This tacit conspiracy actually allowed Arcedio to continue his crimes without fear of exposure or punishment. Sometimes representatives of local authorities and the church visited the Alvarez home. They allegedly cared about the fate of the children and tried to convince Arcedio to let them go to school so that they could get an education and grow up to be normal people. But all these visits had no real effect. The tyrant father continued to keep his children in complete isolation from the outside world. The most striking thing about this situation is that even the representatives of the authorities and social services who visited the Alvarez house did not pay attention to the obvious signs of slavery and violence. They did not attach importance to the fact that the children did not even have birth certificates and did not actually exist for the state. What can we say about the rights and interests of the child when everyone around turned a blind eye to the very existence of these children? It seemed that Arcedio was under some powerful protection, and neither the authorities nor the community wanted to interfere with his criminal actions. If this silence and inaction had continued, Nidhi and her children would never have escaped from the hell in which they had been forced to exist for so many years. But there came a moment when even the hardened Nidhi could no longer endure her father's abuse. The last straw was when Arcedio, having cooled off towards his elder daughter, turned his lustful attention to one of the younger girls. Moreover, he began to encourage and force his sons to do the same thing that he himself had been doing for years, to assault their sisters. Many may say that at the moment of greatest despair, when it seemed that nothing could stop Arcedio's atrocities, it was a higher power that intervened and gave Nidhi a chance for salvation. This savior was Orlando de Marin, the pastor of the local Pentecostal church. As part of his spiritual mission, he often visited remote villages and towns to spread the word of God and help the needy. During one of these visits, Orlando heard the horrifying story of Nidhi and her suffering at the hands of her own father. This became a fateful moment for the tormented woman. For the first time in many years, she felt that she had found a person she could trust and who was ready to support her. Nidhi opened up to the pastor and told him the whole truth about her hellish life, not hiding even the most terrible details. After listening to Nidhi's confession, Orlando began to insist that she immediately take the children and run away from the tyrant's house. But even with the support of a spiritual mentor, it was incredibly difficult for the woman to take this step. Years of cruel oppression and humiliation by her father had taken their toll. Nidhi had virtually forgotten how to make independent decisions and stand up for her rights. All she knew was submission and fear of her despot father, who had instilled in her from early childhood that she was worthless and completely dependent on his will. But despite all the fear and uncertainty in Nidhi's soul, there glimmered a spark of hope for a better life for herself and her children. And this spark eventually grew into a determination to confront the monster who had ruined her childhood and youth. It was at this time that the world community was shocked by another horrific case, the story of Elisabeth Fritzl from Austria. Elizabeth's father, Joseph Fritzl, had kept his daughter in captivity for 24 years, raping her and forcing her to bear his children. This case gained wide publicity and caused a wave of outrage and sympathy around the world. When Nidhi heard about Elizabeth's suffering, she saw in it a reflection of her own fate. The realization that she was not the only victim of such a terrible crime, to some extent, gave her strength and determination. The woman realized that if she did not dare to escape now, her father would never stop and would continue to abuse not only her but also her children. The thought that her own daughters might repeat her tragic fate and become victims of their sick grandfather filled Nidhi with both horror and rage. At that moment, the maternal instinct overcame years of fear, and the woman decided to protect her children at all costs from the monster they were forced to call their father and grandfather. So, gathering her courage for the last time, Nidhi challenged her tormentor. It was a bold and desperate step for a woman who had endured beatings and humiliation for years for the slightest fault or disobedience. Arcedio, who was used to intimidating and using force to keep his children in submission, was puzzled by his daughter's unexpected resistance. Fleeing from the domestic tyrant, Nidhi had to make a difficult decision to leave behind her two elder sons who had decided to stay with their father. It is hard to judge what motivated these young men when they chose the side of the abuser. Perhaps, having observed lawlessness and violence in the family for years, they themselves embarked on the path of moral degeneration. Or maybe their fear of their father was stronger than their love and compassion for their mother and sisters. Be that as it may, Nidhi and her children who dared to escape headed to the city of Marikina, hoping to find shelter and justice there. Once in safety, Nidhi dared for the first time in many years to openly accuse her father of the crimes he had committed. She went to the law enforcement authorities with an official complaint, describing in detail all the abuse and violence she had endured since childhood. At first, the woman limited herself to accusations of beatings, fearing to reveal the whole truth about the intimate assaults. But just a few days later, with the support of representatives from the Ministry of Family Affairs, she found the strength to tell about the years of crimes against her sexual inviolability. It is clear that in order to bring criminal charges against Arcedio, the investigators needed to verify Nidhi's testimony and find evidence to support her words. Unfortunately, such investigations rarely happen quickly, especially when it comes to such delicate and shocking crimes as years of violence. The investigators needed time to gather testimony, conduct examinations, and interrogate witnesses. But time was the very resource that Nidhi and her children were catastrophically short of. Finding themselves in a strange city without a roof over their heads and means of subsistence, Nidhi's family was forced to rent housing. Their meager savings were melting before their eyes, and the prospect of ending up on the street was becoming more and more real. To support herself and her children, Nidhi had to urgently look for a job, and this despite the fact that she had never had a permanent income and had not received a proper education because of her despotic father. But maternal love and despair work miracles. Nidhi managed to get a job in one of the local restaurants. The work was exhausting, 15 hours a day, but the woman understood that this was the only chance to provide her children with a roof over their heads and food. She steadfastly endured all the hardships, hoping that soon justice would finally prevail and her former abuser would receive his well-deserved punishment. But the Colombian investigative authorities seemed in no hurry to investigate Nidhi's case. Despite the seriousness and obviousness of Arcedio's crimes, law enforcement did not take decisive measures to bring him to justice. It seemed that the police and the prosecutor's office simply did not take Nidhi's testimony seriously and did not want to get their hands dirty with such a scandalous and tangled investigation. Nidhi did not have to fight for justice for her family alone. Representatives of the Ministry of Family Affairs came to her defense, who were able to draw the attention of the public and the media to this horrific case. Thanks to the activity of these caring people, Nidhi's story gained wide publicity, becoming one of the most high-profile criminal cases in the country. After months of gathering evidence and testimony, in January 2009, the investigation finally concluded that there was enough material to formally charge Arcedio Alvarez Quintero. The country's prosecutor's office, realizing the seriousness and resonance of this case, ordered the most complete and thorough investigation of all episodes of this man's criminal activity. Fortunately, in Nidhi's case, justice finally got off the ground. Already in March 2009, employees of the Special Unit for Criminal Investigations conducted a lightning-fast operation to detain Arcedio. In just a few hours, they tracked down and captured this tyrant on a sugar cane plantation where he had been hiding recently. Finally, the monster who had abused his daughter and grandchildren for so many years was in the hands of justice. But even after being arrested, Arcedio did not stop trying to justify himself and avoid punishment. In his first testimony, he claimed that he had never forced Nidhi into intimacy and that their relationship was voluntary. Moreover, he stated that Nidhi was not his biological daughter at all, but had been adopted at an early age. So all the accusations of violence were allegedly a misunderstanding and an attempt to tarnish his good name. Of course, these pathetic attempts to justify himself caused only anger and indignation. After all, the facts and results of the examinations clearly indicated that Nidhi was indeed Arsedio's biological daughter, and the story about adoption is just a cynical fabrication designed to downplay the gravity of what he had done. When Nidhi was told about her father's testimony, she was shocked and enraged by his lies. According to her, Arsedio deliberately used the legend of adoption to justify years of violence and prove that technically he was not guilty of crimes. The woman bitterly recalled how her father had subjected her to cruel beatings, humiliated her and terrorized her, in fact holding her captive in her own home for years. But despite all the suffering and pain that Nidhi had to endure, she confessed that she still considered Arsedio her father and even had conflicting feelings for him, similar to love. The woman said that for a long time she had tried to reach his conscience, begging him to stop the abuse, but he remained deaf to her pleas. From a psychological point of view, such complex and ambiguous feelings of a victim towards her abuser are not uncommon. After all, from early childhood, Nidhi knew no other life than the hell in which she was forced to exist. In her distorted coordinate system, her father, despite all his cruelty, remained the only close and dear man, and his tyranny and violence became something mundane and normal for the girl. At the end of March 2009, the first court hearing in the case of Arsedio Alvarez Quintero took place. And as often happens with psychopaths and sociopaths, the defendant continued to insist on his distorted version of events. Despite the obvious facts and evidence, he claimed that Nidhi was not his biological daughter, but had been adopted at an early age. Moreover, Arsedio had the audacity to state that he and the girl had allegedly agreed to love each other, and all their intimate contacts took place solely by mutual consent. Of course, these absurd and cynical statements caused real shock and indignation in the courtroom. After all, according to Nidhi herself, the violence by her father began when she was only 5 years old. So what mutual consent can we talk about when this monster was raping a defenseless child? During cross-examination, Arsedio was unable to explain how he could even think of talking about an agreement with his own underage daughter. His illogical and false testimony once again proved that we are dealing with a pathological liar and manipulator who feels no remorse for the crimes he committed. Based on the results of the first court hearing, Arsedio was placed in a local pre-trial detention center. When he was brought out of the courthouse, an enraged crowd rushed towards him. Hundreds of outraged citizens who had come to support Nidhi demanded mob justice against her abuser. And if it were not for the intervention of the police, who knows how it would have ended for this inhuman monster. The public resonance around the Alvarez family case was truly insane. All national media, from newspapers to TV channels, covered the court proceedings day after day. The country froze in anticipation of the verdict for the monster of Mariquita, as journalists dubbed Arsedio. And I must admit honestly, I do not remember ever encountering such a level of public hatred and contempt for a defendant in my many years of career. It seemed that Arsedio had become the embodiment of absolute evil for the whole country, and his new nickname, the Monster of Mariquita, most accurately reflected the essence of this vile man. And only Nidhi, it seemed, retained a crumb of compassion for her executioner. For the first time in many years, this exhausted woman felt safe and was able to openly tell the world about the suffering she had endured. Although she did it extremely briefly and reluctantly, because the memories of years of violence were too painful. But despite all the horror that befell her, Nidhi amazed with her resilience and strength of spirit. Communicating with journalists, she repeated that she was most afraid of losing her children. Nidhi confessed that she could not imagine her life without them, and was most afraid that her father would harm them in the same way he had once harmed her. The trial of Arsedio Alvarez Quintero, better known as the Monster of Mariquita, took place in 2009. It is worth noting that this trial was surprisingly quick and dynamic, as if all branches of government had finally united and decided to put an end to this horrific story as soon as possible. Unfortunately, over time, many details of the trial itself have been lost or destroyed, but some key points have still been reconstructed. The main and in fact the only prosecution witness at the trial was Nidhi herself, the victim of years of violence by her father. This fragile but incredibly brave woman found the strength once again, this time before the face of Themis, to tell about all the horror she had to go through. She described in detail every episode of abuse and provided irrefutable evidence of Arsedio's guilt. Thanks to Nidhi's testimony and the results of genetic examinations, the prosecutor's office managed to completely refute the defendant's absurd version of the alleged adoption. Let me remind you that Arcedio insisted to the last that Nidhi was not his biological daughter, and therefore he was not guilty of incest. But all these miserable attempts to manipulate the facts were shattered against the iron evidence the girl was indeed the biological daughter of her executioner. Interestingly, during the trial, the prosecutor's office employees tried to expand the charges against Arcedio and add new episodes to the case. In particular, there were suspicions that the defendant could have committed indecent acts against one of his younger daughters, Nidhi's own sisters. But unfortunately, these facts could not be proven. The girls were too withdrawn and frightened. Too deep were the scars left on their psyche by the tyrant father. The trial of Arcedio took place under conditions of incredible hype and public pressure. Representatives of the media were allowed into the courtroom literally for a few minutes and in very limited numbers. But even these fragmentary notes and reports allow us to get some idea of the course of the process. Journalists who were lucky enough to be present at the hearings said that at first Arcedio continued to deny absolutely all the charges. He behaved defiantly, raised his voice at the judge, and prosecutors accused Nidhi of slander. But as more and more new testimonies about his crimes were heard at the trial, the monster's self-confidence melted away. And already closer to the end of the trial, Arcedio unexpectedly admitted his guilt on all counts of the accusation. He even dared to ask for forgiveness from his daughter and her children, begging for forgiveness and mercy. However, the sincerity of this repentance was highly doubtful. The transition from complete denial of guilt to confession of all crimes was too abrupt. So most likely we were dealing with another attempt at manipulation, and not with genuine repentance and realization of his guilt. In October 2009, the judge finally delivered a verdict in this high-profile case. Arcedio Alvarez Quintero was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to 15 years and 7 months in prison. But to be honest, such a term seems simply ridiculous compared to the scale and cruelty of this bastard's crimes. Therefore, it is not surprising that both Colombian society and Nidhi herself perceived this sentence as a spit in the face of justice. But even this already lenient sentence was unexpectedly reduced a few months later to 11 years and 7 months in prison. The reasons for such a strange decision remained a mystery. The authorities refused to comment on them. Some suggested that Arcedio's health had deteriorated sharply behind bars, and this allegedly became the basis for mitigating the punishment. But personally, I don't really believe in this version. After the final line was drawn under this high-profile court case, a new stage of life began for Nidhi and her 6 children. By decision of the authorities, they were all transferred to social shelters in the capital of Colombia, the city of Bogotá. Officials believed that it was there, far from the places where the family had suffered so much suffering and humiliation, that they would be able to start from scratch and gradually recover from years of trauma. I cannot but note the wisdom and humanity of this decision. After all, too often victims of domestic violence, especially in small towns, are forced to continue living side by side with their abusers and indifferent witnesses to their suffering. And this, of course, does not contribute to either psychological recovery or a return to normal life. So I sincerely hope that in Bogotá, Nidhi and her children were able to receive not only a roof over their heads and material assistance, but also the psychological rehabilitation they so desperately needed. Unfortunately, not all of Nidhi's children were destined to start a new life with their mother. Her 2 elder sons, who at one time decided to stay with their tyrant father, never joined the family after the trial. Their subsequent fate remains unknown. One can only guess what psychological wounds were left in their souls by living under the same roof with a psychopath, and how this affected their further life choices. I really want to believe that one day these guys will still realize the horror of what their father did and find the strength to apologize to their mother and sisters. But as my experience shows, too often children who have grown up in an atmosphere of violence later become abusers themselves. I hope that Nidhi's sons will be able to avoid this terrible fate. However, as it turned out later, even in such a hell as Pacalquia, Arcedio managed to show his insidiousness and cunning. In 2011, the prison administration reported the death of inmate Alvarez Quintero. According to the official version, shortly before his death, he was transferred to the prison hospital for a planned operation and blood pressure monitoring. During the operation, Arcedio's gallbladder was removed, and at first it seemed that everything had gone well. But shortly after returning to his cell, the prisoner's condition deteriorated sharply, and a few hours later he was found dead. After reviewing the autopsy report, the prison doctor concluded that death was due to natural causes, probably due to complications after surgery. But was this really the case? After all, Arsedio had repeatedly demonstrated his ability to manipulate and deceive even experienced professionals. So I personally have some doubts about this official version. Nidhi had to live for many years in terrible conditions, dreaming of freedom every day, but not having enough courage to escape. Fear of her father, his constant threats, and beatings made her a submissive victim, incapable of rebellion. But maternal love and despair proved stronger than fear, and when Nidhi realized that her own daughters were already in danger, she finally dared to take a desperate step. Risking her life, this heroic woman broke free from the monster's claws and took almost all her children with her. And even after finding herself at liberty, Nidhi continued to live with one desire to provide her children with a decent and happy future. She understood that years of humiliation and violence had not passed without a trace for her daughters and sons. They all needed not only material support, but also psychological rehabilitation, education, and assistance in socialization. Perhaps the most important lesson Nidhi learned from her suffering was the realization of the terrible price of silence. After all, it was her years of silence and fear that allowed Arsedio to continue his crimes for so long. If Nidhi had dared to tell the truth earlier, how much pain and suffering could have been avoided. I am convinced that Nidhi's story should serve as a reminder to the whole of society. A reminder that violence and abuse in the family is not a private matter, but a serious crime that must be fought by all possible means. I just want to tell you right now about one shocking story that happened in Brazil. This country, with a population of over 200 million people, has always impressed with its contrasts and diversity. But now we will focus on the metropolis of Sao Paulo, the economic heart of the state. Among the numerous wealthy families of this city, the von Richthofen family stood out. Their estate, located in the prestigious Brooklyn district, was valued at around some 3 million Brazilian dollars. Imagine this: luxurious living rooms, cozy bedrooms, a huge swimming pool, a spacious office, and even a private library. All of this was hidden behind a high brick wall, surrounded by exotic plants. The entrance to the mansion was guarded by massive gates, as if emphasizing the status and privacy of the owners' lives. You know, when my colleagues told me about this family, I immediately understood that behind the external glamour and luxury, there could be something more. After all, as the saying goes, the wealthier the family, the more reasons for envy and ill intentions from others. And unfortunately, as subsequent events showed, this assumption turned out to be true. The house itself was surrounded by a high fence that securely protected the residents from prying eyes. However, the staff and guests had to pass through massive gates, which likely symbolized the strength and steadfastness of this family in the eyes of society. At least, that's how it might have seemed at first glance. Allow me to introduce you to the head of the von Richthofen family, Manfred, a brilliant German engineer. This man held the position of director in a large company responsible for the operation of highways and roads leading to Sao Paulo. His wife, Mauricia, was a native Brazilian and worked as a local psychiatrist. The story of their meeting is quite romantic. Manfred was studying civil engineering at the University of Sao Paulo at the time, and it was there that his eyes first met Mauricia's. As they themselves told, it was love at first sight. The friendly and sociable Mauricia perfectly complemented the calm and gentle Manfred. It seemed like fate had brought them together. Later, they got married and started dreaming of children. And so in 1983, their firstborn daughter, named Susan, was born. 4 years later, her younger brother Andres was born. Both children grew up in a wealthy family and attended the most prestigious private schools in Sao Paulo. Describing Susan, she was a rather quiet and shy girl. Although she was not a leader among her peers, she had a few close friends. Susan was always an obedient daughter and had a warm relationship with her brother. Additionally, the girl showed remarkable abilities in languages and later mastered 3 foreign languages. After graduating from a German high school, she decided to continue her studies at the law faculty of the University of Sao Paulo. In my opinion, if Susan had succeeded in the legal field, perhaps her life would have turned out differently. Despite her aspirations for a successful career, the girl never had a need for money. And there was a simple reason for this: her parents were extremely wealthy people. According to my information, the wealth of the von Richthofen family was estimated at approximately $17 million. And according to unverified information, Manfred had around 10 million euros in a Swiss bank account, which he planned to pass on to Susan after her studies. So essentially, the girl only had to be an obedient daughter and wait for her inheritance. However, as the year 2002 approached, cracks began to appear in the relationship between the parents and Susan. The girl had just reached adulthood and, as often happens, was more interested in love than finances. I will now share all the details with you, but only with those incredible people who will subscribe to the channel, like this video, and leave any comment to make this video seen by more people. It seemed like the girl had everything: a carefree childhood, brilliant education, and a guaranteed $1 million inheritance. But did this bring her happiness? As subsequent events showed, probably not. By the year 2002, the relationship between Susan and her parents began to deteriorate. The thing was, Susan turned 18, and like most of her peers, she became more interested in love than finances. But let's go back a bit to 1999. At that time, the von Richthofen family visited an airplane model exhibition. Susan's younger brother Andreas showed a keen interest in this hobby. It was there that he met 19-year-old Daniel Kravinhos, who already had experience in creating flying models. Intrigued, Andreas even asked his parents to pay for modeling lessons with Daniel, and they agreed, not suspecting the consequences it would lead to. While the boys enthusiastically engaged in building airplanes, Daniel unexpectedly caught the attention of Andreas' older sister, Susan. At first glance, Daniel and Susan seemed like complete opposites. He, a boy from a poor and troubled family, who was even expelled from college for poor performance. She, a well-bred girl from an aristocratic family who had received a brilliant education. However, despite all the differences, a real passion flared up between them. Susan was intrigued by Daniel's rebellious nature. He was to her the embodiment of freedom and new exciting emotions. And although the girl understood that her parents would likely not approve of such a choice, she could not resist his charms. So Susan began to secretly meet with Daniel. She did not yet know the tragic consequences this decision would lead to. For a while, this cunning plan worked. The parents were not thrilled about Daniel's visits, but still allowed him to come, considering him Andreas' regular friend. However, as it is known, lies eventually come to light. And one day, Manfred and Marisha finally learned the truth about Daniel, that he was not studying anywhere, regularly used prohibited substances, and abused alcohol. Of course, such a discovery could not please them. As an experienced detective, I understand well the parents' desire to protect their child. Manfred and Marisha spared no effort to ensure a better future for Susan, and now all their efforts could go to waste because of some garage mechanic. But the lovers were not ready to give up. Unexpectedly, Susan's younger brother Andreas stood by their side. The boy adored his sister sincerely and considered Daniel his best friend, so he decided to help the two of them by hiding their secret meetings from their parents. While Susan and Daniel enjoyed their forbidden encounters, Andreas came up with plausible stories for the parents, covering for his sister. But how long would he be able to lead everyone by the nose? And what consequences would this deceit lead to? Friends, creating such content is a very important moment that requires a lot of time. And right now my channel and I are not in the best financial situation. I would be immensely grateful if you become a sponsor of this channel and support me with your donation. And in return, I will be able to personally respond to you in the comments and also mention your noble name in my video. So become sponsors, I will be immensely grateful to you. While Susan and Daniel's romance was gaining momentum, Susan's younger brother Andreas became their true guardian angel. He sincerely admired Daniel's rebellious spirit and adored his sister, so he actively facilitated their meetings. While the lovers were hanging out at the auto shop or spending time at Daniel's home, Andreas skillfully covered for them in front of their parents. The boy came up with ingenious excuses to justify Susan's long absences and divert parental suspicions. But fate gave the couple a chance to be together for a whole month. Manfred and Marisha set off on a long vacation to Europe, leaving the children in charge of the estate. Susan, who had already turned 18 at that time, saw this as a great opportunity to prove her maturity and independence to her parents. However, Susan decided differently. Instead of taking responsibility for the house, she secretly invited Daniel to stay at the mansion. And so the lovers spent a whole month enjoying life by the pool, generously pouring alcohol into their glasses and indulging in ecstasy like seeds. From a detective's perspective, I can assume that these two clearly decided to make up for lost time. After all, they had been forced to hide in corners and strangers' garages until now. And here they were, a luxurious empty house at their disposal. But as it is known, everything in life comes at a price. Upon their return from vacation, the parents learned how Susan had spent her time in their absence. And thus, real battles began in the von Richthofen family. The scandals and arguments did not cease for weeks. The parents tried to reason with their daughter, but she demonstratively ignored all their advice. Furthermore, Susan became even more stubborn in her intention to be with Daniel. As the culmination of this confrontation, the girl presented her parents with a bold ultimatum. She demanded that Manfred buy her and her lover an apartment where they could live peacefully and happily. Of course, the family patriarch categorically refused. Montfort stated that Susan could do whatever she pleased, but at her own expense, and for added emphasis, he threatened to cut off the defiant daughter from financial support. This decision infuriated the girl to the point of fainting. She ranted and stomped her feet uncontrollably, but eventually had to give in. At least she pretended to, because in reality, Susan had no intention of giving up. She continued to secretly meet with Daniel. Moreover, the two of them began to hatch some sinister plan, a plan that later shocked all of Brazil and even made seasoned police officers shudder. Attention, I ask you to prepare yourself seriously, as what I am about to tell you is capable of shocking even the most resilient. So on November 1, 2022, something horrifying happened at the von Richthofen family estate. Early in the morning, residents of the prestigious Brooklyn district woke up to desperate screams coming from the house. Some frantic screams of horror that sent chills down their spines. As later revealed, it was the children, Susan and Andreas, screaming in despair when they saw a gruesome scene in their parents' bedroom. The previous evening, both teenagers had slipped out of the house for their own errands, and when they returned around 4 in the morning, they had no idea of the horror awaiting them inside. Upon entering the mansion, they ran upstairs to the main bedroom, hoping to greet their parents. But instead of Montfort and Mauritius's smiling faces, they were met with a gruesome sight. The bloody bodies of the couple lay on the bed in unnatural poses. It was clear at first glance they had been brutally murdered in their sleep. This was evidenced by the rumpled bed and scattered belongings. Judging from the chaos in the room, the unfortunate couple had woken up but had not even had a chance to resist. It seemed like the attackers burst in and immediately began to torment them. When the police officers arrived at the crime scene, they were faced with a horrifying sight. Montfort and Mauritia were beaten beyond recognition. Their faces turned into complete bloody masks, their bodies covered in numerous wounds, and prominent red marks of strangulation were visible on the victims' necks. What was particularly striking was that Mauritius's head was covered with a plastic garbage bag. Even hardened police officers had to shake themselves to start examining the bodies. Although it initially seemed like burglars had broken into the house, something didn't add up in this version. Yes, the criminals took cash from a suitcase and other hidden places. But was it necessary to be so cruel to the victims for the sake of money? Moreover, expensive items and electronics remained undamaged. Upon inspecting the office and living rooms, the cops came across a series of highly suspicious details. The first thing that caught their eye was the deactivated alarm system. Although the security guards were nearby, they were somehow not notified of the intrusion. Upon closer examination, it became clear. Someone entered the code and deliberately turned off the security system. Furthermore, the ransacked scene seemed somewhat peculiar. Documents and papers, although scattered around the office, were surprisingly evenly distributed. Not at all as it should be after a chaotic search by burglars. Everything indicated an attempt to stage a robbery. Another alarming detail, the doors and windows were left undamaged, meaning the criminals either had keys or someone let them in from the inside. And some rooms were completely bypassed by the criminals as if they knew there was nothing valuable there. While the police tried to unravel this tangle of mysterious circumstances, the public began to build the most incredible assumptions. The media, of course, immediately leaned towards the most obvious suspects, the children of the murdered couple, Susan and Andreas. Reporters portrayed Andreas as a grief-stricken son barely holding it together, on the verge of losing his mind from the loss of his parents. The boy was so deeply affected by the tragedy that he would start gasping for breath from tears during interviews with journalists. In contrast, Susan's behavior raised many questions in society. Unlike her brother, the girl remained remarkably restrained and aloof. There were no signs of despair or suffering, as if she was talking about distant relatives, not her own parents. Of course, everyone grieves in their own way, but Susan's excessive calmness raised certain suspicions. During witness interviews, investigators learned interesting details about how the siblings spent the evening before the murder. It turns out that on October 31 at 9 p.m., Susan took 15-year-old Andreas out of the house, supposedly to a party at an internet cafe. And all this without the knowledge of the parents, who thought their son had long been asleep in bed. Instead of staying with her brother, Susan dropped him off at the entertainment venue and went off in an unknown direction herself. As later revealed, the girl booked a hotel room nearby to be alone. Why did she do this? Perhaps to secure an alibi for herself. These questions kept law enforcement officers on edge. But the most alarming detail was yet to come. Before checking into the hotel, Susan called her boyfriend Daniel. She informed him that they could meet and hang out together. This raised reasonable suspicions with the lovers planning to have a party. But the strangeness did not end there. Around 4 in the morning, Susan and Andreas secretly returned home and found their parents dead. So the children went for a walk, and when they returned, Manfred and Mauritia had already been killed. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Moreover, the conflicting testimonies of Susan and Andreas added more confusion to the case. While the boy claimed that the parents were strongly against his sister's relationship with Daniel, Susan insisted that Manfred and Mauritia had no issues with her choice of partner. And this, as we remember, was a blatant lie. So the first warning bells rang at this stage of the investigation. Susan's strange behavior, both before and after the murder, cast suspicion on her and her boyfriend. However, the evidence gathered was insufficient to formally accuse them. On November 1, 2002, the von Richthofen couple was laid to rest. Relatives, colleagues of the deceased, and numerous media representatives gathered for the farewell ceremony. Journalists were intrigued by a peculiar detail. While Andreas cried uncontrollably, Susan hardly shed a tear for her parents. Such indifference seemed suspicious even to the average person. Soon, shocking rumors began to spread throughout the town. It was rumored that just 3 days after her parents' death, heartless Susan threw a loud poolside party at her estate. Allegedly, a crowd of young people gathered there, music blared throughout the neighborhood, and the hostess laughed carelessly, as if there was no sorrow. Of course, investigators could not rely solely on gossip. However, information about Susan's strange behavior came from several independent sources. But what troubled detectives the most was an anonymous tip. A mysterious informant told the police about a suspicious purchase made by Daniel's brother Christian Krevinhos. The purchase of a Suzuki motorcycle itself did not seem unusual. However, Christian bought this vehicle at a local dealership just a few days after Manfred and Mauritia's murder. At that time, Christian was 26 years old. He paid for the motorcycle in cash with large bills, which automatically raised suspicion. Those who knew the Krevinhos brothers closely unanimously claimed that neither Daniel nor Christian had a steady job or stable income. These guys were regulars at local bars and constantly used prohibited substances. So where did Christian suddenly get such a sum of money? This tip became a kind of final straw for law enforcement. Gathering all available information, the cops began to lean towards the idea that the solution should be sought among the victim's closest circle among family and acquaintances. And above all, they were interested in Susan and Daniel, whose behavior raised the most questions. Of course, all these coincidences and strange facts could not yet be considered direct evidence. Something more substantial was needed to bring formal charges. So the police decided to focus all their efforts on digging into the young couple and their friends. And very soon, this approach yielded unexpected results. It was the information about the suspicious motorcycle purchase that became the key to unraveling this tangled case. Armed with this lead, the cops immediately summoned Christian Krevinhos, Daniel's brother, for questioning. This young man behaved extremely boldly. He pretended to be a tough guy who knew nothing about the murder. But when the investigators pressed him hard and presented the evidence, Christian finally cracked. What he revealed shocked even seasoned detectives. It turned out that the brutal murder of the von Richthofen couple was orchestrated by none other than Daniel and Susan. According to Christian, this couple planned the murder of the girl's parents, and all this was to finally live together and not depend on anyone. And perhaps the main motive was the $17 million that Susan was supposed to inherit after Manfred and Mauritia's death. Armed with this information, my colleagues immediately arrested the lovers and began interrogating them. And here is where the most interesting part began. Even with fresh handcuff marks on their wrists, Susan and Daniel managed to accuse each other. The girl insisted that money was not the main motive for her. She claimed that she agreed to the murder under pressure from Daniel, but the boy immediately denied this version. According to him, the prospect of getting rich played a decisive role in Susan agreeing to the crime. And most strangely, as soon as they found themselves behind bars, these two suddenly broke off their relationship. It was as if there were no intense feelings or shared dreams of a carefree life. Did the millions cloud their judgment and kill all humanity in them? But let's return to the court case. Despite undeniable evidence of guilt, an exception was made for Susan. She was released on bail until the trial, which began almost 4 years after the crime. And during this time, she clearly did not mourn her parents. Using the services of top lawyers, Susan almost took control of the entire inheritance. At the same time, she gave interviews to local media, where she cried in a vest and accused Daniel of all sins. She claimed that he ruined her family and life. On screen, Susan appeared as a distraught and broken girl, a true victim of circumstances. But in my opinion, all this theatrics was just an attempt to whitewash her reputation. And honestly, she didn't succeed very well. Her tears sounded too fake, and her suffering seemed too staged. So when on July 17, 2006, the courtroom was filled, all the cards were laid out. The jury was presented with a detailed chronology of events on that fateful Halloween night. And what they heard took even the most resilient by surprise. It turns out that while Mauricia and Montford were peacefully asleep, unaware of the impending danger, Susan cunningly led her younger brother out of the house. Andreas was convinced that his sister just wanted to take him to a party at an internet cafe. The poor boy had no idea of the true purpose behind Susan's outing. After dropping her brother off at the party venue, Susan returned home in a car with her accomplices Daniel and Christian. Although the security guard noticed her return, he had no idea that something terrible was about to happen. First, Susan visited her parents' bedroom supposedly to check if Mauricia and Montford were sound asleep. Once she confirmed all was quiet, she deactivated the alarm system, allowing the nighttime guest to enter. Then the criminal trio calmly positioned themselves in the living room. They put on gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints, pulled their hoods over their heads, and armed themselves with iron bars. Meanwhile, Susan settled on the couch in front of the TV. Of course, how could she miss her favorite show even during the murder of her parents? And then Daniel and Christian burst into the couple's bedroom and began assaulting them with the bars. Montford and Mauricia fought desperately for their lives, but the resistance proved futile against the two young, strong men. Seeking to end the bloody ordeal quickly, the brothers grabbed knives and finished off the unfortunate victims. While Montford died immediately, Mauricia turned out to be more resilient. She was still breathing, though it seemed like life was barely flickering in her battered body. Then Daniel committed an unprecedented act of cruelty. He placed a plastic bag over Mauricia's head and tightened it with all his might, cutting off her air supply. Within minutes, the woman suffocated. After completing their dark deed, the three killers proceeded to stage a robbery to cover their tracks. They pocketed the money, scattered documents in the office, and left. Each went their separate ways to create alibis. Christian went to grab a bite at the nearest fast food joint. Daniel and Susan pretended to be a couple in a hotel room and even requested a receipt as proof of their presence. But Susan's behavior was the most cynical. Acting as if nothing had happened, she picked up her brother from the party, brought him home, and started wailing over the bodies of her slain parents. What an acting talent! During the trial, each tried to portray themselves as victims. Susan blamed Daniel, mentioning some mysterious substances he allegedly constantly gave her to manipulate her. On the other hand, the Cravinhos brothers claimed they acted under the influence of the girl. They argued that she orchestrated everything, and they were just protecting their unfortunate friend from abusive alcoholic parents. However, the forensic examination quickly dispelled these myths. There was no trace of alcohol in the victim's blood. Gradually, a coherent picture began to form in the minds of the jurors, and it was grim news for the defendants. Prosecutor Roberta Treadley portrayed Susan as the mastermind, the ideological inspiration behind the crime. In her speeches, the girl was depicted as a cunning enchantress driven by a thirst for money and power. According to the prosecution, Susan was ready to go as far as stepping over her parents' bodies to finally achieve the freedom and wealth she desired. So on July 22, 2006, after 5 days of legal battles, the trio of killers was found guilty. Prosecutors pushed for a 50-year prison term, but unfortunately, such a severe punishment was not handed down to the criminals. Susan and Daniel were sentenced to 40 years behind bars, while Christian received a lighter sentence of 38 years as an accomplice. However, Susan has tried multiple times to appeal the court's decision. She claimed that mental disorders pushed her to commit the crime, or that she was not in her right mind. Of course, all these excuses were dismissed, but her charisma did work its magic. Currently, Susan and Daniel are serving their sentences in a semi-open regime. This means they can go home for holidays and even take vacations, something usually not allowed for murderers. While Susan serves her conditional sentence, the von Rechthofen family home was long sold to unknown buyers. Andreas was left without a roof over his head, without close relatives. And while his sister enjoys her semi-early release, he wanders the world like a ghost. And the worst part is that after Susan's release, she will calmly inherit her parents' fortune. The same $17 million for which she committed murder. While her brother suffers in a shelter, the sister will once again lead a luxurious life. By the time her 40-year sentence ends in 2042, Susan will walk free, rich, and unrestricted, and time will erase all traces of past crimes. This is the bleak conclusion of this scandalous case. I hope, dear viewers, you have learned a valuable lesson. The thirst for money is a terrible thing, and indifference towards family can lead to disaster. But will the criminals themselves learn anything? Unlikely. The roots of evil have grown too deep, and the infection has spread. And somewhere deep in her soul, I am sure Susan feels no remorse. After all, she has achieved her dream goal, millionaire wealth. Let her even pay for it with her parents' lives. This concludes our episode. Meet the Duane twins, Allison and Ann. The women were born in Utica, New York. In 1978, they also had an older sister named Amy who was 3 years their senior. When the twin girls were 5 years old, their mother Miriam passed away, leaving them to grow up without maternal love and care. The girls were twins, almost identical in facial features and personalities, but there were differences between them. Allison had a more dominant personality and was a leader, while Anne, unlike her sister, was more reserved, balanced, sweet and kind. Like all twins, the girls did everything together, were inseparable, and sometimes it seemed abnormal how well they could sense each other, as if they had telepathy between them. They could understand what the other needed at any moment, or what the other was about to say before she said it. They were very close and loved each other dearly, but at the same time, there was a kind of toxic, perverse relationship between them, bordering on hatred. Those who knew the twins were amazed at how they could sense each other. If one started to speak, the other could finish her sister's sentences, but throughout their lives, the sisters would fight each other like crazy. Their lives were full of ups and downs, quarrels and terrible fights, then moments of love, and then it would all repeat. Of course, the absence of their mother left an imprint on them, but time passed, the sisters grew up, and in their teens, the girls became interested in yoga, which should have had a beneficial effect on the twins, calming them down and stopping their fights. Indeed, externally, everything seemed quite peaceful. The twins' fascination with yoga led them to the idea of starting their career by opening a joint yoga studio. They found a suitable place around Palm Beach, Florida, invested money, and in 2008 they opened a studio for those who wanted to practice yoga, called Double Power Yoga. This studio, opened in 2008, existed for a fairly long period until 2014. The studio immediately became popular. Within 2 months, the yoga school had gained fame in the city, attracting a large number of people who wanted to practice, and the sisters became recognizable personalities, making acquaintances with influential people. The twins' business brought in a good income, and over time the sisters bought identical Porsche cars, which they drove around the city. The girls started living in an elite high-rise building in Palm Beach, dressing in fashionable salons, and continued to spread the idea of practicing yoga, telling everyone how much yoga can help in life. The sisters said that their yoga studio in Palm Beach was the heartbeat of the entire area. The yoga school was thriving, but behind the scenes, where outsiders couldn't see, the relationship between the sisters remained the same as in childhood. They quarreled and fought like teenage girls. As the twins' yoga studio was gaining popularity, they were approached with an offer to star in a reality show that would be about the studio run by twins, as well as about all the dramas in their lives. But for some reason, the release of this project stalled, but the producers, convincing the sisters that the show would definitely be released and that it would be necessary to show the sisters' success, persuaded the girls to rent a more beautiful and spacious premises for yoga classes, and the sisters followed this advice. Despite the fact that the show never materialized, the twins moved to a studio that was more pleasant for them, but the maintenance costs increased and they could no longer fully cover them. Getting a good fee for participating in the show didn't work out for the sisters, and the bills were huge. They gradually began to get into debt, which further aggravated the situation, and in 2014 it was decided to close the studio. Now I'll tell you an extraordinarily interesting detail, but only to those incredible and wonderful people who subscribe to this channel right now. Like this video and write any comment so that as many people as possible can see this video. The sisters closed the studio in a very peculiar way. They just left. The sisters just abandoned the classes, didn't show up at the studio, didn't pay the employees, didn't return people's money for their participation. And this angered society and turned it against the sisters, because those who came to practice at the studio felt simply robbed. Therefore, the twin sisters left the city and moved to Utah Park City, Utah, and also changed their names as they planned to write a book in the future, and their names were too well known and frequently appeared on the internet. Because of the failure with the yoga studio, the sisters wanted to start from scratch. Allison changed her name to Alexandria, and Anne became Anastasia. Having settled in a new place, the girls opened another yoga studio, but they no longer had the same success as the first time. Their studio failed, and as a result, the twins found themselves in debt for $150,000 and became bankrupt. At the same time, the relocation, debts, and bankruptcy were accompanied by stress and worries, and the twins began to quarrel more than usual, and to relieve stress, they began to resort to alcohol more often. According to eyewitnesses, while the girls lived in Utah Park City, neighbors repeatedly called the police on them because the sisters drank a lot, loudly argued, and fought. Apparently, the twins were going through very difficult times during this period, were depressed, experiencing depression, and they didn't like living in Utah, so in the end, they packed all their things and went to the most beautiful place on earth, Hawaii. This was in 2015, and interestingly, when the twins said they were going to Hawaii, they added that they were going on a real pilgrimage, ride through holy places, and want to search for the meaning of life. But as soon as the sisters reached their destination, they again faced problems and got into trouble. One time, or rather on Christmas Eve, Alexandria and Anastasia decided to celebrate Christmas in a fun way. As usual, they didn't know when to stop with alcohol. The feast took place in a restaurant where the girls got pretty drunk and, of course, quarreled. Having decided to go home, they, however, did not stop arguing and already near the car began to swear so fiercely that they lost control and drove into a ditch. This happened very close to the restaurant, and the consequences could have been very serious. Fortunately, when the police arrived at the scene, the sisters had already gotten out of the car safe and sound. However, instead of calming down, they continued to swear and even began to insult the restaurant owner. Not understanding what was happening and why they were so angry with him, the sisters, in their drunken frenzy, even threatened him with violence, saying, "We will send the mafia to you, let them deal with you." Of course, such behavior did not go unnoticed. The police detained the belligerent sisters for hooliganism. As a result, a fine, and it seems a certain sobering up, because after this incident they seemed to calm down a little. Further events showed that pleasant changes also took place in the life of the twins. In 2016, they both found boyfriends and started dating guys. For Alexandria, it was Lonnie Dickerson, and Anastasia started a relationship with Federico Bailey. It would seem that personal life was getting better and the sisters finally found their happiness. But not everything was so cloudless. Once Federico and Anastasia decided to go on a hike, Alexandria was supposed to stay at home. While preparing for the trip and stocking up on groceries at the supermarket, Anastasia accidentally took her sister's credit card instead of her own. Deciding not to use someone else's card, she went back home to get her own. But suddenly Alexandria for some reason changed her mind and decided that she also wanted to join the hike. It is worth noting that Federico, unlike the sisters, perfectly understood the problems associated with alcohol and tried to protect the girls from unnecessary temptation. Therefore, during this trip, he strictly forbade taking any alcoholic beverages with them. But Alexandria, as always, did her own thing. She secretly took a bottle of wine with her and hid it well in the car. When Federico discovered the forbidden alcohol, he was very upset and disappointed. This find caused considerable tension between the participants of the hike. Anastasia, in turn, got angry with her sister for such an irresponsible act. As we can see, even on vacation, in the company of their loved ones, the sisters could not get rid of their old habits and again found themselves in the epicenter of conflict. It would seem that a bottle of wine is a trifle, but it is from such trifles that serious problems often begin. And something tells me that this incident was just the tip of the iceberg. What other surprises did the Duane sisters have in store for their companions during this trip? Friends, a very important point: creating such content requires a lot of time, and right now my channel and I are going through a difficult financial situation. I would be infinitely grateful if you would become a sponsor of this channel and support me with your donation, and in return I will be able to personally respond to you in the comments and also mention your noble name in my video. So become sponsors, I will be eternally grateful. I will note that after that tense scene with the wine, the company, which consisted of sisters Alexandria and Anastasia, as well as Anastasia's boyfriend Federico, finally reached their destination. The campsite where they stopped was located in a surprisingly picturesque area, surrounded by wonderful views of wildlife. While the girls were unpacking their things, Federico decided to freshen up after the long road and went to the nearest spring. However, when he returned to the camp, he was surprised to find that neither the sisters nor their car were anywhere to be seen. It's hard to even imagine what he felt at that moment: confusion, anxiety, perhaps even fear for his companions. As it later turned out, while Federico was away, Alexandria and Anastasia for some reason decided to get in the car and drive down the road that led to Hana. This highway, by the way, is considered one of the most beautiful in the world, but at the same time one of the most dangerous. It winds between the rocks, sometimes resembling a serpentine more than a road. On one side is a solid stone wall, on the other is an abyss that takes your breath away just by looking at it. In addition, the sharp turns on this road often do not allow you to see if someone is approaching from the opposite direction. And if we add to this the fact that the route is not always well maintained and there are potholes, it becomes clear that traveling on it is a real challenge for the driver. But it seems that the Duane sisters were little concerned about all these dangers. They boldly, if not carelessly, raced along the winding road, paying no attention to either the beauty around them or the risks that lurked at every turn. And all this because they were preoccupied with another argument. It's hard to even imagine what they could argue about at such a crucial moment, because it's obvious that on this road you need to be as attentive and careful as possible. But despite everything, the sisters managed to notice a lonely woman on the side of the road who obviously needed help. Without much thought, they decided to give her a ride. On the way, they asked the hitchhiker where she was heading, and then dropped her off where she asked. It would seem that this good deed should have slightly diffused the atmosphere between the sisters. But as it turned out, it was quite the opposite. As soon as the unfortunate passenger left the car, a simply terrible quarrel broke out between Alexandria and Anastasia, and it happened in the most dangerous place on one of the sharp turns. Later, one of the eyewitnesses of these events told me that he saw with his own eyes how in the car that was passing by, two girls were furiously waving their arms, punching each other with their fists and pulling each other's hair. The guy was dumbfounded by such a sight because he realized that these actions distracted the driver from driving the car. And on a road like the route to Hana, even a second of losing concentration can cost you your life. And now I ask myself, what happened between the sisters that even in such a dangerous situation they could not curb their emotions? What made them forget about everything in the world and enter into this crazy, unjustified fight? Perhaps the answers to these questions will help us better understand the tragic events that happened later. According to a random eyewitness who was driving nearby, the Duane sisters' car began to dangerously sway from side to side, as if the driver had lost control. One can only imagine the horror that gripped the guy when he realized that the car was rushing right over the abyss and could fall down at any moment. But despite the danger of the situation, the eyewitness realized that he could not help in any way. Everything happened so quickly that he wouldn't even have time to react. All he had left was to watch helplessly as the girl at the wheel suddenly accelerated sharply, turned the steering wheel to the left, and the car, breaking off the cliff, flew into the abyss. According to experts, the car fell from a height of about 60 meters and landed right on a pile of sharp stones. The most amazing thing is that it was the only area around the cliff where there was no water. It seems as if some unknown force specifically directed the car to this particular spot. From the strong impact, the car overturned and fell on its roof, so that its license plates were facing the sky. And you know, in this tragic situation, there is one moment that can be called a real miracle. It turns out that the girls were not driving some small car, but a Ford Explorer, a fairly large vehicle. Experts say that if they had been in a smaller car, they would have had practically no chance of surviving. News of the accident spread like wildfire through the surrounding area. The route leading to Hana is quite popular, so people began to gather around the scene of the incident. Everyone looked down in horror at the mangled car lying among the rocks. Someone even called the rescue service by dialing 911. And here the second amazing moment in this story happened. The people who had gathered on the cliff suddenly noticed that someone was moving in the car. It was an almost unbelievable piece of news. It turns out that after such a terrible fall, someone still survived. The police, who arrived at the scene of the accident, immediately began to question numerous witnesses, trying to find out what had happened. And one detail immediately caught their attention. It turns out that on the road surface there were clearly visible traces of tires from the Duane sisters' car. But the strangest thing is that these traces had no signs of braking before the car flew off the cliff. On the contrary, everything indicated that the driver deliberately accelerated and directed the car straight to the edge of the cliff. You must agree that such things do not happen by chance. Meanwhile, rescuers were delivered by helicopter to the scene of the tragedy to check if anyone was left alive in the twisted car. What they saw in the car interior shocked even experienced experts. One of the sisters, Anastasia, was dead. Her body had numerous fractures, and one of the paramedics even compared it to a bag filled with bone fragments. But the real miracle was that the second sister, Alexandria, survived. True, she also had a lot of serious injuries, several broken ribs and a damaged arm. But despite everything, when the girl was pulled out of the wrecked car, she was able to stand on her own feet. And here we come to the most mysterious moment of this story. When the rescuers freed Alexandria from the car, they noticed that she had a lock of blonde hair clenched in her hand, the same color as her dead sister's hair. Most likely, this hair was torn out during the fight that the random eyewitness saw shortly before the accident. But what shocked the investigators the most was Alexandria's behavior. She did not look either frightened or upset about what had just happened. It seemed that the girl was not at all bothered by the fact that she had just miraculously escaped after the car fell from the cliff. And most oddly, she never once asked about her sister's condition, did not ask if Anastasia had survived. Alexandria did not cry, did not sob, did not show her emotions at all. You must agree that such a reaction is on the verge of normal, and it was this that made the investigators wonder. Does this terrible accident hide some terrible secret? Perhaps what happened on the road to Hana was not an accident. After that fatal accident, Alexandria was immediately taken to the hospital, and it was there that she was found by the police, who arrived to conduct an interrogation. From the very beginning, it was clear that the girl was not too willing to cooperate with the investigation. She reluctantly answered questions, and her whole demeanor indicated irritation and dissatisfaction with the presence of the officers. Just imagine the first thing she said to them was, "Why are you here?" You know, during my many years as a detective, I've interrogated a lot of witnesses and suspects, and usually people who have just experienced such a terrible tragedy behave differently. They may be shocked, scared, upset, but indifference is the last thing you expect in such a situation. And another detail that surprised me a lot during the entire conversation with the police officers, Alexandria never once asked about her sister's condition. No worries, no anxiety, absolutely nothing. In the end, the investigators had to inform the girl about Anastasia's death themselves. And you know what struck me the most? The complete absence of any reaction from Alexandria. She listened to this terrible news with a completely empty, indifferent look, without a hint of emotion. You must agree that this is more like the behavior of a person who has long come to terms with the loss, and not one who has just lost the closest person in an instant. But Alexandria's strange reaction is not the biggest surprise in this story. When the twins' father found out about the tragedy, his first words were, "It's a pity that the wrong sister died." That's right, you didn't mishear, the man actually regretted that Anastasia died in the accident, and not Alexandria. Such an attitude towards one's own children is, to put it mildly, alarming. Meanwhile, the police continued the investigation and quickly found out that the sisters were fighting right in the car before the accident. This information made the investigators wonder, was the car's fall from the cliff actually Alexandria's deliberate act? Maybe she purposely directed the car towards the abyss to get rid of her sister. Even more suspicions were aroused by the results of the tests, which showed that the level of alcohol in Alexandria's blood was 3 times higher than the permissible norm. That is, the girl was actually heavily drunk behind the wheel and had no right to drive at all, let alone go on such a dangerous trip. The situation was complicated by the fact that at the time of the accident, the girls had no documents with them. It was because of this that the police had to rely on Alexandria's words to establish the identity of the deceased. And the girl, meanwhile, was forced to go home to find her ID and prove that she was indeed herself. The investigators also turned to Lonnie Dickerson, Alexandria's boyfriend, with a request to confirm her identity. When Lonnie was told about the accident and Anastasia's death, his reaction was no less strange than Alexandria's. It seemed that this news did not touch him at all. He just looked at the police officers with an empty, indifferent look. But Federico, Anastasia's boyfriend, was completely unaware of the tragedy. He was still waiting for the girls at the campsite, not understanding where they could have gone. Only the next morning, having got to his friend's place in Hana by hitchhiking, Federico learned the terrible truth. The news of his beloved's death was a real shock for him. The guy was extremely upset and confused, but suddenly remembered something. And believe me, this information greatly interested the investigation. Undoubtedly, the information provided by Federico was a real sensation for the investigation. He said that a week before the tragedy, Alexandria openly stated her intention to kill Anastasia. Moreover, at one point she even said, "I got rid of her," as if the murder had already happened. Such words could not but cause serious concern. True, Federico could not say for sure the reason why Alexandria wished death to her sister, but he suggested that there was a very strong rivalry and mutual jealousy between the girls because of each other's successes. It was hard for the twins to come to terms with the fact that they were so similar in appearance, and this forced them to constantly compete and oppose each other. Federico said that the sisters were constantly trying to outdo each other to prove their uniqueness. It was as if they wanted to tell the world, "Look, we may look like 2 peas in a pod, but we are different personalities." But despite this, the girls could not stay away from each other for long. Their relationship was a strange combination of love and hate, tenderness and aggression. When they were together, they constantly quarreled and insulted each other, but as soon as they were apart, they already missed their other half. But the strangest thing is that Federico recalled that once, after another heated argument, Alexandria told him, as if in passing, "My sister and I will leave this planet on the 30th. When the guy heard this, he thought that maybe the girls had decided to commit suicide together. But life went on as usual, and gradually this phrase was erased from Federico's memory. Upon hearing such a confession, the investigators became seriously alarmed. A terrible picture began to emerge in their heads. Alexandria deliberately drove the car into the abyss to kill her sister. Of course, one could assume otherwise, for example, that the girls decided to settle scores with life together, or that it was just a tragic coincidence, an accident. But something told the detectives that the answer lay precisely in Alexandria's words, which Federico heard. So the investigators decided to take a closer look at the Duane sisters' car. Fortunately, it was a new, modern car with many technical gadgets, and most importantly, it had a black box like in airplanes. This device records all information about the movement of the car, speed, maneuvers, change of direction, and so on. Thanks to the data from the black box, it was possible to find out an extremely important detail. At the moment the car fell, the brakes were not used. That is, the car was flying off the cliff at full speed. No one even tried to stop, or at least slow down. For the investigators, this was direct evidence that the accident was not an accident. Suspicions were intensified by the fact that the car fell into the abyss exactly where there were only sharp stones at the bottom and not water. It seemed as if someone had specifically chosen this spot for the fall. Moreover, it was here, on this stretch of road, that for some reason there was no protective fence. Everything seemed to come together for the implementation of someone's sinister plan. Experts made another interesting conclusion. Alexandria survived thanks to the deployment of airbags. But Anastasia was not so lucky. She jumped and bumped a lot in the cabin during the fall. Someone even suggested that if at the time of the accident the girl was pulling her sister by the hair, then Alexandria could quite possibly involuntarily turn the steering wheel and press the gas. Having received such testimony and evidence, the investigators decided to bring an official charge against Alexandria. There was only one question left: what motive pushed the girl to such a terrible act? It turns out that shortly before the tragedy, Federico and Anastasia were planning to open their own business on another Hawaiian island. And here we come to a possible motive for the crime. According to the testimony, Alexandria was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that her sister was going to leave her. The girl was so strongly opposed to parting with her twin that she may have decided to resort to the most radical measures. Having gathered all the circumstantial evidence, the investigation was finally able to bring an official charge against Alexandria, the intentional murder of her sister, that is, a second-degree crime. But when the police arrived to arrest the suspect, it turned out that she had already fled the house. It seems that the girl somehow guessed about the possible arrest and decided to hide from justice. But Alexandria apparently forgot about one simple thing: Maui is an island, and you can only leave it in two ways, by sea or by air. So it wasn't too difficult for the police to find out that the girl had booked a plane ticket and that her flight was about to depart. And you know, sometimes fate can be surprisingly ironic. By some coincidence, it was on this plane that a mechanical malfunction occurred and the departure had to be postponed. So instead of being hundreds of kilometers away from the crime scene, Alexandria was forced to stay very close by. She went to wait it out in a nearby hotel. And there she was eventually found and arrested by the police. During the preliminary hearing of the case, Alexandria did not plead guilty to the murder of her sister. And here I would like to draw your attention to one detail. In the footage from the courtroom, you can see that the suspect's hand was not bandaged, although she had previously complained about an injury. Some of those present even suggested that Alexandria could have exaggerated the severity of her injury in order to arouse sympathy from others. The day of the substantive trial came. A large jury gathered on Maui, and Alexandria was officially charged with killing her sister. For this, the girl was taken to Hawaii to personally face justice. The process began on January 29, 2018. At first, Alexandria looked very excited and scared. No wonder, after all, she was facing life imprisonment. One of the key witnesses in this case was the same random passer-by who saw with his own eyes how the sisters were fiercely fighting in the car shortly before the accident. The man described in detail what he saw: how Anastasia pulled her sister by the hair, pulled her head to herself and punched her with her fists. This testimony formed the basis of the defense's version, according to which Alexandria, being behind the wheel, could have lost control of the car from pain and shock. Allegedly, not seeing the road clearly due to her sister's attack, the girl could have unintentionally directed the car into the abyss. Then Federico, the deceased Anastasia's boyfriend, was questioned on the witness stand. He spoke about Alexandria's strange and disturbing behavior after the tragedy. According to him, the girl tried to establish closer contact with him, suggested taking a shower together, began to wear her sister's things. Federico admitted that he was shocked and repelled by such actions. Despite the outward resemblance to his beloved, he categorically refused to get close to Alexandria. But despite all this testimony, the suspect's lawyers insisted that it was Anastasia who caused the fatal accident. Allegedly, by attacking her sister, she provoked her to rash actions. The defense also referred to the results of the examination, according to which the car's wheel was changed shortly before the accident so one of the tires was completely smooth. Given that the road was wet that day, and the sister's car was initially swaying due to the fight inside the cabin, it could well have happened that Alexandria simply could not cope with driving on the slippery road. So the court faced a difficult question. What really happened that fatal day on the road to Hana? Was the accident really an accident caused by a combination of factors, or was there a malicious intent behind it? And most importantly, is Alexandria guilty of her sister's death? The answer to these questions was to be given by the jury. So after hearing all the available evidence, the judge reached a conclusion and announced his decision. According to it, Alexandria was not responsible for the accident and the death of her sister, and therefore she was immediately acquitted. In the judge's opinion, the accused lost control of the vehicle, and perhaps she did indeed turn on the left turn signal. But even if she did, the evidence shows that the car was being heavily shaken from side to side due to the fight inside the cabin. The judge noted that the mere probability that Alexandria could have driven the car into the abyss is not sufficient for a guilty verdict. This requires strong and indisputable evidence of intent, and in this case they were absent. Instead, eyewitness accounts and expert findings rather indicated that the accident was the result of a fatal coincidence of circumstances: bad weather conditions, a slippery road, lack of fencing in a dangerous area, and most importantly, a merciless fight between the sisters that distracted the driver from driving. As a detective, this court decision seems rather controversial to me. Is it possible to exclude intent in a situation where one sister openly threatened to kill the other? Can it be considered an accident that the crash occurred in the very place where there were only sharp rocks below? After all, isn't it strange that Alexandria, despite the death of her twin, behaved as if nothing special had happened? These questions will probably never have unambiguous answers. Opinions on Alexandria's guilt were divided. Some consider her a completely innocent victim of a tragic coincidence. For others, she remains the main suspect who managed to escape punishment by cunning. Alexandria herself insists on her non-involvement in what happened. According to her, she misses Anastasia very much and is deeply saddened by everything that happened. But whether she can be believed is another question. And what do you think, dear viewers? What is your version of events? Do you agree with the court's decision, or perhaps you have your own opinion on this matter? Write in the comments. I will be very interested to hear your thoughts. This is where our story comes to an end. People are capable of horrific acts towards one another, but what could be worse than the cruelty of one's own parents? This is a story about Lacey, a girl whose life was cut short due to the inhumane conditions in which she was kept by her closest relatives. Lacey, we don't know much about her as she rarely appeared in public. According to neighbors' recollections, she was a cheerful, inquisitive child. She was passionate about volleyball, loved watching Disney cartoons, and listening to country music. A typical girl with a carefree childhood. But everything changed when Lacey turned 9. Her family, consisting of her mother Sheila and father Clay, decided to move to a new home in the town of Slaughter, Louisiana. Little did they know that this house would become a real prison for their daughter. When Lacey was supposed to start 9th grade, her parents suddenly decided to switch her to homeschooling. Perhaps they thought it would be better for the girl, but in reality it marked the beginning of her isolation from the outside world. I want you to imagine being locked within the 4 walls of your own house, without the opportunity to interact with peers, go to school, develop and explore the world. This is the situation young Lacey found herself in, and no one even suspected her suffering. What motivated Sheila and Clay to make such a choice? Did they realize the consequences of their actions? These questions remain unanswered to this day. But one thing is certain, their decision forever changed Lacey's life and led to tragic events. Moving to a new house and switching to homeschooling, seemingly ordinary things that shouldn't raise suspicions. But in this case, they became the first steps towards the girl's horrific fate. So at the time of being transferred to homeschooling, Lacey was about 14 years old. It was during this period that her life turned into a real nightmare. The girl found herself in complete isolation from the outside world. As it turned out later, Lacey suffered from autism and a severe form of social phobia. These diagnoses became a life sentence for her. Over the years, the illness progressed, and the girl increasingly immersed herself in her own world, shutting herself off from reality. It can be assumed that it was precisely due to the exacerbation of Lacey's condition that her parents decided to switch her to homeschooling. Perhaps they thought it would be better for her, that she would feel safer in a home environment. But did they realize the consequences this isolation would lead to? Imagine a teenager who is afraid to step outside their own house, who doesn't have the opportunity to interact with peers, make friends, explore the world. For Lacey, with her diagnosis, it was a real ordeal. She found herself trapped by her own fears and limitations. But this is just the beginning of the tragedies the girl had to face. Now I will tell you everything, but only to those incredible and wonderful people who right now subscribe to my channel, like this video, and leave any comment under it. I have a dream to reach the 10,000 subscriber milestone. Please help me with this. I often deal with human tragedies, but Lacey's story is striking in its hopelessness. A girl who needed help and support found herself in complete isolation, and most terrifying of all, it happened through the fault of her own parents. Why didn't Sheila and Clay seek professional help for their daughter? Why did they decide that homeschooling and isolation were the solution? I want you, the one watching this video right now, to know that it's important to be attentive to those who need our help and support. Perhaps if someone had intervened, if someone had reached out to help Lacey, her fate would have been different. Years passed and Lacey became increasingly invisible to those around her. Neighbors who once frequently saw her on the street could now barely remember when they last encountered the girl. It was as if she had vanished behind the walls of her own house. Meanwhile, her parents, Sheila and Clay, continued to live their usual lives. Sheila worked as a court and police clerk and also had a small bakery nearby. It seemed like nothing special, just an ordinary job. But later, just before her daughter's death, Sheila got a job as an assistant prosecutor in Zachary and even became a member of the Slaughter City Council. A successful career, isn't it? And Lacey's father, Clay, was a respected member of the community. He represented the non-profit organization Civil War Round Table and was part of the Rotary Club. People respected him for his active community involvement and participation in city life. The Fletchers were an ordinary family that didn't stand out in any particular way. They irregularly attended the local church like many other town residents. No one could have imagined that behind the closed doors of their house, something terrible was happening. I often encounter situations where people are not always what they seem at first glance. Outwardly, the Fletchers were a respectable family, active members of the community. They didn't raise any suspicions or questions. But as it turned out, it was all just an illusion. While Lacey suffered in complete isolation, her parents continued to live their normal lives. They went to work, interacted with people, participated in community affairs. Meanwhile, their daughter was slowly fading away within four walls, without hope of rescue. Friends, creating this type of content requires a lot of time. And right now, my channel and I are going through a challenging financial situation. I would be immensely grateful if you could become a sponsor of this channel and support me with your donation. In return, I will be able to personally respond to your comments and also mention your noble name in my video. So become a sponsor. I will be eternally grateful to you. From the moment Lacey was transferred to homeschooling, years passed, and the girl practically disappeared from the sight of those around her. During all this time, she was seen outside the house only once, when she was 20 years old. A random passerby noticed Lacey exercising near her parents' house. Perhaps at that time, she still had a bit of freedom and strength to go out into the yard. The Fletcher's neighbor, Robert Blatz, was the last person to see Lacey alive. He recounted that he once spoke with Clay about the girl. He inquired about how she was doing and where she had gone, as she hadn't been seen for a long time. To which Clay briefly replied that his daughter lived with them, she was in the house, and quickly changed the subject. At the time, it didn't raise any suspicions for Robert. He likely knew about Lacey's social phobia and her health issues, so he didn't press further. Moreover, the Fletcher family had an impeccable reputation among neighbors. They were respected members of the community, and nothing indicated any possible trouble. From the perspective of my years lived and experience working in the police force, I often wonder how many tragedies could have been prevented if people were more attentive and caring. In this case, too, the neighbor inquired, received an answer that essentially clarified nothing and left it at that. He didn't ask uncomfortable questions, didn't become alarmed, didn't turn to the appropriate services. Of course, I don't blame Robert. He couldn't have known what was happening behind the closed doors of the Fletcher's house. But it makes one think about how often we, caught up in our own affairs and problems, simply don't notice the warning signs. We don't pay attention to the strange behavior of neighbors, colleagues, acquaintances. We consider it none of our business. Lacey practically vanished from the life of the community, and it didn't bother anyone. The girl who once played on the street and interacted with neighbors suddenly became invisible, and everyone accepted it as a given. One can only imagine the despair and loneliness Lacey experienced during those years. She was imprisoned not only physically within the walls of her own home, but also emotionally in the indifference and blindness of those around her. January 3, 2022, forever changed the lives of the Fletcher family and shook the entire local community. That day, Sheila called the police with a report that was difficult to comprehend. Her 36-year-old daughter Lacey had stopped breathing. How could this have happened? What had been going on in that house all these years while Lacey was isolated from the world? Rumors immediately began to circulate around this incident. Some claimed that Sheila dared to call the police only because someone from the neighbors was in their house at that moment. Allegedly, the very fact of an outsider's presence forced her to act. Otherwise, she would have continued to remain silent. One of the Fletchers' neighbors, who claimed to be in their house on that fateful day, said that Sheila would hardly have called the police if not for his presence. This leads one to wonder whether it was an attempt by the mother to conceal the traces of her terrible negligence and indifference. What really happened on that January day? I'm afraid we will never know all the details. The only thing known for certain is that Lacey was found dead in her own bed, in a house that should have been a cozy shelter for her, but instead became a place of suffering and death. The following days and weeks were filled with investigations, interrogations, and examinations. Local residents whispered and shared speculations, trying to understand how such a thing could happen in their quiet community. However, no one could even imagine the full depth of the tragedy unfolding behind the walls of the Fletchers' house. Frankly, I have seen a lot of human grief and cruelty, but Lacey's story shocked me. Lacey's death marked the beginning of a long and painful process of seeking truth and justice. What law enforcement officers and medics saw in the Fletchers' house that January day will forever remain in their memory. In the living room on the couch, they discovered the body of 36-year-old Lacey Ellen Fletcher, who had been lying there for the last 12 years of her life. The scene that opened before their eyes was horrific. Lacey's body was disfigured by pressure sores, which had likely formed from prolonged contact with the surface of the couch. Her skin was covered in ulcers and her own excrement, indicating a complete absence of basic hygiene and care. The most shocking aspect was that insect larvae and rat droppings covered the girl's body. This suggested that she had literally rotted alive in that spot without any assistance or intervention. Medical experts who examined Lacey's body noted that she had literally grown into the couch. It's possible that the girl had not gotten up from it for so long that her muscles had atrophied and her skin had fused with the surface of the furniture. Lacey's legs were bent under her body in an unnatural position, indicating her immobility for an extended period. At the time of her death, Lacey was wearing only a dirty, tattered t-shirt. She weighed a mere 43 kilograms, which was catastrophically low for an adult woman of her height. Most likely, the girl suffered from severe malnutrition and dehydration, which led to her death. Some sources also reported that the autopsy results revealed the presence of coronavirus in Lacey's body. This was surprising because, according to the testimonies of neighbors and relatives, the only people the girl had contact with in recent years were her own parents. The question arose, could they have been the ones to infect their daughter during the pandemic? When cops began investigating the circumstances of Lacey Fletcher's death, one of the key questions was, what had caused her demise? The answer that investigators received from medical experts was shocking. According to the coroner, Dr. Hasbrouck Mims, Lacey had fallen victim to serious medical neglect by her caregivers, her own parents. For years, they had disregarded their daughter's basic needs, leading to a whole range of health problems. Due to chronic malnutrition and acute starvation, Lacey's body was depleted, deprived of vital nutrients. Her muscles had atrophied due to prolonged immobility, resulting in the formation of pressure sores and ulcers on her body. But the most terrifying aspect was that at some point, Lacey developed osteomyelitis, an infectious inflammation of the bone tissue. The pathogens had likely entered her body through open wounds and ulcers. Without proper treatment, the infection spread throughout her body, causing sepsis, a life-threatening reaction of the body to inflammation. Law enforcement also studied information that Lacey might have suffered from locked-in syndrome, also known as pseudocoma. According to some accounts, the girl seemed to be in a state of paralysis, unable to move or speak, although her consciousness was alert. But Dr. Hasbrouck Mims refuted these assumptions, noting that apart from the previously diagnosed autism and social phobia, no other neurological disorders were detected in Lacey. It is striking that Lacey's last documented visit to a doctor occurred when she was only 16 years old. Just imagine, 20 years without proper medical supervision, without basic checkups and tests. During this time, any disease could have developed and led to fatal consequences. I cannot comprehend how parents could allow their daughter to end up in such a terrible state. After all, they lived with her under the same roof, saw her every day. Were they so blind or indifferent as to not notice the obvious signs of illness and decline? Of course, one could refer to Lacey's mental state, her social phobia, and reluctance to contact the outside world. But this is no excuse for the parents. It was their duty to provide their daughter with proper care and treatment, even if it meant resorting to coercive measures. In May 2022, after a thorough investigation into the circumstances of Lacey Fletcher's death, her parents, Sheila and Clay, were formally charged with second-degree murder. This was the first step towards justice for the girl who had suffered in silence for so many years. Despite the severity of the crime, they spent only 36 hours behind bars. Imagine, accused of their own daughter's death, they were released on bail of $300,000 each. This amount may seem enormous to the average person, but for a couple who held quite high positions in the local community, it wasn't that much. Of course, releasing suspects on bail is a common practice in our justice system. But in this case, it was difficult to come to terms with the fact that people who had brought their own daughter to such a horrible state could calmly await trial in the comfort of their own home. However, even the highest bail could not soften the shock and outrage that gripped the jurors when they were shown footage from the crime scene and photographs of Lacey's body during the court session. Imagine people's reactions to these chilling images. Some couldn't hold back tears, while others turned away, unable to look at the screen. Even experienced lawyers and law enforcement officers who had seen plenty of brutality in their practice were stunned by the extent of suffering Lacey had endured. This evidence became irrefutable proof of the inhumane conditions in which the girl had lived the last years of her life. The jurors saw with their own eyes the pressure sores and ulcers on her body, the insects and rodents that had infested her bed, the filth and neglect of the room where she had spent her final days. During interrogations, Sheila and Clay Fletcher tried to justify their inaction and negligence in caring for their daughter. They told detectives that Lacey suffered from autism and an extremely severe form of social phobia, which only worsened over the years. According to their account, the girl was terrified of leaving the confines of the house and avoided any contact with the outside world. Allegedly, this was why she stayed in her room around the clock, refusing even to get up from the couch. The Fletchers claimed that the crisis in Lacey's condition occurred when she was a little over 20. The girl had supposedly disappeared, completely entirely isolating herself, losing any desire for communication and activity. She would allegedly scream and throw tantrums when someone tried to persuade her to leave her comfort zone. Clay and Sheila insisted that they had made attempts to help their daughter. They claimed to have tried to lift her from the couch, force her to move, but it only worsened the situation. Lacey would allegedly fall into such severe stress and aggression that the parents were simply afraid to change anything. Particularly cynical were Sheila's words about how Lacey never complained about the precious sores and wounds that festered on her emaciated body. The mother claimed that she regularly examined and treated these ulcers, but the girl allegedly didn't want to be bothered. On the one hand, I understood that raising and caring for a child with such serious mental disorders is indeed a difficult challenge for parents. No one is immune to the possibility of the illness progressing and complicating life for the entire family. But on the other hand, before the investigators sat two adult, educated people who had essentially watched their daughter die in her own home slowly, in agony, in filth and loneliness. I couldn't and didn't want to find excuses for them. Even if Lacey truly refused help and contact, shouldn't the parents have taken more decisive measures? Seek medical assistance, call in specialists, resort to involuntary hospitalization? After all, it was a matter of their own child's life and health. Instead, they watched their daughter's slow agony for years. They watched as she died alive among her own waste. And this was despite the fact that they themselves led quite active social lives, pursued careers, and attended church. Throughout the investigation and trial, Sheila and Clay Fletcher tried to justify their inaction by claiming that Lacey was an adult and therefore had the right to make her own decisions about her life. They argued that the girl had consciously chosen to remain confined to the couch, refusing any activity or assistance. According to the parents' version, they simply accepted their daughter's choice and allowed her to exist in this way. They claimed that Lacey had retained mental clarity and the ability to communicate until her last day, which meant she could have changed her situation if she had wanted to. The Fletchers insisted that they suspected nothing, as they had last seen their daughter alive. They allegedly found her dead when they returned home after a weekend trip. But these statements raised serious doubts for me as an investigator. After all, the condition in which Lacey's body was found clearly indicated that the girl had been dying in bed for more than one day, surrounded by filth, parasites, and her own waste. It couldn't have happened suddenly, over a single weekend. The parents were well aware of their daughter's vulnerable mental state, but had not taken any measures for years to provide her with proper care and treatment. They had every opportunity to take Lacey to a doctor, turn to the appropriate services, arrange for hospitalization, or at least hire a caregiver. Instead, they simply left the helpless woman to fend for herself, dooming her to a slow and painful death. And even when the couple allegedly went on vacation, leaving their mentally ill daughter alone in such a pitiful state, it already amounted to criminal negligence. They should have been aware of the risks and responsibilities they carried as guardians of an incapacitated person. The defense tried to touch the jurors with the image of parents supposedly grieving for their prematurely deceased daughter. They hoped that the respected status of the family and the Fletchers' active community involvement would play in their favor. But the prosecution understood that a cruel truth was hidden behind the mask of respectability, and our task was to bring this truth to the court and secure a just punishment. The prosecutor insisted on a thorough investigation of all the circumstances of the case and the appropriate classification of the Fletchers' crime. In our opinion, their actions fell under the article second-degree murder, and should be punished with life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. And so, after months of investigation, dozens of witness interrogations, examinations, and fierce court battles, we finally reached the denouement of this chilling story. The jury, having heard all the evidence and arguments of the parties, found Sheila and Clay Fletcher guilty of murdering their daughter Lacey through criminal negligence and inhumane treatment. Witnesses remember the tense silence that fell over the courtroom when the presiding judge announced the verdict. It seemed as if the whole world had frozen in anticipation, and when the words "life imprisonment without the possibility of parole" were uttered, one could hear dozens of people sighing with relief in that silence. Justice had finally prevailed, but the joy of victory was overshadowed by the realization of the full tragedy of the situation. Lacey, an innocent, defenseless girl who suffered from severe illnesses, had become a victim of the cruelty and selfishness of those who should have surrounded her with love and care. She died in agony, in complete loneliness, not understanding why such a fate had befallen her. During the announcement of the verdict, a heavy atmosphere filled with grief reigned in the courtroom. People were not ashamed of their tears, not hiding their shock and indignation. The journalists present seemed to not seek sensational headlines. For the first time in many years, they simply silently honored Lacey's memory. I believe that this story was not in vain. The Lacey Fletcher case shook the entire country, forcing people to think about the problems that had remained in the shadows until now. Community activists and concerned citizens rallied to push for changes in the system of protecting the rights of people with disabilities and mental disorders. Thanks to this tragedy, serious discussions began at the state level about guardianship of incapacitated individuals, the accessibility of medical and social assistance, and monitoring the observance of the rights of vulnerable population groups. And although there is still much work ahead, we have moved from a dead end and taken the first steps towards a more humane and responsible society. I know that the memory of Lacey will live on in the hearts of all who empathized with this tragic story. This fragile girl who never knew the joys of a full life became a symbol of the struggle for the rights of the destitute and doomed. And the best way to honor her memory will be our tireless work for a world in which there will be no more suffering, indifference, and cruelty. And I believe that Lacey's case will become a lesson in humanity, compassion, and caring for all of us. This story is about a love quadrangle, manipulation, and murder. Someone from this group will die, and experts will call it a crime. On May 13, 2005, investigators visited a house on the outskirts of Olympia, Washington, in search of a woman named Michelle Linehan. She was a successful individual with a master's degree in public administration and worked for the Washington State Ethics Board. In addition, Michelle was involved in charity work. At first glance, her personal life seemed perfect: a loving doctor husband and a beautiful daughter. But why were investigators from faraway Alaska interested in her? As it turned out, the reason was a decade-old murder that took place in the city of Anchorage. And as it became clear, Michelle Linehan had quite an interesting past, which we will now learn about. Michelle Linehan, née Michelle Hughes, was born in New Orleans. She was a bright and ambitious girl with big dreams. At the tender age of 16, Michelle decided to leave her hometown and go to New York City, aiming to build a career as a model. In the big city, she found a job, but her earnings did not meet her expectations. That's when Michelle realized that she needed to radically change her life, find a new job and marry a wealthy man. But first, it was necessary to get a higher education. To save money for tuition and find a potential husband, in 1994, Michelle moved to Anchorage, Alaska, and got a job as a dancer in a club. Why did Michelle choose Anchorage to earn money and find a husband? The fact is that in the 1990s, commercial fishing was thriving in Alaska and new oil fields were opening up. The city attracted businessmen, fishermen, and oil industry workers who had a lot of money and could afford to spend it on a charming young girl. At that time, Michelle was only 21. As we can see, Michelle was a determined and goal-oriented person, ready to take risks to achieve her goals. But will this approach to life pay off? I will tell you about it right now, but only to those incredible and wonderful people who subscribe to the channel, like this video, and write any comment right now so that as many people as possible can watch this video. Michelle wasn't the best dancer at the club, but she managed to earn a decent starting capital in a few months. She received from $1,000 to $3,000 per night, which made her the most in-demand girl in the establishment. But what exactly did Michelle do? You might think of something indecent, but no. She simply sat with clients in revealing outfits and had conversations with them. In my opinion, this approach to work looks rather dubious, but who am I to judge? In October 1994, a new client appeared at the club, Kent Lepping. He came to Alaska with the intention of engaging in commercial fishing. After meeting Michelle, Kent became her regular visitor. They spent hours in private conversations. Before leaving for Anchorage, Kent's parents gave him a considerable sum of money, which he spent on the charming Michelle without hesitation. Their relationship developed rapidly, and just a month after they met, Kent proposed to the girl. Interestingly, he did not tell his parents about Michelle's real profession. And here's what Kent's mother, Betsy, said about his chosen one.
She didn't love him the way he loved her. I have a suspicion that there were other men in Michelle's life.
Well, a mother's heart is rarely wrong. Kent moved into Michelle's house, and everything seemed to be wonderful. However, the girl did not quit her job at the club. In December 1994, a traveling salesman, Scott Hilk, visited there. He immediately noticed the attractive young dancer. Things went so far that Scott also settled in Michelle's house and later proposed to her. Now there were three of them living under one roof: Kent, Michelle, and Scott. A strange situation, isn't it? You probably have many questions. How did the men feel about such cohabitation? It's very simple. Michelle told Kent that Scott preferred men and hinted to Scott that Kent was gay. Thus, they were not concerned about rivalry. Michelle continued to dance at the club as it brought in a lot of money, and she was not going to give up such an income. And the grooms, it seems, did not mind. In the summer of 1995, a widower named John Carlin Roman III came to the establishment. He had lost his wife to cancer and was single-handedly raising his teenage son, John Carlin Roman IV. Yes, the boy was named after his father. Michelle approached John's table and they met. Their communication lasted a long time, and in August, John confessed that he was going to visit Amsterdam. Michelle exclaimed, "I dream of flying there too." John offered to travel together, and the girl agreed. Whether this trip took place is unknown, but John fell madly in love with Michelle. Upon learning about her two fiancés, he said, "I loved her so much that I didn't care." Now, how do you understand that? Do men ever think with their heads and not with other body parts? This story gets more and more confusing and intriguing with each section. A love quadrangle, lies, manipulation, all this cannot end well. But let's not jump ahead and wait for the denouement of this strange case. But before that, my friends, a very important point: the creation of such content requires a lot of time, and now my channel and I are experiencing not the best financial situation. I will be endlessly grateful to you if you become a sponsor of this channel and support me with your donation. And in return, I will be able to personally respond to you in the comments and also mention your noble name in my video. So become sponsors. I will be immensely grateful to you. In November 1995, Michelle started a major renovation of her house. John, without much thought, offered her to move in with him for this period. By the way, Kent and Scott also moved into John's place, although Scott lived there only occasionally when he was in town, as his work involved frequent business trips. Just imagine this situation: Michelle, Kent, Scott, John, and his son all living in one big house under the same roof. It's a real love quadrangle. What an unconventional family, right? I can't even imagine how they distributed responsibilities and built relationships in this format. However, it's worth giving Michelle credit. She managed to find common ground with John's son. Moreover, she practically replaced the boy's mother. She helped, supported, and was always ready to listen. John greatly appreciated this attitude and tried in every way to thank his beloved. For example, he fully paid for the renovation of her house and gave her a luxurious fur coat. And for Christmas 1995, John proposed to Michelle. Thus, now our heroine had 3 fiancés who literally showered her with jewelry, furs, and even paid for her car. Isn't that a fairy tale life? When information about this story reached the public, many compared it to the plot of an American sitcom. No wonder. A woman lives under the same roof with 3 men. They even have a schedule according to which she spends time with each of them in turn. And now this trio is on trial for the murder of one of Michelle's fiancés. Is this even possible in real life? Apparently yes. This case is a prime example of what tangled love affairs and living large can lead to. Damn it, this is not fiction. This is a real situation. I didn't make anything up. You can even Google it yourself and check. At the end of December 1995, Scott had to urgently leave on business for California. That's when he decided to break off his relationship with Michelle. John and Kent were over the moon with happiness. Here's how John commented on this situation. My relationship with Michelle began to develop rapidly as soon as she broke up with Scott. It would seem that finally harmony reigned in this love quadrangle. Kent even called his parents and told them that he and Michelle were planning to get married, so they should get ready for the wedding. Oh, if only they knew what would happen next. However, on Christmas 1996, the unexpected happened. Michelle and Scott reconciled. The girl began to fly to him in California, and when she returned to Anchorage, she stayed at John's house. Kent was living separately at this time but periodically visited his lovers. Soon he calls his mother again and says that he and Michelle want to finally set a wedding date. You see, Mom, Kent explained, Michelle wants change. She wants a real family, children. What a twist, and this after all her affairs on the side. And so Michelle and Kent return to their own house and open a joint checking account. Kent even makes a will in which he names Michelle as the main heir. Moreover, he takes out life insurance for her for a whole $1 million. It is worth noting that Michelle herself refused to make Kent the beneficiary of her insurance policy. The man's parents were extremely dissatisfied with this arrangement. They did not understand why such a large insurance sum was needed and tried to cancel the policy, but to no avail. And Kent's brother, Craig, bluntly told him, "Do you realize that this is dangerous for your life? You're in the crosshairs." How prophetic those words turned out to be. You know, friends, this story gets more and more complicated with each section. Relationships in the love quadrangle are changing at the speed of light, and now there's a $1 million insurance policy at stake. Something tells me this isn't going to end well. What's going to happen next? April 26, 1996 was supposed to be a special day for Kent and Michelle. They had set it as their wedding date. Kent's father decided to personally meet his future daughter-in-law and discuss the details of the ceremony. He came to his son, hoping for a warm meeting, but found only a confused and saddened Kent. It turned out that Michelle had simply packed her things and left. Kent was completely devastated, so his father decided to stay with him to support him in this difficult time. However, soon he had to return home to Michigan. He didn't even know that 2 hours later, Kent would send him and his mother 2 mysterious letters. Upon receiving the alarming messages, Kent's parents opened the first envelope. The letter said, "If something happens to me, open the second letter. But if the wedding with Michelle takes place, never open it." Frightened by such an ominous appeal, they immediately called their son, but he did not answer. It was decided to set aside the second letter for better times. On May 2, 1996, an ordinary service crew was heading to a remote communications tower near the town of Holb, Alaska. As the truck driver approached the facility, he noticed a red spot on the trail near the tower. Upon closer inspection, the man realized that it was a person in a red jacket lying motionless on the ground. It became almost immediately clear that this unfortunate soul was dead. An hour later, the police arrived at the scene, but there were no suspects at that time. Law enforcement officers thoroughly searched the area for evidence. Almost immediately, they managed to find spent cartridges. Examination showed that they belonged to a Desert Eagle .44 caliber pistol. Also, 2 different sets of footwear tracks were found at the crime scene. One track was left by the deceased man in red, and the other obviously belonged to the killer. A strange and eerie story, isn't it? A planned wedding that never happened, the mysterious escape of the bride, and then the murder of one of the participants in this love quadrangle. Moreover, the evidence found indicates that the killer was waiting for his victim near that tower. The only question is, who could it be? Could it be that someone from this company planned to get rid of Kent in advance? It's still difficult to draw any conclusions so far, but I feel that the investigation of this case will be extremely interesting and confusing. The police wasted no time and quickly identified the deceased. It turned out to be Kent Leppink. He had a driver's license, a checkbook, and an insurance policy on him. The most interesting thing is that just a few days before his tragic death, Kent for some reason changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy. Now his father and mother were listed in this column. But here's what's strange for some reason. The police papers did not indicate who the previous beneficiary was. And you and I remember that earlier Kent had written Michelle there. A coincidence? I don't think so. The detectives decided to examine the checkbook more closely and found out that Kent had a joint account with Michelle. Having learned her address, they went to her house. On May 5, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the police knocked on the door and began to ask Michelle about the nature of her relationship with Kent. The woman replied that they were unique, so complex and confusing that words cannot describe it. She tried to explain to the investigators their strange love quadrangle, which they did not yet know about. I already have a boyfriend, and so does Kent, but he and I are not a couple, Michelle stated. Do you think this clarified anything? I don't think so either. Next, the cops were interested in where Michelle had been all this time. She said that she had only returned from California a couple of days ago, where she had gone with Scott to the lake, and that she hadn't seen Kent for a long time. By the way, Michelle didn't even know about his death. It was the police who informed her of this news. The woman seemed to have been replaced. She began to sob, and when she calmed down a little, she told the officers that Kent was not really her fiancé. They said the engagement was just a cover for his non-traditional orientation. That's the secret. At that time, the police did not yet have any leads or theories about this murder, but soon they will appear, and from an unexpected source. Meanwhile, Kent's parents were informed of their son's death, and without hesitation, they opened the second envelope with his deathbed message, and there was a bombshell. Michelle, John, or Scott are the closest people to me who could have killed me. Do me a favor, put Michelle behind bars for many years. He named himself a suspect. Of course, the parents immediately informed the police about this letter and also told them about Kent's $1 million insurance policy. And only then did the investigators find out that Michelle, it turns out, was simultaneously engaged to 3 men, Kent, Scott, and John. What a twist. I don't know about you, but I like this story less and less with every minute. There are too many dark spots and understatements in it. And these strange coincidences with the change of the insurance beneficiary and Kent's deathbed letter. It cannot be otherwise. Someone from this foursome is hiding something. We can only hope that the persistent cops will be able to unravel this tangle of intrigues and gain justice for the deceased Kent. Having received such intriguing information, the investigators decided to visit Michelle again. They were interested in whether anyone had a motive for killing Kent, so they began to ask more specific questions about the insurance policy. And then Michelle revealed an interesting detail. It turns out that Kent's life was insured for a whole $1 million. It was she who paid the premiums for this insurance. In her opinion, such a large sum could become a serious motive for the crime. But the police never managed to find out whether Michelle knew about the change of beneficiaries in the policy. Her alibi was ironclad. On April 25, she went to Scott in California and returned only after Kent's murder. But can she be trusted? Meanwhile, the news of the police's suspicions reached Scott. The man was shocked and outraged. To clear himself of the charges, he agreed to take a lie detector test. And what do you think? Scott failed the test miserably. Unfortunately, we don't know what questions they asked him, but the detective in charge of the case noted that polygraph results are not always reliable. And in general, Scott wasn't even in Alaska at the time of the murder. It's only strange that for some reason the police did not bother to check the data on his flights and calls. They didn't follow through, in my opinion. In the end, the cops' attention was drawn to John. They visited him at home, but the man assured them that he knew nothing about the murder. However, Kent's car was parked near his house, and in the glove compartment, the investigators found a very interesting letter. They christened it the Note of Hope. In it, Michelle asked John not to tell anyone that she would be in some kind of house in the city of Hobb, Alaska, and she hinted that she would not be alone there. The main thing is that John should keep his mouth shut and not report this to Kent. Michelle herself claimed that there was no house at all. And to be honest, John really had no property near Hobb. And what do we have? $1 million insurance policy, a failed polygraph test, a mysterious note. It seems that each of this trio is hiding something. But which one of them still dared to commit murder? So far, there is no answer to this question. We can only hope that the persistent cops will be able to unravel this tangle of secrets and lies. And you and I will follow the development of events. Investigators suggested that Michelle deliberately left the note where Kent could see it. In this way, she wanted to lure him to Hobb, and most likely on the day of his murder, that's where he went. In my opinion, this is very similar to a pre-planned crime. But let's not jump to conclusions for now. Next, new information surfaces about that same insurance policy. Why did Michelle and Kent decide to take it out? It turns out that in February of '96, just 3 months before the tragedy, the couple in love met with an insurance agent. They told him that they were planning to take out a loan together to buy a fishing boat, and for this, they supposedly needed a life insurance policy. Moreover, both of them wanted to insure themselves for $1 million. But the agent explained that for such an amount, he could only insure Kent. As for Michelle, who was not going to work on the boat and was not yet an official wife, she could count on a maximum of $150,000. Something tells me that this insurance is the key to solving the murder. And not long before his death, Kent confessed to his lawyers that Michelle had been deceiving him. It turns out that she was stealing his things to make expensive purchases with his credit card. One of the lawyers advised Kent to break off the relationship immediately, because Michelle was unlikely to change. They say she will continue to spend his money and dance in that club. A few days later, Kent told another lawyer, "I'm going to be killed." The lawyer urged Kent to stay away from his brides and Michelle, and if the threat was serious, to go to the police. But Kent seemed to have lost his mind because of love. He could not leave Michelle. And what did he do after that conversation? He changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy. A strange coincidence, isn't it? After the investigation reached a dead end, John Carlin Roman III and his son John Carlin Roman IV went to New Jersey. By the way, John S.R. had already spent almost his entire $1 million in insurance payments, which he received after an injury at work. And the lion's share of this money he spent on Michelle, so he had only pennies left. Meanwhile, Scott broke off all ties with Michelle and returned to his ex-wife. And our mermaid, if you remember, who danced at the club, returned to New Orleans and entered university. Life went on as usual, and one day Michelle met Colin Linehan, a medical student. She immediately told him about her past. And you know what he replied? "The past is in the past. We live on." Words of gold, in my opinion. Ha ha ha, sorry. In the spring of 1998, Michelle and Colin got married, and the following year they had a baby girl. Later, Colin became a military doctor, and the young family moved to Olympia, Washington. Michelle took care of household chores and earned a master's degree. She was actively involved in raising her daughter and even helped out at a local volunteer center. 10 years passed, and no one even mentioned the murder of Kent Leppink. But in 2005, the case was transferred to the newly created Department for the Investigation of Especially Serious Crimes. Detective Jim Stock became the lead investigator in this case. While reviewing the materials, he noticed one interesting fact. It turns out that many years ago, the police had interrogated young John Carlin Roman IV, the son of John Carlin Roman III. But since the boy was a minor at the time, the interrogation was conducted in the presence of his father. And now John Roman IV was already 27 years old, and he practically did not communicate with his father. Detective Stock decided that this was a chance to learn something new. Perhaps the young man would want to talk about those long-ago events. So Jim and his colleague went to Tacoma, Washington. And there, John Carlin Roman IV told them that his father had bought a Desert Eagle .44 pistol shortly after the family moved to Alaska. And the boy also saw how on the day of Kent's murder, his father was washing this weapon with bleach. Then John S.R. told his son that this was the best way to get rid of evidence. The investigators also sent Michelle's laptops and John's desktop computer for examination. This equipment was seized back then, immediately after the murder, but for unknown reasons it was not thoroughly checked. And so in the fall of 2006, the detectives presented all the collected evidence to the Alaska grand jury. And although there was no direct evidence, the prosecutors believed that this was enough to charge Michelle and John with conspiracy and first-degree murder. That's how things are, friends. Even 10 years after the crime, new leads appear. And now everything points to the fact that Michelle and John were indeed involved in Kent's murder. And that constantly changing insurance only heightens suspicion. It remains to hear the verdict of the jury. When John Carlin Roman III learned about the charges against him, he immediately flew from New Jersey to Anchorage. On October 4, 2006, the man appeared at the courthouse, ready to fight for his freedom. Meanwhile, detectives visited Michelle's home to arrest her. The door was opened by Colin, the suspect's husband, who said that his wife was not at home. The police issued an ultimatum. Colin had only an hour to bring Michelle to the station. And soon the woman, accompanied by her husband and lawyer, crossed the threshold of the police station. And within a few hours, she was already flying to Anchorage to meet her fate. In the spring of 2007, the trial of John Carlin Roman III took place. This high-profile case attracted the attention of the international press. The courtroom was filled with journalists and members of the public. No wonder, because in the dock was a young and attractive doctor's wife, who moreover was simultaneously engaged to 3 men. Everyone was interested in the spicy details of her personal life. How did she manage to live under the same roof with 3 suitors and at the same time make love with each of them in turn? But now she and one of her fiancés were facing severe punishment for the murder of Kent Lepping. The prosecutor built his case on the fact that Michelle allegedly persuaded Kent to take out a $1 million insurance policy and name her as the beneficiary. And then John Carlin, in a prior conspiracy with the insidious beauty, killed his rival. They say the couple in love planned to share the insurance payout and live happily ever after. But their dreams were not destined to come true, because before his death, Kent had time to change the beneficiaries to his parents. By the way, the prosecution claimed that Michelle and John borrowed the idea for the murder from the movie The Last Seduction. It also told the story of a treacherous woman who persuades her lover to get rid of her husband for money. The lover ends up behind bars, and the beauty runs away with all the money. Something very familiar, isn't it? John Carlin's lawyer tried to convince the jury that her client was only a victim of Michelle's manipulations. They say this sly fox seduced the unfortunate man and then cruelly got rid of Kent in order to appropriate his wealth. And what about Michelle herself? She denied everything and accused young John Carlin Roman IV of the murder. This version was also supported by Scott Hilk, another ex-fiancé of the defendant. However, the most incriminating evidence was provided to the court by none other than John Carlin Roman IV. The young man told how on the day of Kent's murder, he saw his father diligently washing the weapon with bleach. They say Dad even explained to his son then, the best way to get rid of traces is to thoroughly clean the gun with chemicals. True, John Struner's lawyers stated that the boy was a capricious teenager with a difficult character who hated Kent and could have killed him himself. But the nail in the coffin of the defendant was the deleted emails that experts recovered from Michelle's laptop. In them, John wrote to his beloved about scandals and quarrels, threatened Kent, and showed crazy jealousy towards him. Sometimes these letters were somewhat vague and incomprehensible. For example, on March 17, 1996, 2 months before the murder, Carlin wrote to Michelle, "I'll call you as soon as I have them." The prosecution saw this as a hint at insurance documents. On March 31, Michelle herself mysteriously told Scott that she was expecting a cash flow soon, although she did not explain its source. And a week before Kent's death, John assured Michelle, "Everything will be fine, honey. Just wait a little longer and your life will change dramatically for the better. You'll see." The prosecutor emphasized that Michelle was obsessed with the desire for money and did not disdain any methods to obtain it. John, on the other hand, was obsessed with Michelle herself and was ready to carry out any of her orders. The jury deliberated for 2 days. On April 3, 2007, they finally announced their verdict. Guilty. John Carlin Roman III was sentenced to 99 years in prison. True, he was granted the right to parole, but he will be able to use it only after 33 years, at the age of 82. That is, in fact, it is a life sentence. In the fall of the same year, Michelle also appeared before the court. The girl was counting on a more successful outcome, because the main evidence was collected against her former lover, not against her. But witnesses were found who dug deeper. A former colleague of Michelle's from the strip club said that they had watched that infamous movie, The Last Seduction, together. And then Michelle allegedly said that she would not mind being in the place of the main character of the film. Scott Hilk, for his part, suggested that it was the young John Carlin Roman IV who could have shot Kent. They say the boy himself boasted to him on the phone that the murdered man had been shot in the stomach, and this at a time when neither the press nor Michelle nor Carlin SR knew the details of the crime yet. So where could the young man have learned such details? Most likely he himself was present at the scene of the massacre. However, despite all the efforts of the lawyers, on October 22, 2007, Michelle was also found guilty of first-degree murder. The judge aptly remarked that there is no difference between the puppet that pulls the trigger and the puppeteer that pulls the strings. The defendant was sentenced to 99 years in prison. One could end this eerie story here, but fate had its own plans. Shortly after he began serving his sentence, on October 27, 2008, other prisoners brutally dealt with John Carlin Roman III. Such a sad finale for a loser lover. True, after his death, the heirs began a legal battle and still managed to overturn John's sentence, citing indirect evidence of his guilt. Michelle's relatives also filed an appeal. They argued that the judge of first instance made a fatal mistake by admitting inadmissible evidence into the case testimony about the movie and Kent's deathbed letter. After all, the defense had no opportunity to interrogate the deceased and clarify the context of his message. And what does some thriller have to do with it? In the end, the Court of Appeal agreed with this and overturned Michelle's sentence for lack of evidence. What an unexpected twist. 2 former lovers suspected of a brazen murder are set free. Who could have predicted this? But despite the tragic nature of this story, it seems that Michelle managed to start life from scratch. Now she lives in Seattle with her loving husband Colin and daughter, working as a laser technician in a clinic. To her credit, Michelle did not even demand compensation for her wrongful imprisonment. The story of a love quadrangle that led to a horrific murder has finally ended. It intertwined passion and jealousy, greed and cold calculation. And despite the numerous evidence, we still do not know for certain who was behind this crime. Perhaps someday the secrets of the love quadrangle will be fully revealed, but it will happen without our participation. I want to tell you about a young couple whose marriage was doomed to tragedy from the very beginning. The ending of this story will shock you no less than it did me when I first heard it from my colleagues. It all began in the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, located in the heart of America. This place is considered ideal for young people who aspire to start a family and raise children. It would seem that for Joshua and Amber, a young couple expecting their first child, Tulsa should have been a cozy nest where they could build their happy future. However, as often happens in life, reality turned out to be quite different. Amber, an 18-year-old high school graduate, was an excellent student and actively engaged in sports. She was a member of the Future Farmers of America Club, which demonstrated her determination and ambition. Amber had lived with her mother and stepfather in Tulsa since she was 5 years old. Joshua, a 22-year-old native of Tulsa, was also an outstanding athlete. Following in the footsteps of his father, a career officer, he decided to pursue a career in the U.S. Armed Forces. His brother Zach, also a military man, was undergoing training before being deployed to Afghanistan. From the outside, Amber and Joshua seemed like the perfect couple, an attractive girl and a handsome, charming pilot. It appeared that they had a bright and happy future ahead of them. Both had loving families and strong ties in the community. However, as a detective with many years of experience, I can say that appearances are often deceiving. Behind the perfect facade, serious problems and conflicts can lurk, which only intensify over time. Even I, a seasoned detective, was struck by what I heard next. For those who observed their relationship from the outside, everything seemed like a fairy tale. A young couple in love who, without wasting time, decided to get married. Just a few days before Joshua finished military technical school, on September 7, 2010, the couple tied the knot and threw a lavish celebration. However, reality turned out to be not so cloudless. Joshua received an assignment to serve in faraway Alaska, thousands of miles away from family and friends. Amber, as a devoted wife, followed her beloved without hesitation to a small town with a harsh climate and an unfamiliar way of life. She took on the task of setting up a new home and establishing a household, trying to create a cozy atmosphere for herself and her husband. But was this the only reason for the changes in Amber's behavior? Joshua's brother Zach began to notice that the girl seemed to be trying to escape from something, immersing herself in household chores. He also had a feeling that Amber, from the very beginning of their acquaintance, controlled Joshua and manipulated him. Zach even advised his brother to stay away from the girl. However, upon learning about Amber's problems in her family and her mother's poor treatment of her, Zach suggested that the girl had developed a difficult character. Perhaps that was why she was somewhat nervous and demanding. He hoped that the courtship, marriage, and relocation would benefit Amber and help her build a relationship with Joshua. But did these hopes come true? Unfortunately, neither the move to Alaska nor the wedding could fix the situation. On the contrary, it only worsened. From my experience as a detective, I can say that serious problems often lurk behind the perfect image. Excessive control by one of the partners, manipulation, attempts to escape from reality. All these are alarming signs that point to possible future conflicts. Unfortunately, those in love often ignore these signs, hoping that everything will work out on its own. But was there something in the case of Joshua and Amber that could have prevented the tragedy? Were there moments in their relationship when something could still be changed? Now, I will tell you about all this in detail, but only to those wonderful and incredible people who subscribe to the channel right now, like this video, and write any comments so that as many people as possible can see this video. Even I, a seasoned detective, was struck by what I heard next. I want to share with you some disturbing details that became known later on. Joshua, while on duty, often called his brother Zach and told him about Amber's strange behavior. At first, it was obsessive calls and complaints about loneliness, which Joshua regarded as a form of psychological and emotional pressure from her side. But the problems did not end there. Soon, Joshua confessed to his family that Amber had begun to show physical aggression. She beat him and threw various objects at him. Zach, trying to help his brother, advised him to contact the military police on the base and officially document these incidents. He understood that the situation was getting out of control and required intervention. One time, Joshua told Zach about a particularly horrific incident. Amber, in a fit of aggression, hit him with a lamp and pushed him down the stairs. He also mentioned that during their stay in Alaska, his wife developed a drug problem, which only worsened the already tense situation in the family. As a detective, I can say that substance abuse often becomes a catalyst for domestic violence. People lose control of themselves and resort to aggression, destroying not only their own lives, but also the lives of their loved ones. Eventually, the command of the unit where Joshua served sent the couple for counseling, trying to save their marriage. But it seemed to be too late. Less than 9 months passed, and the situation reached a critical point. Joshua was expelled from the military academy, and the couple was forced to return home. At that point, Amber was already pregnant. It would seem that this news should have brought the couple together, become an incentive for them to start from scratch. But unfortunately, this did not happen. Amber's mother settled them in an apartment on the 25th floor of a multi-story building, which became a witness to constant quarrels and mutual accusations. Unfortunately, as often happens, people hope until the very end that everything will work out on its own, without realizing the full seriousness of the situation. What I am about to tell you now will make you look at everything you have heard before in a different way. The fateful day had come when Joshua and Amber's relationship reached the point of no return. Despite the fact that Amber was in her 7th month of pregnancy, it seemed that this only added fuel to the fire of their constant conflicts. That day, another quarrel broke out between the couple, which quickly escalated into a fight. In the heat of emotions, they knocked over the television and broke the bedroom window. This was not just a conflict, but a real brawl that threatened not only their mental health, but also their physical safety. Interestingly, just 2 days before this, Joshua had filed a request for a protective order, trying to protect himself from his wife's aggression. But unfortunately, this document remained unnoticed, lost among other papers. The broken window could not go unnoticed. The owners of the building, upon learning about the incident, contacted the couple and informed them that they had to compensate for the damages. Armand Rosales and his team were called in for repairs. When the craftsman voiced the amount of $150, it only added fuel to the fire. Another argument broke out between Joshua and Amber. Joshua insisted that he could fix everything himself, trying to save money. But in the end, perhaps tired of constant quarrels, the couple still gave their consent to the repairs. During this time, Amber, consumed by anger, entered and exited the room several times. Her behavior clearly indicated an unstable emotional state and uncontrolled aggression. Meanwhile, Joshua's packed suitcases were already standing by the door. He had gathered his belongings, documents, even CDs, preparing to leave his wife. The day before, Joshua had called his father and arranged for help with the move. But due to his father's delay at work, the young man was forced to turn to friends for help. And now, my friends, a very important point. Creating this kind of content requires a considerable amount of time, and currently, my channel and I are experiencing financial difficulties. I would be immensely grateful if you could become a sponsor of this channel and support me with your donation. In return, I will be able to personally respond to your comments and even mention your noble name in my video. So please consider becoming a sponsor. I will be endlessly thankful for your support. This scene vividly illustrates how tense and unhealthy the relationship of this couple was. Even pregnancy did not become a restraining factor or motivation for them to find common ground. Aggression, mutual offenses, and the desire to run away from problems instead of solving them, that's what characterized their marriage at that moment. In my opinion, there is a line when a conflict turns into something more than just a quarrel. And in this case, Joshua and Amber had long crossed that red line. If you thought that this story could no longer surprise you in any way, get ready to change your mind. While the couple continued to argue, Mr. Rosales, who was repairing the window, sent his assistant to the truck parked below for additional materials. Perhaps he just wanted to get away from this tense atmosphere and disputes for a while. Stepping out of the room into the corridor, Rosales began talking to a neighbor when suddenly he heard screams coming from the apartment. No, no, no. This was followed by the sound of rapid footsteps, a loud crash, and more screams. This cacophony of sounds did not bode well and indicated that the conflict between Joshua and Amber had gotten out of control. At the same moment, Rosales' assistant, who was already heading to the truck, heard the sound of breaking glass. Later in court, he would give stunning testimony. It was like in a movie. I saw this guy falling and heard him screaming, and so all the way down. Only a few seconds after that, Amber's face appeared in the broken window. This moment became a key point in the whole story. On the other side of the street, Robert Baker, who had just come out for a smoke, looked up at the sound of breaking glass and saw Joshua falling. Without wasting a second, he immediately called the rescue service, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Later in court, he would confirm that he saw the guy flying out of the window face forward. Meanwhile, Mr. Rosales returns to the apartment and comes upon a shocking scene: a broken window. Approaching closer, he looks outside, trying to understand what happened. Suddenly, Amber comes out of the room and starts screaming that her husband fell out of the window, that she pushed him. This confession stuns Rosales, and he instinctively feels fear to approach Amber, fearing that in a state of passion she might push him too. As a detective, I can say that such situations, unfortunately, are not uncommon. Domestic violence often leads to tragic consequences, especially when emotions take over reason. Amber's sincere confession immediately after the incident indicates that she may not have fully realized what she had done in a fit of anger. You will be stunned when you find out what happened next. I want to draw your attention to Amber's behavior immediately after the tragedy. Being in a state of shock, she tried to convince Mr. Rosales to go down with her to her fallen husband. Rosales agreed, but perhaps instinctively sensing danger, he led Amber to the lobby, not to the parking lot as she had asked. He even called the building manager to accompany the woman, while he himself stepped away to call the police and keep a safe distance from Amber. Rescuers, firefighters, and police quickly arrived at the scene. What they saw shocked even seasoned professionals. Amber was found next to her husband's mutilated body. She held his head, kissed him, and desperately begged everyone around for help. Later in court, firefighters would testify that Amber was screaming hysterically, begging them to save her husband at all costs, otherwise she would go to jail. One of them also noted that the woman was in such an unstable emotional state that they were even afraid that she might throw herself off the parking lot on the 8th floor. Unfortunately, it was too late for Joshua. The injuries sustained from the fall were incompatible with life. He died on the spot from a severe impact. While specialists worked at the scene of the tragedy, Amber called her grandmother and asked her to come to be with her. The police officer who was to accompany Amber to the downtown police station allowed her to wait for her grandmother. He led the woman to a part of the lobby, away from the gathering crowd of onlookers. Then the same officer drove Amber and her grandmother to the station in a patrol car. And it was during this trip that something very important happened. The police officer accidentally overheard Amber quietly confessing to her grandmother that it was she who had pushed Joshua, and because of that he fell out of the window. This confession would become a key piece of evidence in the subsequent investigation. I have encountered similar situations many times. Often, people who have committed a crime in a fit of passion then sincerely repent. They seem to not fully realize the reality of what happened and feel the need to speak out, even if it will harm them later on. At this stage, there were many questions swirling in my head. What exactly happened in that apartment? Did Amber really intentionally push Joshua? What was the relationship between the couple that led to such a tragic end? Prepare yourself for the fact that your emotions will be off the scale, because what happened next defies comprehension. As soon as Amber and her grandmother arrived at the police station, they were immediately taken to a special interrogation room. This room was equipped with everything necessary: recording devices, surveillance cameras, as well as basic items such as water and medicine. The police made sure to create the necessary conditions for conducting the interrogation and gathering information. Leaving the women alone, the officer entered the adjacent observation room. He understood that something important for the further investigation could be said now, so without wasting time, he turned on the recording. What happened next is difficult to describe in words. Amber seemed to have lost touch with reality. She began to talk to her grandmother, but her words resembled more of a delirium. "I shouldn't be here. Josh is dead and I'm here," she repeated over and over again. Amber was aware of the full tragedy of the situation, realizing that with her actions she had ruined not only her own life. "I didn't just lose my husband. Jean and Patrick lost their son, Zach lost his brother and his grandmother. Grandma has a bad heart, and she won't survive the news of her beloved grandson's death." These words are permeated with pain, fear, and despair. Amber seemed to be reliving everything again, recalling the smallest details. I still don't remember holding his mutilated body and just looking at him. Such memories are capable of breaking even the strongest person, and Amber was already in an extremely unstable emotional state. Amber's grandmother, a wise woman with a wealth of life experience, understood that her granddaughter needed support and consolation now more than ever. She realized that if Amber continued to blame herself, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Therefore, the grandmother began to calm the girl down, saying that Joshua was now in God's hands. She tried to give Amber at least some foothold, something to hold on to in this terrible situation. In the conversation, Amber began to recall the time spent with her husband in Alaska. And here something very important was said. It turns out that when the couple was prescribed counseling sessions, one of the counselors let slip that if Amber and Joshua stayed living together, she would eventually kill him. This information sheds new light on the whole story. Were the counselor's words just an unfortunate statement, or was there something more behind them? As a detective, I understand that every detail, even the smallest one, can be crucial. Therefore, this mention of the counselor's words will definitely be taken into account during the investigation. We need to understand whether it was just a coincidence or whether someone might have foreseen the tragic end of this story long before its climax. During the conversation with her grandmother, Amber suddenly uttered a phrase that clarifies a lot in this complicated story. She said that if she had known what it would lead to, she certainly would not have pushed Joshua. These words sounded like a kind of confession, albeit an indirect one. Amber's grandmother, upon hearing this, immediately asked, "But you didn't push him on purpose, did you?" And right away, as if trying to fix the situation, she advised her granddaughter to say that it all happened accidentally. This moment is very important because it shows that even Amber's closest people understood how serious the consequences of her words could be. Further events unfolded around the confrontation between two families, Joshua's relatives and Amber's. Each side tried to defend their truth to protect their child. Joshua's family claimed that he had tried in every way to help Amber, to give her the opportunity to start a new life away from the toxic influence of her own parents. They believed that Joshua wanted his wife to overcome a harmful addiction, give birth to a healthy child, and enjoy motherhood. However, according to them, despite all her husband's efforts, Amber continued to use prohibited substances even during pregnancy, and also abused Joshua, knowing that he loved her too much to fight back. On the other hand, Amber's family blamed everything on Joshua. They claimed that he himself was cruel and allegedly had also been taking some substances lately, which is why he fell out of the window. This version was radically different from the one voiced by the relatives of the deceased. As you can see, dear viewers, the situation was extremely complicated. Two families, two truths, and each side defended their child to the last. In such cases, it is always difficult to figure out where the truth is and where there is an attempt to justify a loved one. The local police had to unravel this tangle of family contradictions, and although both versions deserved attention, the law enforcement officers had more trust in the testimony of Joshua's relatives. After all, Amber herself admitted that she had a hand in her husband's death. That is why she was officially charged with murder. But even at this stage, many questions remained. Was it a planned, cold-blooded murder? Or was that counselor right who warned that if Amber and Joshua stayed together, she would kill him sooner or later? At that time, there was no direct evidence of intentional murder. If you thought that this story could no longer surprise you in any way, get ready to change your mind. Considering all the evidence and eyewitness testimony, the investigation concluded that it was a second-degree murder, a crime committed in a state of strong emotional distress. Witnesses who were present in the apartment and those who saw Joshua fall out of the window told about the fierce quarrels of the couple that lasted throughout the day and eventually led to the tragedy. Everything indicated that a conflict had occurred between Amber and Joshua, which got out of control and had fatal consequences. From a legal point of view, Amber's actions were qualified as something between involuntary manslaughter and negligent homicide. Her behavior during the interrogation and her own words indicated that she did not plan to kill her husband, but at the same time, her actions led to his death. Initially, Amber was released on bail as the defense began to build a line of defense and gather arguments in her favor. During this period, the woman gave birth to a boy, but unfortunately, motherhood did not keep her from further problems with the law. The conditions of Amber's stay at large before the trial were quite strict. She had to observe a curfew, constantly be under the supervision of her mother or grandmother. In addition, the woman was obliged to wear an electronic bracelet to track her movements. Amber also had to regularly submit urine tests and undergo examinations using a catheter to confirm that she was not using prohibited substances. However, as surveillance records show, Amber repeatedly violated the conditions of her release on bail. She missed the curfew or allowed her monitoring device to turn off at least 10 times. Surveillance agents also noted that Amber often asked to change her overnight location at the last minute. But the most alarming signal was that in 2 cases, traces of prohibited drugs were found in Amber's urine. There were also cases when her tests were so diluted that they could not be checked for the content of narcotic substances. All this indicated that Amber continued to lead a lifestyle that ultimately led to the tragedy. Eventually, due to regular violations of the conditions of detention, Amber was sent to the local prison pending trial. And here, even more shocking details became known. Other prisoners reported that when Amber was approached about her husband's death, she laughed and openly stated that it was she who killed the scumbag by throwing him out of the window. Of course, such testimonies required careful verification. After all, it is quite possible that these women, with whom Amber shared prison life, could distort her words or add something of their own. But in any case, this information could not be ignored by the investigation. The investigation of this case was a real challenge for everyone involved. It was necessary to gather together all the details, separate facts from rumors and emotions, and based on this, compile a clear picture of what happened. Ahead of us was a trial that was to put the final point in this tragic story. So, dear viewers, we have come to the end of this tragic story. But before putting a period on it, I want to draw your attention to some details that shed light on what happened to Amber after her arrest. Having found herself behind bars, it would seem that Amber should have reconsidered her actions and felt guilt for what she had done. However, as her cellmates testify, she continued to behave defiantly and even laughed when mentioning her husband's death. Moreover, Amber openly stated that it was she who killed Joshua by throwing him out of the window. But as soon as the woman found herself in the courtroom, her behavior changed dramatically. A completely different Amber appeared before the jury, quiet, frightened, claiming that she acted exclusively in self-defense. According to her version, Joshua attacked her, grabbed her by the shoulders, and she, defending herself, simply pushed him away. Allegedly, this is what led to the guy tripping over candlesticks and falling out of the window. However, the evidence gathered during the investigation cast doubt on the truthfulness of this testimony. A forensic medical examination showed that Joshua had suffered numerous injuries incompatible with life. He had broken legs, arms, ribs, sternum, and pelvis. In addition, serious damage to internal organs was found. At the same time, a toxicological analysis did not reveal any traces of alcohol or drugs in Joshua's body. Detectives also paid attention to the state of the crime scene. In the photographs, it is clearly visible that the massive candlesticks near the window stood motionless. There were no signs of a struggle or disorder in the room. This cast doubt on Amber's version that Joshua accidentally fell out of the window after tripping. And the window itself was unlikely to break so easily after all. The building was erected back in 1966, and the glass in it was not tempered as in modern high-rises. Amber's defense twice tried to make a deal with the prosecution, offering her to plead guilty in exchange for a mitigated sentence. But the woman stubbornly refused to compromise, insisting on her version of events. In the end, this played against her. The jury only needed 3 hours to find her guilty of second-degree murder. Amber was sentenced to 25 years in prison and a hefty fine. In addition, the court ordered her to pay for her husband's funeral expenses. The woman filed an appeal, claiming that her lawyer did not defend her interests well enough, but the higher court left the verdict unchanged. It would seem that the story should have ended there. But already in prison, Amber suddenly expressed a desire to talk to journalists. She gave an interview to the BBC, appeared on the Dr. Phil show, and later gave written consent for an interview with a local TV studio. However, this meeting never took place because the next day after Amber sent the letter, she was found dead in her cell. As the examination showed, the woman committed suicide by hanging herself with an electrical cord. Relatives and friends refused to believe that Amber could have committed suicide. As proof, they cited the same letter in which she agreed to an interview. However, during the autopsy, traces of self-harm were found on the woman's body, cuts on her wrists and forearms, and toxicology showed the presence of drug and antidepressant residues in her blood. So the version of suicide, unfortunately, looks quite probable. This tragic story left no one indifferent, neither Joshua and Amber's relatives, who still mourn their children, nor the little boy who was left without parents due to the cruelty of adults, nor all of us who witnessed these terrible events. I want to believe that this story will serve as a warning to others, that people who find themselves in toxic and dangerous relationships will not be afraid to seek help. After all, there is always a chance for salvation as long as you are alive and ready to fight. And the responsibility for domestic violence is always borne by the abuser, regardless of whether it is a man or a woman. This horrific event took place on Christmas Eve 2022 in the town of Swilge, located on the outskirts of Liverpool, United Kingdom. The main character of this story is 26-year-old Elle Edwards, a young and attractive girl who worked as a cosmetologist in a local beauty salon and assisted a dermatologist. Elle was a true gem of her town. Her beauty and charm captivated everyone around her, and her kindness and positivity allowed her to find common ground even with the most demanding clients. This girl was not only beautiful on the outside, but also incredibly talented in her field. Thanks to her hard work and determination, she became a first-class specialist in her areas of expertise. Elle always greeted her clients with a sincere smile, radiating joy and optimism. It seemed that everything in this girl's life was going as well as possible. She relentlessly pursued her goals and dreams, building a successful career. But despite her busy schedule, Elle never forgot about her family. She was especially looking forward to Christmas because this year her sister Lucy was supposed to fly in from faraway Dubai. Just imagine how important this reunion with her beloved sister was for Elle. She couldn't wait for her arrival, planning how they would celebrate New Year's and Christmas together. After all, it is in such moments that we feel the value of family bonds and the warmth of loved ones most acutely. But unfortunately, this story will not have a happy ending. What was supposed to be a joyful celebration turned into a real nightmare. On December 24, 2022, Elle went to a local pub with her friends to celebrate Christmas while waiting for Lucy's arrival. They had no idea that this night would be fatal for them. As an experienced detective, I have encountered similar cases more than once. Even in the brightest moments of our lives, evil may be lurking nearby, and while we carelessly celebrate, someone may be planning the most terrible things. This is exactly what happened on that Christmas night in Swilge when someone's bloody revenge destroyed the life of an innocent girl and her loved ones. So get comfortable, because next, I will tell you all the details of this chilling story, but only to those wonderful and amazing people who right now subscribe to the channel, like this video, and write any comments so that as many people as possible can see this video. Elle Edwards and her girlfriends decided to celebrate the long-awaited reunion with a bang. They chose the local pub, the Lighthouse, for this, where they planned to have a fun time while waiting for the arrival of Elle's sister Lucy. The girls could not even imagine that this night would turn into a real nightmare for them. The pub was filled with an atmosphere of joy and carefree fun. Elle and her friends laughed, danced, and sang karaoke, enjoying the festive mood. They were so caught up in the merriment that they did not notice how a person who had nothing to do with kindness and mercy appeared nearby. The Christmas idol was shattered at 23:50 when an alarming call came into the rescue service. Witnesses reported that at least 12 shots were fired at the exit of the pub, and worst of all, 2 bullets hit Elle directly. One of them seriously wounded the girl in the head. The dispatcher immediately sent emergency services to the scene. Medics urgently arrived at the pub and, having loaded Elle into an ambulance, rushed to the local hospital. They did everything possible to save the girl's life, but unfortunately, her injuries were incompatible with life. Elle died on the way to the hospital. When the police informed the family of the deceased about the tragedy, it came as a real shock to them. No one could believe that this could happen to their beloved Elle. This girl was the epitome of kindness, beauty, and joy. She had many friends, and it seemed that she could not have enemies capable of such cruelty. As an experienced detective, I understood that the investigation of this crime would not be easy. In the early stages, the investigators had no leads. The attacker appeared out of nowhere, committed his bloody massacre, and disappeared just as without a trace, leaving only shell casings and Elle's lifeless body behind. The nature of the attack indicated that it was carefully planned. The criminal thought out every step, not leaving his victim any chance of salvation. But the question that haunted us was whether Elle was the real target of the attack, or perhaps she became an accidental victim of some madman. When I heard what happened next, my breath caught in my throat from the tension. An unknown car stopped at the entrance to the pub, and a few minutes later, the shooting began. In addition to the deceased, 4 more men received gunshot wounds of varying degrees of severity. All of them were young people aged 22 to 33 who were spending time at the establishment that evening and lived in nearby suburbs. The police initially leaned towards the version that the murdered woman was an accidental victim. It was known that criminal groups periodically operated here, and the shooting probably became an ordinary showdown between their members. However, all this was just speculation that needed to be proven or disproven during the investigation, so the detectives studied the victim's personality in more detail. Elle's father, named Tim, was shocked by what happened. Just a few hours before the murder, he spoke with his daughter on the phone. They had a nice conversation and discussed the packing of Christmas gifts that Tim was doing. Like the witnesses of the crime, the victims' relatives did not think who could have wished for Elle's death. The girl seemed to have no ill wishes or enemies who could be capable of such horrors. The detectives decided to interview other witnesses and victims of the unknown criminal's bullets. In addition, law enforcement officers requested video surveillance footage from the pub owner. It was necessary to talk to dozens of people and analyze several hours of video recording. Friends, a very important point: the creation of such content requires a lot of time. And now my channel and I are going through a difficult financial situation. I will be immensely grateful to you if you become a sponsor of this channel and support me with your donation. And in return, I will be able to personally respond to you in the comments and also mention your noble name in my video. So become sponsors, I will be immensely grateful to you. Eyewitnesses reported that shortly before the shooting, an unknown car stopped at the entrance to the pub. And just a few minutes later, shots rang out, taking the life of Elle and injuring 4 more young men. These guys, aged 22 to 33, just like Elle, were simply spending time at the Lighthouse pub on that fatal evening. They did not even suspect that they would become victims of a brutal attack. All the injured were local residents who lived in the nearest suburbs of Ole Swilge. At the beginning of the investigation, we had a version that Elle could have been an accidental victim of the shooting. The fact is that this was not the calmest area of the city. Local criminal groups periodically operated here, so the first thought was that the shooting could be related to a showdown between gangs. But as an experienced detective, I'll say that it's not worth jumping to conclusions. These were just guesses that needed careful verification. Therefore, the cops began to study in more detail the personality of the deceased girl to understand if she could have enemies capable of such a terrible crime. The investigators decided to question other witnesses of the tragedy and victims of the unknown shooter's bullets. Perhaps one of them noticed something important that could shed light on this dark story. Also, law enforcement requested video surveillance footage from the pub owner. This was a chance to track the movement of the criminal and understand how he ended up near the Lighthouse on that fatal night. Even with my experience working in the police, I was stunned by what happened next. Pay attention to some details regarding the car that the criminal was driving. This information turned out to be quite contradictory because witnesses of the event described the vehicle differently. Due to the darkness and panic, it was extremely difficult to see anything specific. However, after a thorough analysis of all the testimonies, the most likely version was a dark-colored Mercedes A-Class. And this guess was confirmed when the police studied the footage from external video surveillance cameras. An interesting fact was that the killer did not immediately open fire on the visitors of the pub. At first, he drove into the parking lot and for some time simply observed what was happening inside the establishment. It seemed that the attacker was waiting for something or someone. From the place where he stopped the car, there was an excellent view of the entrance to the pub and most of the premises. Obviously, the attacker was waiting for the most opportune moment for his bloody attack. And that moment came when Elle appeared on the street. The criminal quickly jumped out of the car, fired 12 shots into the crowd, and then just as quickly returned to the driver's seat and disappeared in an unknown direction. After a thorough study of all the surveillance camera recordings, the investigators came to an important conclusion: the attacker acted alone. There were no signs that anyone was helping him. Unfortunately, it was not possible to track the exact escape route of the criminal. Therefore, the police had to resort to a large-scale door-to-door survey. They talked to every resident of the neighborhood, describing the car and the circumstances of the crime, hoping to obtain at least some lead that would help identify the killer. Patrolling the streets of Ole Swilge took place around the clock, and these efforts were not in vain. Just 2 days after the shooting, detectives managed to detain 2 suspects at once. The police immediately informed the public and the media about this, but the names of the detainees were not disclosed until all the circumstances of the case were fully clarified. The only thing that became known was that the suspects were a 30-year-old man and a 19-year-old girl, but the investigation failed to prove their involvement in this terrible crime. During searches in the homes of the detainees, the weapon from which people were shot at near the pub was not found. Even now, as I'm telling you about this, I feel goosebumps running down my spine. After unsuccessful attempts to detain the real perpetrators of this terrible crime, the local police decided to make an official statement. They assured the public that they would not rest until the unknown shooter was behind bars and brought to justice. This statement was intended to at least slightly reassure the local residents of Ole Swilge, who were extremely outraged by the rampant crime on the streets of their city and the obvious powerlessness of the authorities. People felt unprotected and left to fend for themselves. Meanwhile, during the investigation, a new version emerged regarding the possible reasons for the attack. It was assumed that the shooting in the Lighthouse pub could be due to enmity between local gangster groups, and Elle, in this case, was just an accidental victim who simply found herself in the wrong place at the wrong time. However, it is worth noting that at that moment, these were only guesses that required thorough verification. The investigators had yet to find strong evidence that would confirm or refute this version. During further investigation, it was established that the potential targets of the shooter that night could have been Jake Duffy and Kieran Seld, members of one of the local gangs who were also relaxing in the pub on that ill-fated evening. As it turned out, these two had been in a fierce confrontation with another criminal group for a long time, which was trying to establish control over this part of the city, so it is quite likely that it was this enmity that could have caused the bloody massacre. On December 29, law enforcement officers managed to detain another suspect in this case. But as in the case with those previously arrested, it was not possible to prove his involvement in the shooting. The man had a reliable alibi that completely excluded him from the circle of suspects in the commission of this particular crime. However, the detectives assumed that the detainee could have been involved in organizing the attack. Perhaps he played the role of an accomplice or a spotter, but it was extremely difficult to prove this. Around the same time, the investigation finally managed to identify the car that the shooter was driving. It turned out to be a dark Mercedes that the criminal left in the parking lot near the pub. True, due to the lack of direct evidence, the name of the owner of this car was also not disclosed. But finding this car was not so easy. Detectives had to carefully study the footage from numerous video cameras. What happened next can only be compared to the plot of a high-octane thriller. At a time when it seemed that the investigation had reached a dead end, an event occurred that could have been a real breakthrough in this intricate case. On December 31, the police received a report of a fire that happened very close to the place where the attack on the visitors of the pub was committed. When our colleagues arrived at the call, they saw a shocking picture, a dark Mercedes, which according to the description of witnesses, very much resembled the car of the criminals, was completely engulfed in flames. The vehicle was burning like a torch, and it was clear that it could no longer be saved. This was a real blow to the investigation. After all, not only possible material evidence that could shed light on the identities of the attackers burned in the fire, but also perhaps the murder weapon itself. The experts could only throw up their hands. The chances of finding something valuable after such a fire were practically zero. Of course, the detectives immediately suspected that this was an intentional arson. The criminals, apparently, felt that the police were getting close to revealing their identities and decided to destroy all possible evidence of their involvement in this bloody massacre. However, even despite the fact that the fire left almost no traces, forensic scientists still managed to establish one important detail: this Mercedes was used during the attack on the pub. True, the car itself did not belong to the criminals, but was stolen shortly before the tragic events of Christmas night. Such a brazen attempt to hide traces only confirmed the investigators' guesses that representatives of the criminal world were behind the shooting. It is quite likely that the arson was only one of the elements of a carefully planned operation to eliminate competitors. It would seem that after this, the investigation would again find itself at a dead end. But on January 11, a real breakthrough occurred. Two suspects in this case were delivered to the police station at once. They turned out to be a 22-year-old man and a 23-year-old woman who were detained in central Wales. The young man, who was called Connor Chapman, was of particular interest to the detectives. Why? Because he was already well known to law enforcement officers for his criminal biography. Over the past 5 years before the murder of Elle Edwards, Chapman managed to light up in numerous offences and crimes. Connor started, like many others, with minor violations of the law. But over time, his appetites grew, and he plunged deeper and deeper into the criminal swamp. It seemed that this guy was not going to stop there at all, and in every possible way sought to establish himself in the status of a reckless criminal. The detention of Chapman certainly added optimism to the investigation. It only remained to hope that the interrogation of this suspect would finally provide answers to the questions that had been haunting all of Ole Swilge for so long. After all, every resident of this small town wanted only one thing: that those guilty of the death of innocent Elle would be brought to justice. I almost fell off my chair when I heard what happened next. I would like to focus your attention on the personality of one of the main suspects, Connor Chapman. His biography is a prime example of how a person can find himself on the wrong path and eventually slide to the very bottom of the criminal world. As it became known from police archives, one of Connor's first serious crimes was car theft. And this was not an ordinary theft. The guy committed this crime under aggravating circumstances. That is, from the very beginning of his criminal career, Chapman acted boldly and uncompromisingly. Later, his name began to appear in case files about robberies, hooliganism, and threats. It seemed that this young man was simply incapable of living according to the law and received some kind of perverse pleasure from violating all possible rules and norms. Once Connor even became a participant in a real Hollywood-style chase. Fleeing from the police, he abandoned the stolen car and tried to hide in the bushes. And even when he was caught up and detained by law enforcement officers, this young criminal managed to make a surprised face and declare that he did not understand at all what the chase in question was about. According to him, he was just waiting in those bushes for his friend. Chapman's cynicism knew no bounds. But it was this very adventure that made him truly famous. The press started talking about the desperate guy. His name flashed on the front pages of local newspapers. Interestingly, Connor grew up in Birkenhead, a suburb of Liverpool, under the care of his grandmother and grandfather. His parents left the boy in early childhood, so the elderly relatives had to take care of raising their grandson. Despite all their efforts, Connor embarked on a criminal path early. Chapman's problems with the law began in his teens. He dropped out of school shortly before the final exams, although to be honest, no one had any particular hopes for him. The guy had always studied poorly and was considered a problem child. Connor first found himself in the dock in 2014 when he was only 14. Then he was accused of shoplifting. Who knows, maybe it was the lenient sentence for this crime that inspired the teenager to further offenses. Already in 2016, Chapman again came to the attention of law enforcement. This time he was caught during another car theft. The guy was detained right in the stolen car, behind the wheel of which he was without a license and insurance. Moreover, by his actions, Connor violated the conditions of the previous sentence, according to which he was released early. Another year passed, and in 2017 Chapman distinguished himself again. This time, in addition to the traditional car theft, there was also the possession of prohibited psychotropic substances. And again, the guy ignored all the prohibitions and warnings, because at that time he was already under police supervision. The denouement of this story turned out to be so shocking that I still can't find the words to describe my emotions. As a result of his illegal actions, the guy was banned from visiting several areas of the city. He was clearly ordered not to appear in public places, because with his behavior he posed a real threat to others. But could such bans stop Connor? Already the next year, 2018, he again came to the attention of the police when he was detained during a patrol. And again in a public place, and with weapons and prohibited substances. It's hard to believe that this guy had barely turned 18 at the time. It was then that Connor Chapman's name first hit the pages of newspapers. This happened after his next attempt to escape from law enforcement officers in a stolen car. Patrolmen noticed a local Audi on the street that was moving with violations. They immediately demanded that the driver stop and get out of the car with his hands raised. But Connor was not going to give up so easily. He sharply pressed on the gas and began to flee, provoking a real chase in the style of action movies. During this crazy race, the young criminal managed to violate, it seems, all possible traffic rules. Chapman constantly exceeded the speed limit, accelerating to 80 km/h where the maximum allowed speed was 30. He repeatedly drove into the oncoming lane, risking not only his own life, but also the safety of other road users. The finale of this story was quite expected. Unable to cope with the control on the next maneuver, Connor crashed into the curb. From a strong impact, the car was turned around and thrown to the side of the road. The hapless driver himself miraculously managed to get out of the mangled car unharmed. But his adventures that day did not end there. Jumping out of the wrecked car, Connor rushed headlong to flee, trying to hide from the police in the roadside bushes. However, this did not help him. The patrol officers caught up with the fugitive after only a few hundred meters. And even in this seemingly hopeless situation, Chapman managed to wriggle out. When he was being detained, the guy stated with an absolutely sincere look that he was just waiting in those bushes for his buddy. Of course, no one believed this excuse. His lie was too obvious. During the trial, Connor's lawyer tried to justify his client, claiming that he simply fell under the harmful influence of older comrades. Like Chapman himself is not a bad person, who should not be thrown behind bars, but released to freedom, giving a chance to reform. The defender even stated that his client allegedly had attention deficit disorder and a whole bunch of other mental disorders. However, all these tricks did not help. The court found Connor guilty on all charges. The motive for the murder was as simple as a door. It was competition between two local gangs. Connor simply blindly killed an innocent person to satisfy the needs of the gang who were dividing this territory at the time, and after which he was supposed to go to Spain to cover his tracks. This scoundrel was sentenced to life imprisonment with the right to early release after 48 years. The guy also received a ban on driving a car, which was in effect after his release. Thus, the novice criminal achieved 14 convictions for 30 criminal episodes by the time he reached the age of majority. Obviously, he was not going to change and categorically refused to fit into society. Everyone understood that he was potentially dangerous, but there were no legal grounds for isolating him from the father of the murdered woman. Announced his desire to organize a fund to support victims similar to his daughter. He believed that the main goal would be to fight for a reduction in the number of weapons in the hands of civilians. A shocking event occurred near Bogota Park in Colombia on January 22, 2023. A local sanitation worker was rummaging through a dumpster when he suddenly froze in horror at what he saw at the very bottom. There lay a blue suitcase wrapped in black tape, surrounded by several trash bags. But what shocked the man the most was that a human head was sticking out from under the suitcase lid. Yes, inside the suitcase was a woman's body, there was no doubt about it. Frightened by the gruesome discovery, the worker drove a few blocks before contacting law enforcement. A group of police officers immediately rushed to the scene to verify the information received. What they saw shocked even the most experienced cops. A twisted, lifeless corpse was stuffed inside the suitcase. Later, an examination established the identity of the deceased. It turned out to be Valentina Tres Palacios. During the initial examination of the body, no signs of the use of firearms or bladed weapons were found, nor any evidence of dismemberment. An interesting fact was that the murdered woman was wearing a nightgown with a belt, which led to the conclusion that the killer had attacked the victim in her sleep. By the way, the girl was identified thanks to the contents of a black cardboard box next to the suitcase. Inside Valentina's student ID, the password she used when applying for a certificate, and other documents and personal belongings were found. In my opinion, it's quite unusual that these papers weren't destroyed by the perpetrator, because usually in such cases, killers try not to leave any trace. The police contacted the victim's relatives, who confirmed that on Saturday, January 21, Valentina was in the company of her boyfriend, US citizen. But the autopsy results painted a horrific picture. Multiple blows to the head, numerous injuries to the body, hemorrhages in the tongue, and a mysterious burn on the buttocks. Everything indicated that the cause of death was asphyxiation. The investigation now faced the task of reconstructing the events of that fatal evening in order to track down the killer and understand the motives behind this horrific crime. So far, there are more questions than answers, but I'll explain everything to you now, but only to those who subscribe to the channel right now, like this video, and write any comment so that as many people as possible see this video. Valentina Tres Palacios, born in 2001, was from Bogota, Colombia. This young girl was studying at the Faculty of Commerce and International Business, but her true passion was music. From an early age, Valentina showed remarkable talent and a keen ear for music, which allowed her to start a career as a DJ in her home country after receiving a professional DJ diploma. For 3 years, Valentina actively developed as a DJ, which led to her circle of friends and acquaintances, including many foreigners. The girl often visited other countries where she gained experience and shared her own developments. During this period, she had the opportunity to perform on the same stage with famous artists and celebrities, toured more than 20 cities in Colombia, and participated in large-scale international events in her genre. Valentina managed to perform at festivals and tour Colombia, Chile, Mexico, Brazil, and Peru. Everyone around her noted that this talented girl had a great future ahead of her. Valentina's popularity was growing steadily. She was an in-demand DJ throughout the country and left her mark in the best nightclubs while doing what she loved most. According to those who knew her, Valentina was a cheerful and happy young woman who enjoyed the atmosphere of parties and gatherings. Moreover, she was active on social media, telling her subscribers about her performances on stage and keeping them informed about the events of her busy daily life. Very recently, Valentina was recognized as the best amateur DJ in Colombia in the field of electronic music, which only confirmed her growing success and popularity. However, in her social networks, the girl shared not only her professional achievements. She also talked about her romance with an American named John Poulos, whom she met online at the end of 2021. At first, despite regular communication, Valentina was in no hurry to start a serious relationship, but over time, real feelings flared up between her and John, and the young people became a couple. It would seem that nothing foreshadowed trouble in the life of this talented and successful girl, at least at first glance. What happened next was so unexpected that I almost dropped my coffee. John Poulos, an American, indeed had serious intentions regarding a shared future with Valentina. So serious that the man financed her cosmetic procedures, lip augmentation with hyaluronic acid and cheekbone correction. Moreover, Poulos even advised his beloved to get breast implants. All these radical changes in appearance that occurred over several months transformed Valentina into a real center of attention wherever she appeared. It seemed that John was truly in love. He regularly sent money to the girl and soon started thinking about marriage. Poulos intended to move to Colombia to be near Valentina and start a family. However, the girl had some doubts about this union because John showed excessive jealousy. Imagine he even hired a private detective to monitor all of Valentina's acquaintances and movements. Of course, such behavior alarmed the girl's family when she shared her concerns and this situation with them. However, in January 2023, Poulos was firmly determined to share his life with his beloved woman. He began the process of preparing documents for marriage with Valentina and rented an apartment in the north of Bogotá. There, the couple planned to spend weekends until they found a permanent place to live. John arrived in the Colombian capital on Thursday, January 19th. Surveillance cameras in the building recorded him entering the apartment around 11 p.m., carrying a blue travel suitcase. By the way, the suitcase was very similar to the one in which Valentina's body was later found. An ominous coincidence, isn't it? Of course, when the gruesome discovery became known, Poulos immediately came under the sights of law enforcement. After all, he was the last person to see the girl alive. However, the detectives' attempts to contact John proved futile. All calls were forwarded to voicemail. For Valentina's relatives, Poulos had always seemed like a good person, calm and benevolent. They didn't notice any aggression in him, and his intention to marry the young woman seemed like sincere love. No one could even imagine that John could be involved in this terrible crime. But the doubts dissipated when investigators visited the building where the man was renting an apartment. Poulos disappeared in an unknown direction, only worsening his already shaky position in the eyes of the police. My friends, a very important point: the creation of such content requires a lot of time, and right now my channel and I are going through a difficult financial situation. I would be immensely grateful if you become a sponsor of this channel and support me with your donation, and in return, I will be able to personally respond to you in the comments and also mention your noble name in my video. So become sponsors, I will be eternally grateful to you. What happened next turned this case into a real thriller. The first alarming bell rang immediately after it became known about Valentina's death. Early in the morning on Monday, January 23, John Poulos deleted all his social media profiles. At that time, he was already considered the main and only suspect in this case. Proof of this was the recordings from surveillance cameras in the building, which were meticulously studied by investigators from the police and the Colombian prosecutor's office. For hours, law enforcement officers reviewed the video materials, tracking the movements of the young couple from Friday evening to Sunday morning. It was during this time that Valentina's body was thrown into a dumpster. In addition, the detectives analyzed the couple's correspondence on WhatsApp, which shed light on the last hours of the girl's life. It seemed that these messages were leading the investigation in the right direction. At first, everything went according to plan. Valentina and John agreed to meet on January 20th. But Poulos decided to fly in a day earlier and immediately check into the apartment that the couple planned to rent together. In the evening, he sent the girl a message, and that's when the first misunderstandings began. Valentina couldn't meet with her beloved because she had already promised a friend to go to a party. Moreover, she didn't expect John's early arrival at all. Poulos, in turn, began to get jealous, asking if there were other men at that party. An irritated Valentina replied that it was just his unfounded suspicions and reminded him that they had agreed to meet on the 20th. By the way, the girl planned a series of meetings before meeting her boyfriend. She needed to get ready, get eyelash extensions, and visit a hairdresser. Because of this quarrel, the couple did not see each other throughout the day on January 20th. Only in the evening did surveillance cameras record both of them arriving at the parking lot near Valentina's apartment. Around 6 p.m., John was collecting the girl's things to move to a new place and start living together. That same day, Valentina said goodbye to her family and friends and went to the address specified by Poulos by car. On the way, she called her mother via video and said that she was going home. The recording showed that John, who had rented this car to transport his beloved's belongings, was sitting next to the girl in the car. At 7 p.m., the cameras recorded the couple entering the new apartment together with Valentina's things. A few minutes later, the girl was already sending videos to her loved ones, showing the apartment and how she and John went back to the car several times to get suitcases. Finally, around 1 in the morning, already on January 21st, the surveillance recorded the couple who had finished all the hassles of moving and finally returned to their new nest. What happened next became a real test for the investigative team. Who could have thought that this would be Valentina's last night in this life? Somewhere around 3 in the morning, after a few hours of settling into the new apartment and resting, Valentina and John decided to have some fun and called a taxi to a nightclub in the south of Bogota. The girl had previously arranged for a small presentation at this establishment, so she was supposed to perform there as a guest DJ. The young couple arrived at their destination around 4 in the morning. Valentina immediately took her place at the DJ booth, and her partner stayed by her side the entire time, watching his beloved work. Around 5 in the morning, Valentina's fiery set came to an end, and the couple, holding hands, headed to the club's office space. It was there that they met with the owner of the establishment, his wife, and her close friend. What exactly the young people talked about with this company is not known for certain, but it's quite possible that some details from that conversation could shed light on the horrific events that unfolded later. Anyway, by 6 in the morning, Valentina and John left the club. None of those present could have thought that they were seeing the girl alive for the last time. However, later that same day, Tres Palacios did remind them of herself, and at that moment it seemed that she was fine. On that Saturday, she called one of her closest friends and said that she didn't plan to go out anywhere else. She said that most likely she would just stay in the apartment with her boyfriend. Unless perhaps, later they would go out together for a short dinner somewhere nearby or cook something themselves. At least those were her intentions at the time. The girl had no idea what a tragic turn awaited her very soon. If only she had been a little more careful and listened to her family's wariness about John's strange and sometimes jealous behavior. However, at that moment nothing foreshadowed trouble, and Valentina sincerely believed in a happy future with her beloved. Oh, if only it were possible to turn back time and change the course of events. Perhaps now this incredibly talented girl would be alive and continue to share her creativity with the world. But you can't deceive fate, and unfortunately, it measures out much less for some than we would like. The further development of events came as a real shock to everyone present at the court hearing. Valentina's last video call took place at 9 o'clock in the evening, and her closest friend was on the other end. However, as the girl's mother, Laura Hidalgo, recalled, the last person to see Valentina alive during a video call was her younger son, a 13-year-old teenager. He said that at that moment his sister was lying in bed next to her boyfriend John, and the couple looked very happy and carefree. After that conversation, no one from the family contacted Valentina again. At 10:43 p.m. on January 21st, surveillance cameras in the building recorded the young woman in the company of her chosen one for the last time. The footage shows the girl peeking out of the apartment door, with John standing in front of the entrance. The man has a pensive and somewhat agitated look. He nervously paces back and forth down the corridor, occasionally rubbing his face with his palms. At some point, Poulos calls the elevator and goes down, probably to pick up some delivery. The next day, on Sunday, January 22nd at 9 a.m., the same cameras again noticed John. This time he was leaving the apartment holding 2 large bags of garbage in his hands. But for some reason, Valentina was nowhere to be seen. Poulos headed to the parking lot, opened a silver car, and put the bags in the back seat. Then he returned to the apartment and a few minutes later came out of there with 2 suitcases, which he also loaded into the trunk. Having done this, he went back upstairs again. The clock showed 10 in the morning when John once again left the apartment. Now he had a huge suitcase covered with a grey blanket in his hands. He placed it on a delivery cart. Next to it was another separate bag. At that time, no one knew that under the blanket was actually Valentina's body, with her head sticking out of the suitcase. Once in the parking lot, Poulos began to look around, as if checking if there were any witnesses nearby. After making sure that there was no one around, he took a few steps forward and looked again to make sure that no one was coming down in the elevator. Then the man quickly returned to the car. After looking around one last time and taking a few sips of water from a bottle, John, with great effort, lifted the heavy suitcase and almost threw it into the trunk. The bag followed. After closing the compartment, Poulos got behind the wheel and quickly drove away. Could anyone have imagined what a horrifying cargo that man was transporting? Hardly, but facts are stubborn things, and all these disturbing events captured by surveillance cameras later became key evidence in the investigation of the brutal murder of a talented girl. How many questions her relatives, friends, and acquaintances had, and the main one among them was why? For what reason did someone so mercilessly cut short Valentina's life, who was just beginning to flourish and conquer new heights? Believe me, the answer to this question shocked even the most experienced investigators. Throughout the day, around noon, the suspect's car was repeatedly caught on surveillance cameras at various points in Bogotá. It seemed that the man was looking for a suitable place to get rid of the suitcase with its terrible contents. At about 3:00 p.m., a silver sedan drove into the territory of one of the city parks and stopped near the garbage cans. At this moment, the driver got out of the car and headed towards the dumpster. He nervously looked around, as if checking if anyone had noticed him. After making sure that there were no witnesses nearby, the man took a suitcase out of the trunk, which, judging by his efforts, was quite heavy. Lifting the suitcase, he quickly approached the bin and threw it inside. Then he returned to the car and pulled out a bag from there, which he also got rid of by throwing it into the dumpster. Having dealt with this, the stranger latched the lid of the container and hastily walked away. The further out of the car lay in a western direction, and the final destination turned out to be the international airport of El Dorado. It was there at 4:30 p.m. that John Poulos was last seen by surveillance cameras. After that, his trail was lost, at least for a while. The next day, on Monday, January 23rd, the Colombian Ministry of Security announced a $1 million reward for any information that would help find the person or persons involved in the murder of Valentina Tres Palacios. At the same time, the Colombian law enforcement agencies officially appealed to Interpol with a request to put Poulos on the international wanted list. And there were good reasons for this. John suddenly fled the country without explaining the reasons for such an act, and he was also the last person to contact the girl on the night of her disappearance. And then, on the evening of January 24th, encouraging news came from Panamanian colleagues. That day, the National Police of Panama reported that they had managed to detain Poulos at the Tocumen International Airport. The suspect was trying to board a flight to Turkey, but was apprehended by law enforcement. The Colombian authorities immediately began the process of extraditing John in order to interrogate him and get answers about Valentina's death. More than 14 experienced specialists in the field of forensic science and operational search activities joined the investigation of this high-profile case. Thanks to the coordinated work under the coordination of the Prosecutor General's Office of Colombia, more than 300 hours of video recordings were sifted through and thoroughly analyzed. All these materials were collected during the intense search and collection of evidence. It would seem that the noose around the suspect had finally tightened. However, there was still a lot of work ahead for the investigators. After all, it was not enough to simply detain the alleged killer. It was necessary to gather irrefutable evidence of his guilt and establish a motive for committing this horrific crime. And something told the detectives that the answers to these questions might turn out to be much more terrifying than they expected. During the investigation of this intricate case, another important clue unexpectedly appeared. The closest friend of the deceased Valentina, who lived in Cartagena, came to Bogotá to give investigators her laptop. The fact is that on the day of the murder, Valentina used it and forgot to close her WhatsApp account. So all the girls' chats and correspondence remained accessible. And among these messages, the friend noticed something extremely suspicious and creepy. The woman told the detectives that she saw photos in Valentina's correspondence that Poulos had sent her on the day he arrived in Bogotá. In the pictures, the man posed next to his luggage, and here the friend's attention was drawn to one detail: the suitcase that John was carrying with him was very similar to the one in which Valentina's body was later found. Even the color matched. Of course, it was unclear to the investigators why the young woman left her WhatsApp open on her friend's computer. But anyway, these messages and photos became a real find for the police. Thanks to them, law enforcement officers were able to better reconstruct the chronology of events on that fatal day and confirm important details. And these pieces of evidence also became another nail in the coffin of the suspect, John Poulos. Meanwhile, experts completed a forensic medical examination of Valentina's body. Its results shocked even experienced criminalists. It turned out that the cause of the girl's death was mechanical asphyxia. In simple terms, Valentina was strangled by tightly tightening a rope around her neck. Traces of violence inflicted before death were also found on the body. Forensic experts concluded that everything indicated that Valentina was killed in her sleep. This was particularly evidenced by the fact that the girl was wearing night pajamas. It's hard to even imagine what this young woman had to go through in the last minutes of her life. Well, let's summarize all these facts and circumstances. The evidence gathered by the investigation unequivocally pointed to the involvement of one particular man in this horrific crime, John Poulos. Firstly, he flew to Bogotá on the same day that Valentina was last seen alive. Secondly, in the couple's correspondence shortly before the murder, the same suitcase appeared in which the girl's mutilated body was later found. Thirdly, John was the last person to contact Valentina before her disappearance, and his strange behavior after the incident, escape from the country, and attempts to cover his tracks only intensified the detective's suspicions. However, for a complete picture, several key elements were still missing. Investigators understood that they needed to learn more about the suspect's personality, his possible motives and psychological profile, and it was also necessary to explain some unclear details, such as Valentina's mysterious message to the taxi driver. The further development of events exceeded our wildest assumptions. When the suspect John Poulos was officially charged, he did not plead guilty to the intentional murder of Valentina with aggravating circumstances and concealing evidence. Instead, he began to claim that during his detention in Panama, law enforcement officers made procedural violations as they did not provide him with the opportunity to talk to a lawyer. Quite a cunning position, isn't it? The court hearing in this case lasted more than 5 hours. Poulos even had to be provided with an interpreter, as his knowledge of Spanish was extremely limited. And yet, despite attempts to deny his guilt, John Poulos remained the main suspect in this terrible crime. All the evidence pointed to his involvement. Firstly, he was the last person to see Valentina alive. Secondly, immediately after her disappearance, Poulos tried to flee the country, deleting all his social media profiles. Why? Perhaps he hoped to get rid of traces and avoid responsibility in this way. By the way, it turned out that John Nelson Poulos, born in 1987, was originally from Wisconsin, USA. In his homeland, he had already been married and had 3 children. However, the marriage ended in divorce. Moreover, Poulos' ex-wife even obtained a court restraining order against him related to domestic violence. Well, it seems that the suspect's strange behavior and propensity for cruelty have long-standing roots. Another telling detail: another woman with whom Poulos corresponded online and even sent money told the investigation interesting things. According to her, John spent about 5-6 hours a day browsing adult sites. She also noted that in communication he behaved unpredictably. Sometimes he pretended to be a gentleman and then suddenly turned into a completely different personality. And he also loved to fantasize about strange topics. By the way, another girl from an online models page who was familiar with Poulos added an illustrative testimony. Once she stopped responding to John's messages after he made a creepy remark, mentioning jealousy and murder. Literally, it sounded like this: "If you were in a bar and I came there, would you talk to me?" The girl refused him, to which Poulos replied something like that was a sufficient reason for murder out of jealousy. The witness emphasized, although John sent her money, signing as a magic lord, she never communicated with him via video call. However, even correspondence with Poulos was full of oddities. You know, John had a clear behavioral pattern in his relationships with victims. With Valentina, he also met online and then began to persistently send her money and gifts. In this way, Poulos created the illusion of a bought right of ownership and tried to make the girl dependent on him. Unfortunately, women often do not notice these alarming signs. After all, at first, such attention may seem pleasant, especially for trusting victims. But predators like Poulos act exactly like this. First, they win over with money and attention, and then begin to treat their partner as an object. However, this time the criminal made a fatal mistake, and the law finally caught up with him. By the way, the investigation put forward an interesting version regarding Poulos' motives. It seems that John was convinced that the garbage disposal system in Colombia works the same way as in the USA. They say that waste is simply collected in containers and then taken somewhere to a landfill. However, Poulos did not take into account the local realities because in Colombia, the poor and homeless often visit garbage dumps in search of things that can be sold or used. So all of John's plans to hide the body in a suitcase among the waste failed miserably. Currently, the suspect is being held in a solitary confinement cell in the capital's prison in Bogotá. The prosecutor's office continues to gather evidence of his guilt and is looking for additional details that will help to fully reconstruct the picture of this horrific crime. Of course, there is still a lot of work ahead. After all, it is necessary not only to prove Poulos' guilt, but also to find out what exactly pushed him to this terrible act. By the way, Colombian law provides for up to 50 years in prison for premeditated murder. This is the punishment that John Poulos may receive if his guilt is proven. For their part, law enforcement officers are making every effort to achieve justice. A special group formed by the capital's police under the leadership of the Prosecutor General's office is carefully working on the search and systematization of evidence. After all, now that the main suspect is behind bars, they have a huge responsibility to do everything so that he can never harm any woman again. This story is a vivid example of the risks that can be hidden behind new acquaintances on the internet. Unfortunately, many people like Valentina do not initially notice the alarming signs and sincerely believe that they have found a kindred spirit and the love of their life. Few people think that something bad can happen to them. However, experience eloquently proves the opposite to us, so be vigilant and careful when trusting little-known people. I'm about to tell you about one of those horrifying stories that will make your blood run cold. On that fateful evening of February 15, 2014, around 10:30 p.m., a distressing call came into the police department of the small town of Battleship, Michigan. A man who was driving along the highway reported that he had accidentally noticed a strange scene in the headlights, the motionless body of a young man lying right on the side of the road. Frightened, the driver slammed on the brakes and rushed to check if the young man was still alive. However, upon closer inspection, it turned out that he was no longer breathing. Moreover, the poor guy was half naked, which looked extremely odd and suspicious. With trembling hands, the man dialed 911 and informed the dispatcher about the gruesome discovery. The emergency services instantly responded and dispatched an ambulance and police officers to the scene. The dispatcher stayed on the line with the driver and gave valuable instructions on how to properly perform artificial respiration and chest compressions to try and save the boy. When the medics arrived, they detected a very weak pulse in the victim. The resuscitation team professionally carried out all the necessary resuscitation measures and urgently transported the young man to the hospital. Unfortunately, despite all the efforts of the experienced doctors, the young man's life was cut short, never regaining consciousness. And this is where things got really interesting. During a superficial examination of the body in the morgue, the experts could not identify any obvious cause of death. To establish the truth, it was necessary to conduct a full autopsy and examine all the circumstances in detail. You know, folks, having worked as a detective in the police force for many years, I've seen all sorts of things. But this story particularly struck me. Right now, I'll tell you all the details, but only to those incredible people who subscribe to the channel right now, like this video, and leave any comments so that as many people as possible can see this video. What I heard at the beginning of this story made me hold my breath. What was discovered during the body's examination shocked even experienced pathologists. During a thorough autopsy of the deceased young man's body, medical examiners found numerous abrasions, scratches, and bruises all over his body, especially in the head area. The nature of these injuries was very specific and indicated that the boy might have fallen out of a car at high speed or from a height. Fractures of the phalanges of the fingers were also recorded, as if he had desperately clung to something in the last moments of his life. However, the most terrifying and fatal injury was a severe traumatic brain injury with multiple skull fractures in several places at once. It was this injury that became the direct cause of death. What kind of beast could have dealt so cruelly and ruthlessly with a defenseless teenager? This question haunted me. Later, thanks to the documents found in the pockets of the bloodied clothes, the identity of the deceased was established. It turned out to be 19-year-old Dustin Louis Froker, a resident of the neighboring town of Owasso, Michigan. He was very young, born in June 1994 into an average American family to Sherry Froker and Louis Hinker. Unfortunately, Dustin's parents divorced when he was very little. His father soon remarried. The boy lived with his mother, but maintained a relationship and often visited his father and stepmother. In 2012, Dustin graduated from the local school and entered his sophomore year at Eastern Michigan University, where he chose business management as his specialty. It was not far from the campus that the student's mutilated body was found. Dustin, despite his young age, had already managed to become a father. Approximately a year before the tragedy, he had a baby daughter. True, the relationship with the girl's mother did not work out. They constantly quarreled and did not even live together. But despite everything, Dustin infinitely loved his little one and dreamed of providing her with a bright future. He was determined to succeed in life for the sake of his beloved daughter. In parallel with his studies, Dustin actively developed his music career. In the hip-hop world, he was known by the creative pseudonym Defro. It was an abbreviation of his full name. Our hero's affairs were on the rise. Very recently, he managed to sign a promising contract with an influential music producer. It seemed that just a little more and the young rapper would reach the coveted heights of fame. But Dustin's family and friends noticed alarming changes in his behavior. The boy's career successes somehow went hand in hand with constant partying, alcohol abuse, and marijuana. His life was gradually going downhill, which usually does not bode well. Who dared to so brutally cut short the life of a young man? Well, what we learned about Dustin's life next made me sympathize with him even more. It's not that simple. But as it turns out, not everything was so cloudless in Dustin's seemingly carefree life. Shortly before his tragic death, the young man managed to get into trouble with the law. At the end of January 2014, he was arrested for some offenses. Unfortunately, the details of that incident remained behind the scenes for me. After that, Dustin was shamefully kicked out of the university dormitory. The university administration believed that the problematic student posed a potential threat to other campus residents. The boy had to move in with friends for a while. Literally right before his death, Dustin sent a very strange and alarming tweet. It was about some illegal substances that caused strong hallucinations. The young man boasted that he was supposedly going to try it for the first time. In my opinion, this was a serious signal that something bad was happening in the boy's life. But unfortunately, no one attached due importance to this at the time. After the tragedy, during a search of Dustin's personal belongings, investigators found a large number of text messages and notes that also related to the topic of psychotropic drugs. Law enforcement officers carefully studied all mobile phones and other gadgets that belonged to the deceased. You know, modern technology is simply a treasure trove of information for cops. This way, you can find out more about a person than from the closest relatives and friends. In Dustin's correspondence, many suspicious dialogues were found with 3 other teenagers. Soon, all of them were identified and detained. This happened on February 22, exactly a week after the murder. The suspects included 18-year-old Tyrell Burnans, his 16-year-old friend Brendan Hain, and their 18-year-old girlfriend Samantha Grick. Samantha was arrested right in her own car. The fact is that the investigation had reasonable suspicions that the same car was used directly during the commission of the crime. Therefore, the young person's vehicle was seized for a thorough inspection. And you know what? Intuition did not fail. The experienced operatives' traces of blood were found in the car's interior, confirming the version that Dustin was in this car on the night of the murder. Also, during a search of the car, a folding knife was seized, which could have been the murder weapon. Moreover, even the air in the cabin was permeated with the characteristic smell of marijuana. There were remnants of some illegal substances, the victim's personal belongings, and musical equipment. In other words, a full set of material evidence. The cops had to detain the other 2 suspects at their place of residence in their own apartments. The information about the relationship between the persons involved in the case added unexpected twists to the story, which were completely unexpected for me personally. Listen carefully. We managed to find out some interesting details about the detained teenagers. It turns out that they were all well acquainted with each other and studied together at the same high school. At the time of the tragedy, the girl, Samantha, was just finishing her school education. One of the detained boys, it seems it was Tyrell, had already managed to graduate from school the year before and even entered university. The other participant in this story, Brendan, was also approaching graduation from high school. By studying the seized messengers on their mobile devices, investigators gradually began to reconstruct the chronology of events on that fateful evening. Judging by how actively this youth company communicated, it could be concluded that all of them were somehow involved in Dustin's murder. But what especially caught the eye was the frequent correspondence between the victim and Samantha. These 2 began an intensive exchange of messages literally a few weeks before the boy's death. It was this communication that became the key to unraveling the motives behind this horrific crime. By the way, this Samantha was quite an extraordinary personality. Still very young, she had already managed to become the soloist of a local rock band. In 2012, she even performed at some popular music festival in Ann Arbor. They say the girl had a powerful voice and stunning charisma on stage. She also had high hopes in show business and was on the verge of fame. Although, judging by everything, rebellious notes were already manifesting in Samantha's character at that time. Investigators put forward a version that Samantha, together with her friends, decided to get drugs and money the easy way. They knew that Dustin had cash and carried illegal substances with him. It is quite likely that the couple agreed to meet somewhere on the outskirts and then simply robbed the boy and brutally dealt with him so as not to leave witnesses. As they say, no man, no problem. It seems incredible, but after committing this gruesome murder, the young inhumans even tried to cover their tracks. According to operational data, the criminals took the bloodied things out of the city to some town of Lodi and burned them there. Unfortunately, when the cops got there, they could not find anything. The criminals did an excellent job. The experts never managed to restore a complete and clear picture of what happened. But the collected evidence was definitely enough to bring charges against this trio. The detainees were facing a hefty sentence. Each of them was threatened with life imprisonment for first-degree premeditated murder and armed robbery, plus conspiracy to commit these crimes. The boys were definitely facing a residence in a state-owned house with bars on the windows. But Samantha decided to cooperate with the investigation. The girl was the first to make a deal with justice and began to testify against her former friends. Thanks to the deal with the investigation, the girl was able to reduce her sentence for cooperation. She will be tried only for unintentional murder and robbery without the use of weapons. This will give her a chance to be released on parole, of course, if she provides the most truthful testimony against her accomplices. What the victim had to go through in the last minutes of his life is beyond description, but it's nothing compared to what happened next. The testimony of the main suspect shed light on many gruesome details of this brutal murder of the young rap star. So get comfortable, I'll tell you everything now. According to Samantha, on February 15, the day of the tragedy, she received a call from Brendan somewhere in the evening. The guy asked her to urgently give him a ride to the east of Lansing, the capital of our state. Allegedly, they had an appointment there with Tyrell, after which the whole company was supposed to break into Dustin's apartment. Interestingly, the girl did not even begin to delve into the details of their insidious plan. She simply agreed to fulfill the role of a taxi driver and was already at the place in a few minutes. The two guys quickly got into the car, and Samantha had to wait for them a few blocks away from the desired building. But as they say, man proposes, but God disposes. Something went wrong, and Samantha's friends didn't find the amount they were counting on in Dustin's apartment. They had to call for help. They forcibly pushed the poor musician into Samantha's car and began to demand money. After driving around the city, stopping at several atoms, it seemed that everything was settled. At least none of the trio showed any particular aggression. But suddenly, when Dustin already thought that everything was over, and they drove up to his house to let him go, Brendan pounced on him from behind. Without further ado, he began to fiercely beat his victim with brass knuckles on the head and face. At some point, Dustin realized that they were about to beat him to death. A crazy thought flashed through his head. He needed to jump out of the car that was rushing at about 100 kilometers per hour. Despite the fact that he had already managed to receive several devastating blows that completely clouded his consciousness, Dustin still decided to take this desperate step. With his last strength, he opened the car door and pushed himself out with all his might. Perhaps the last thing that flashed through his mind was the hope of salvation, or maybe the thirst for life. Samantha claimed that she stopped the car as soon as she heard that something was wrong. But not in order to provide assistance to the victim, no. The other two fell out like jackals, rummaged through the pockets of the barely alive, bleeding Dustin. They quickly took out all the cash he had on him, about $800. They grabbed the prohibited substances. And then, as if for good measure, they dragged the poor guy a little more on the ribs with their feet. And they fled, leaving him to die on the road on a cold February night. From that moment on, Dustin no longer had any chance of returning home alive. Wounded, robbed, humiliated, he passed away alone, far from his cozy home, from his loved ones and little daughter. And you know what struck me the most in this story? The fact that for her service, Samantha received a paltry $100 from the killers. $100, that's how much her life cost that night. Small change for gas, no more. The prosecutor stated that this diabolical scheme was carefully thought out the day before. So on February 14, when all of America was celebrating Valentine's Day, these scumbags gathered for a party. Apparently, there was not enough money for booze or a dose, so Samantha's friends called her and suggested robbing Dustin. Everyone knew that he had both cash and drugs. Although the girl herself was not present at the party, under the influence of the crowd, she agreed to this beastly plan. At first, they presented it as if it was going to be a minor prank, or at most a robbery, like we'll scare the guy a little and take what we need. No one directly voiced the intention to kill Dustin that evening. But this is only the tip of the iceberg because the speeches of the relatives of the deceased brought tears to my eyes. Samantha's lawyer, however, had a slightly different opinion about her guilt. During the court hearing, he repeatedly stated that the tragedy could have been avoided if Dustin himself had not decided to jump out of the moving car. Thus, the defender seemed to hint that the deceased was to some extent to blame for what happened. Also, the lawyer tried in every possible way to portray his client as almost an angel in the flesh. They say that before this fatal case, the girl had no problems with the law. Samantha studied hard, had remarkable vocal talent, and could well have made a brilliant career in show business. The defender really wanted to present her more as a victim of circumstances who simply found herself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Drawn into trouble by cunning tempters, nothing else. But unfortunately, the halo of holiness cracked at the first detailed look at Samantha's personality. In addition to direct participation in the robbery and murder, Miss Grick liked to drive under the influence and with illegal substances in the glove compartment. She also practiced self-medication with psychotropic drugs dispensed with fake prescriptions. That is, she had really serious problems with drugs. And you know what most outraged the relatives of the deceased? The fact that during her last word, Samantha, sniffling, so easily apologized for what she had done. As if it was not a cold-blooded murder, but a minor prank that can be redeemed with a few tears. Like she was just sitting behind the wheel, and the rest was done by the guys, so she kind of has nothing to do with it. Dustin's mother, who was present at the hearing, did not believe a single word she said. No matter how many times this hypocrite repeated how sorry she was about the tragedy, the woman knew that Samantha could and should have stopped this madness. She had every opportunity to dissuade her friends from this insidious plan to prevent them from harming her son. The girl was one step away from saving a human life. Instead, she gave tacit consent, allowing events to unfold in the worst-case scenario. Moreover, this person had 100 chances to call an ambulance as soon as Dustin, bloody and beaten, jumped out of her car. Who, if not Samantha, knew that he needed immediate medical attention? If she had not been afraid of the anger of her friends and made one simple call to 911, it is quite possible that the young father would now be alive. And because of such inaction of one person, how many others are forced to suffer? Dustin's prematurely widowed mother, orphan sister, but worst of all, a little girl who is only 10 months old, will never know how incredible, bright, and musically gifted her father was. Because of the senseless cruelty of a bunch of young men, she is doomed to grow up without parental care and support. At the autopsy, Dustin was found to have a double skull fracture, the result of a brutal beating with brass knuckles in the car. Combined with the injuries sustained when falling out of the car at a speed of 100 km/h, the poor guy had no chance of survival. Dustin's loved ones made no secret of it. They demanded the most severe punishment for Samantha, even though her guilt in premeditated murder was not proven. During the hearing, they again and again mentioned the orphan baby, who would never know what a wonderful guy her father was. Samantha, in their opinion, lived her life in such a way that she deprived Dustin of all the opportunities and prospects that she herself allegedly aspired to. And then came the crucial moment, the day of the verdict. Before announcing her decision, the judge read out several letters that had been sent to her address by concerned citizens. I must honestly admit that in my work in the police, I rarely encountered such active public involvement. But this high-profile case, it seems, left no one indifferent. Some of the letter writers called for leniency towards Samantha. Like young, stupid, got involved with the guys who doesn't have that happen. In contrast, many people wanted the girl to languish behind bars for the rest of her days. I especially remember a letter from an ardent fan of the deceased rapper. He sincerely wished for Samantha to burn in hell. A loud statement, to say the least. In the end, the court found the former soloist of the local rock band guilty and sentenced her to 15 years in prison. However, in 6 years she will have the right to file a petition for parole. Well, what did you want? The sincerity of her repentance and willingness to cooperate with the investigation did not go unnoticed by Themis. Interestingly, even the grieving relatives of the victim agreed with this verdict. However, they made no secret of the fact that deep down they hoped that the punishment for the young killer would be much more severe. But in general, the relatives acknowledged that all three involved in the tragedy received more or less adequate retribution. But you know what most testified to the sincerity of Samantha's repentance? Her behavior on social networks after the arrest. Instead of curbing her ambitions and keeping a low profile, the young rock diva actively posted some abstract messages on her page. It seemed that she was not at all concerned about the fate of the deceased and her role in this tragedy. The apotheosis of cynicism was a post in which Samantha boasted about her new tattoo. The inscription cream adorned her body, which meant, "Cash rules everything around me." An eloquent slogan for a person who, due to the thirst for easy money, got involved in murder. The most paradoxical thing is that literally a few days before getting into this terrible mess, the girl had a very real chance to sign a lucrative contract with a solid music label. She was scheduled for an audition that could have been her star hour. Instead, with one fatal decision, Samantha crossed out her entire professional future. However, according to the prosecution and the victim's relatives, even the senseless waste of prospects is not comparable to the severity of the crime she committed that night. Her role in Dustin's death was too great to be easily forgiven and let go with peace. The only thing Samantha can count on is parole at the age of 24. And believe me, for a girl with such a bouquet of offenses, this is quite an optimistic schedule. But this is not the main character of our story, because the story of Tyrell's illegal behavior made me hold my head. Let's talk in more detail about Tyrell, one of the direct participants in this terrible crime. Believe me, every employee in the department knew this name like their own. In just 14 months before the tragedy, patrol officers visited this scumbag's home at least 8 times. Yes, you heard right, on average. It turns out to be about 1 visit every 2 months. You must agree, even for a not very law-abiding citizen, this is too much. And you know what's most interesting? During each such raid, the police had every reason to bring Tyrell to justice for minor offences. But every time this juvenile scumbag somehow managed to slip out of the hands of justice. Not otherwise, the boy had a dizzying luck. One of the most striking examples happened on December 3, 2013. That's when the judge, without thinking about the possible consequences, showed unjustified leniency. The young man was sentenced to 3 months in prison for breaking into someone else's car. It would seem to be a completely innocent prank. The poor fellow just wanted to steal some little things worth about $200. But instead of sending the little scumbag to jail, the judge limited himself to a suspended sentence. Like, don't ruin the child's life, give him a chance to reform. What kind of chance? What kind of correction? This thief went back to his old ways as soon as he left the courtroom. And so, less than a month passed and our hero was already strutting in front of the servants of Themis again. Now he was accused of numerous violations of the conditions of the probationary period. For this, he was already facing a much more serious punishment, real years behind bars. But a miracle happened again. The next judge, for some reason, refrained from enforcing the sentence until the next hearing, scheduled for February 24. And here, my friends, the most interesting begins. You won't believe it, but during the time that passed between the 2 trials, the young scoundrel managed to commit the most terrible thing to take a human life. It was he who became one of the main initiators and perpetrators of the brutal murder of Dustin. This high-profile story caused quite a public outcry. Outraged citizens raised a completely fair question. If the servants of Themis had shown principle in time and put the juvenile bandit behind bars, Dustin could now be alive. Isn't this the kind of crime prevention we all dream of? Of course, after the tragedy, the judge who released Tyrell sang a familiar tune in one voice. Like I wanted the best, hoped to give the young man a chance to reform. He assured that he had held educational conversations with him, tried to guide him on the path of truth. Believed in the best, so to speak. But unfortunately, Tyrell proved with all his behavior that he is incorrigible and extremely dangerous to society. So now his place is behind bars, and that's it. During one of the hearings, the prosecutor could not stand it and in a fit of anger reproached Tyrell, saying that due to his boundless lies and cynicism, an irreparable tragedy occurred, and that instead of learning at least some lesson, the scumbag only covers his tracks and wriggles out. So now he will have to carry the brand of a killer despised by the whole society for the rest of his life. You know what's the strangest thing? Even after these passionate accusatory speeches, the judge continued to believe in Tyrell's bright soul. But you know what's most amazing in this story? Even when it seemed that Tyrell was about to end up behind bars, fate seemed to give him chance after chance to avoid punishment. You won't believe it, but just 3 days before Dustin's murder, a complaint about our hero appeared on the police doorstep again. And from whom do you think? From his own neighbor who lived on the floor below. This poor woman complained that someone from the upstairs apartment was throwing garbage right onto her balcony. The wind picked up these gifts and scattered the dirt all over the entrance. The neighbor went outside to check who the slob was behaving so swinishly. And who did she see in the window? That's right, Tyrell himself in the company of some dubious friends. The outraged woman, of course, expressed her claims to this young man. Well, what do you think our quiet guy did in response? He threw an empty beer bottle at the poor neighbor. And by the way, he almost hit her on the head. Not only did he arrange a garbage dump on someone else's balcony, but he also threatened. That's the kind of gratitude for the remark. You understand that even this incident would have been enough to send Tyrell behind bars. By that time, he had repeatedly violated the conditions of the probationary period, and here's also an attempt on the health of a citizen. Well, tell me, doesn't society dream of getting rid of such scum? Police officers who were dealing with the case of this juvenile offender immediately went to the familiar address. On February 12, they were already standing on the threshold of Tyrell's apartment to seriously talk about his antics. But no one opened the door for them. Well, it's clear such cowards always hide from just punishment. So the cops decided to wait for a while in the patrol car in the parking lot. They hoped that the young rascal would still come out of the apartment and they would be able to detain him. But the hours passed and the suspect never appeared. Later, the law enforcement officers figured it out apparently. He got wind that they were waiting for him and decided to sit it out. Tell me, isn't this an outrageous situation? Here he is, a painfully familiar character, a juvenile bandit whom the cops could have brought to justice so many times over the past year. The whole block is groaning from him, neighbors are afraid to go outside, and law enforcement officials throw up their hands. There is not enough evidence, they say, to break down the door and arrest the scumbag. Like, an attempt on the health of citizens is not yet a reason to damage the property of taxpayers. As a result, the law enforcement officers simply left with nothing. Unfortunately, none of them even suspected that the very next day, this inhuman would do something that would shake the whole country. And that after this, the cops would have to return to the familiar address, but with much more serious charges. However, even when Tyrell was finally detained and charged with Dustin's murder, he denied his guilt to the last. But this stubbornness did not last long. Eventually, the young inhuman still realized that it was better to cooperate with the investigation and try to mitigate his participation. So, putting on a pious face, Tyrell began to testify. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and promised to reveal all the details of that terrible night. And then something incredible began at all. It turns out that our repentant decided to shift all the blame to his buddy Brendan. Like, it was Brendan who planned the robbery of the rapper, and he also wanted to mock him. And Tyrell himself just modestly sat on the side in the car and watched as his friend takes out brass knuckles and begins to beat the defenseless musician who was sitting next to him in the passenger seat. And so when the beaten Dustin tried to escape from the torment and jumped out of the car on the move, barely alive, Tyrell also rushed to provide him with first aid. Oh, sorry, I misspoke. He actually rushed to search the bloodied victim along with his accomplices. He rummaged through the pockets of the dying young man, took off valuable things, somewhere even managed to steal shoes. And what about medical assistance, you ask? What about saving a human life? But do such scumbags need this? The main thing for them is not to light up, to grab the valuables and to take to their heels. That's what our Inhumans did. They stupidly fled from the crime scene, leaving Dustin to bleed on the side of the road. I'm sorry, I just feel pain. Forgive me for being emotional. I should restrain myself more. It's just that, damn it. These are not even fully formed people. The milk on their lips has not dried yet, and they are already doing such things. When I was their age, I was herding cattle on Uncle Ethan's ranch in Ohio to earn $20. Let's return to the final part of this horrific story. The court found Tyrell guilty of Dustin's murder and sentenced him to 38 years in prison. A rather severe sentence for an 18-year-old guy, don't you think? But on the other hand, he completely deserved it. In addition, Tyrell still has a chance to be released earlier after 25 years. At the age of 43, he will have the right to file a petition for parole. Frankly, I'm not sure if it's worth releasing such dangerous types. But his 16-year-old friend Brendan did something even more cunning. Despite his young age, he did not get confused and made a deal with the prosecutor. He pleaded guilty to first-degree murder in exchange for the promise of a milder punishment. But you know what's most interesting? As it turned out during the investigation, it was this snot-nosed kid who is the ideological mastermind of this whole terrible story. At least, that's what his older comrades unanimously stated. You just think about it. Back on February 14, this nice boy gathered his best friends at home and began to discuss a plan to attack Dustin. Like, the rapper has money and they have to somehow get these funds. They seem to plan to just drive the musician in a car, force him to withdraw cash at several atoms. Yeah, like in a good way, without any crime. But as it turned out, Brendan had much harsher intentions from the very beginning. Literally on the way, he pounced on Dustin with his fists, began to mercilessly beat the guy, not giving him any chance of salvation. It was these beatings that became fatal, coupled with injuries from falling out of the car at speed. At the trial, Brendan, of course, repented and apologized to the relatives of the deceased. Like, I didn't want this, forgive the fool. But when the judge asked about the motives for such cruelty, the boy could not give a clear answer. He just wanted to arrange a bloody orgy, and that's it. By the way, during the investigation, it became known that Brendan's parents had long noticed their son's inadequate behavior. His uncontrolled outburst of aggression frightened even the closest people. The worried relatives planned to consult a psychiatrist to find out what was going on with their child. However, unfortunately, they did not have time to do this. They did not have time to prevent a terrible tragedy. So it's not surprising that it was Brendan who received the most severe sentence, as much as 60 years behind bars. True, they also left him a loophole for early release in 32 years. That is, already in adulthood. If he behaves well, he will be able to get out of jail. But something tells me that this is unlikely to happen. Interestingly, Dustin's parents were quite satisfied with the verdicts for the two main defendants in the case. But they were extremely outraged by the humanity towards Samantha. Like, the girl is actually an accomplice in the murder, but she got off with some miserable 15 years, and she can even be released early. Where is the justice here? However, Dustin's mother was most impressed, watching the behavior of these young men in the courtroom. At one point, the woman could not stand it and asked through tears, "Why? Well, why did you do this?" She could not understand how it was possible for the sake of a few miserable bills to so cruelly cut short the life of a guy who had just become a father. How did they even raise a hand to do this? It hurt her terribly to realize that this trio of scumbags, for the sake of instant profit, crossed out not only Dustin's fate, but also mercilessly destroyed the lives of all his loved ones. A mother lost her son, a daughter lost a loving father, friends lost a talented and promising comrade. And all this for what? To buy a dose of drugs or to have a great time at a club? Is a human life so cheap now? On this sad note, we end our story. At the moment, all of Dustin's killers are still rotting behind bars, and they will not be released in the near future. Isn't this the best news for today? What do you think? Thank you, friends, for being with me and listening to this difficult story. I'm sure it left no one indifferent. If you want to share your own thoughts or impressions, you are welcome to comment. There you can also leave a like if you find such information useful and informative. But most importantly, don't forget to subscribe to our channel so you don't miss new episodes. This story is about a young woman named Amanda Albach, who went on a trip with her so-called friends, not even suspecting that this journey would be fatal for her. Amanda was from Brazil, born in 2000. From childhood, she stood out for her beauty and cheerfulness. The girl lived with her mother Silva and 3 siblings. However, when Amanda was only 10 years old, her family was struck by a terrible grief in January 2010. She lost 2 of her older brothers. This tragedy hit the girl's mother hard. Silva fell into depression and for a long time could not fully take care of Amanda. You know, I've seen many similar stories. Losing loved ones, especially at such a young age, can leave a deep mark on a person's soul. Perhaps it was this childhood trauma that played a role in Amanda's future fate. The girl grew up trying to find her place in life, and who knows, maybe she just lacked maternal love and support during that period. But let's not jump to conclusions. Facts are what matter in our work, and the facts are that Amanda went on that fateful trip with people she considered her friends. She trusted them, not even suspecting what they were capable of, and this trust, unfortunately, cost her her life. Of course, it's easy to say now that she should have been more careful not to trust strangers. But at that moment, Amanda probably just wanted to have some fun to escape from everyday life. She couldn't have known that these people would turn out to be real monsters. I will tell you all about this in detail, but only to those incredible viewers who subscribe to the channel right now, like this video, and write a comment about what they think of this video. Even I, an experienced detective, was baffled by what I heard next. Despite the blow of fate that befell her family, Amanda continued to grow and mature. And so, barely reaching adulthood at the age of 18, she became pregnant. The young woman gave birth to a beautiful, healthy girl. But as often happens at such a young age, motherhood did not prevent Amanda from occasionally having fun with her friends, like an ordinary girl her age. Think about it. A young mother who is not quite an adult herself, responsible for a newborn child. This is an incredible burden that can break anyone. Was Amanda seeking salvation from reality in these entertainments? Was she distracting herself from the daily routine and worries? Amanda had to look for a job. For some time, she worked as a telemarketing operator, not an easy job, believe me. Constant stress, the need to communicate with many people, often dissatisfied. Few can withstand such a pace for long. And then, between August and September 2021, when Amanda turned 21, she decided to radically change her life. She quit her job as an operator and, according to her, got a job as a sales manager in several supermarkets. It would seem that this is a wonderful opportunity to start over, to build a better career. But was this the real reason for her dismissal? Was there something else behind this decision? What happened next simply did not fit in my head. Amanda informed her family that due to work, she needed to visit different regions of the state of Santa Catarina. This state, located in southern Brazil, is famous for its picturesque beaches and enchanting islands. It would seem, what could be better than a business trip to such a paradise? But was this the real reason for her trip? Was Amanda using work circumstances as an excuse for something else? Anyway, it was this trip to Santa Catarina that became fateful for the young woman. On November 13, 2021, Amanda left her home and headed to Florianopolis, the state capital. She told her relatives that she was going to her friend Diane's birthday. Some Douglas and his brother Victor were also supposed to be there. Pay attention to these names: Diane, Douglas, Victor. It is these people who will become key figures in the events that follow. But who are they? True friends or casual acquaintances? And was Amanda really going to an ordinary celebration? There are many questions and few answers so far. Florianopolis. Have you ever been to this city? I haven't, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. Beautiful landscapes, wonderful beaches, friendly people. It would seem the perfect place to relax. But as we know, even in the most beautiful places, the most terrible things can happen. What awaited Amanda in Florianopolis? You will be stunned by what happened next in this eerie case. So Amanda informed her family that after celebrating her friend's birthday, she plans to rest a little. This is not surprising because there were long weekends ahead on the occasion of the proclamation of the Republic. What could be better than relaxing on the picturesque beaches of Santa Catarina? On November 13, the young Brazilian woman shared photos and messages on social networks that she was already in place in Santa Catarina. It would seem the usual behavior of a young girl who wants to share her impressions with friends. But is everything as innocent as it seems at first glance? Perhaps these social media posts were a kind of cover, a way to divert suspicion. After all, as it turns out later, not everything was so cloudless on this trip. The next day, November 14th, the company of friends visited a nightclub in one of the tourist areas. Nothing unusual, you might say. Young people having fun, relaxing. But was this trip to the club an ordinary entertainment? Or perhaps it was there that something happened that influenced further events. And now we come to the key point. On November 15, the day Amanda was supposed to return home, around 9 p.m., she sent a voice message to her mother. In it, the girl reported that they were going to Paraná and were looking for a taxi through the app to get straight to the door of the house. Pay attention to the details. Why the sudden trip to Paraná? What made Amanda change her plans so abruptly? And was she really going home as she told her mother? These questions haunt me. A voice message. Amanda's last lifetime trace. Could she have thought then that these would be her last words addressed to her family? They sound so mundane, so familiar. Nothing bodes trouble. But as we know, it was after this message that the real nightmare began. Did Amanda really get into that taxi? And if so, where did it take her? Friends, a very important point, the creation of such content requires a lot of time. And now my channel and I are experiencing not the best financial situation. I will be eternally grateful to you if you become a sponsor of this channel and support me with your donation. And in return, I will be able to personally answer you in the comments and also mention your noble name in my video. So become sponsors. I will be eternally grateful to you. Get ready for an unexpected twist that will change everything. After that voice message sent by Amanda on the evening of November 15, her mother Silva patiently waited for her daughter to return home. Minutes slowly turned into hours, but there was no news from Amanda. At first, Silva was not too worried, thinking that her daughter was just delayed at a friend's house. But when the silence dragged on, the mother's heart felt uneasiness. Silva began sending messages to Amanda, hoping to get at least some response. But none of them were read. Messages were sent, but no one viewed them. I've seen this many times in my practice. When a loved one does not get in touch, the first reaction is always disbelief and unwillingness to think about the worst. We grasp at any opportunity to explain the silence with something ordinary familiar. But intuition rarely fails, especially when it comes to loved ones. Feeling growing anxiety, Silva decided to call Amanda. But instead of her daughter's familiar voice, she heard only the answering machine. Again and again, the calls went to voicemail, as if bumping into an invisible wall. This only increased the mother's concern. She assumed that Amanda's phone was turned off or discharged, but it did not make her feel any better. In search of at least some news, Silva began to call Amanda's relatives and friends. Maybe someone heard something from her or knew where she might be. But there was no answer. No one had any information about the girl's whereabouts. Even those friends with whom she celebrated her birthday did not answer calls. A complete lack of information in such situations is always an alarming sign. When a person suddenly disappears from the radar, does not get in touch, and no one has seen or heard from them, this is a reason for serious concern. And Silva's reaction in this case was absolutely justified. You just try to imagine yourself in Silva's place at that moment. Your daughter went on vacation with friends and suddenly disappeared. She does not answer calls and messages, her phone is turned off. No one from her entourage knows where she is. What would you feel? Fear, confusion, helplessness. These feelings, I'm sure, overwhelmed Silva that night. She did not yet know that her worst nightmare had already begun to come true. She still hoped that it was just some kind of misunderstanding, that Amanda was about to call or write. But this did not happen. Get ready for a real emotional shock. Silva, having tried in vain to contact her daughter, decided to act. Together with other concerned relatives, Silva went to the local police station to report Amanda's disappearance. I want to draw your attention to this point. Many people in similar situations hesitate, do not dare to contact law enforcement. Like, what if the person just got delayed somewhere or decided to disconnect from everyone for a while? But Silva did absolutely the right thing. When it comes to the safety of loved ones, he cannot hesitate. At the police station, Silva told in detail about Amanda's trip to Santa Catarina, about celebrating her friend's birthday, and about the strange voice message she received from her daughter. It was this message that alarmed the relatives the most. Amanda's voice sounded unusual, with notes of anxiety and tension. In addition, strong wind could be heard on the recording, as if the girl was somewhere in the open. You know, over the years of working in the police, I learned to pay attention to such seemingly small things. Sometimes they can point to something very important. A change in intonation, background noise, all this can be the key to unraveling the mystery. And Amanda's relatives did absolutely the right thing by paying attention to these details. Silva's fears began to come true. She was afraid that something bad could have happened to her daughter, that Amanda could be in trouble. And the fact that the girl suddenly disappeared and did not get in touch only confirmed these fears. The fear for a child's life is the worst thing any parent can experience. You are ready for anything, if only to find your child, to make sure that everything is fine with them. And this fear often makes us move forward, not give up, even when it would seem that there is no hope. The police immediately got down to business. They began to collect all available information. Data on Amanda's trip, contacts of her friends, details of the last calls and messages. Every little thing could be crucial in the search for the missing girl. But unfortunately, days passed, and there was still no news from Amanda. It seemed that she had simply dissolved into thin air. No one saw her, no one heard anything. It was a real mystery that became more and more sinister with every hour. What happened to Amanda? Where did she disappear and why? These questions haunted both the girl's family and the police. But they did not even guess what a terrible surprise awaited them ahead. You will not be able to hold back your emotions when you find out what happened next. No calls, no messages, no posts on social networks, absolute silence. As if the girl had simply vanished into thin air. Not having received any news from her daughter, the family officially declared her missing. Amanda's little daughter, who was only 2 years old at the time, suffered the most. The girl was left in the care of her father, while maternal relatives concentrated all their efforts on finding the missing woman. Just imagine this situation. A 2-year-old child who suddenly finds herself without a mother. She is still too small to understand what is happening, but old enough to feel the loss, the absence of the closest person. This is a real tragedy, which unfortunately happens more often than we might think. In parallel with the actions of the family, the police began their own investigation. And the first thing they drew attention to was the 3 people who, according to available information, were the last to see Amanda alive. Diane, Douglas, and Victor. It was with them that the girl went to celebrate in Santa Catarina. For several days after Amanda's disappearance, investigators tried to contact this trio, but to no avail. It seemed that they too had disappeared, gone underground, and this only increased suspicions about their possible involvement in what happened to Amanda. You know, when potential witnesses or suspects suddenly become unavailable, it always raises suspicions. If a person has nothing to hide, they usually willingly make contact, try to help the investigation. But such disappearances often indicate a desire to avoid responsibility or hide the truth. It took a whole 10 days before the police managed to track down the missing trio. On November 23, Diane, Douglas, and Victor were detained in the city of Canoas, Rio Grande do Sul. This is hundreds of kilometers from the place where Amanda was last seen. The fact that these 3 were so far from Santa Catarina only heightened the suspicions of the investigation. Why run to another state? What made them change their location so abruptly? Were they trying to escape responsibility for what they had done? All these questions demanded answers. The detainees were in for a serious interrogation. Investigators hoped that at least one of them would shed light on what happened to Amanda. After all, more and more time was passing, and the girl's fate was still unknown. And every hour was worth its weight in gold. You will be shocked to the core when you hear what shape this case took. Investigators clearly understood that these 3 were the key to unraveling the mystery of the girl's disappearance. After all, they were the last ones who had contact with her before she disappeared. Every detail, every word they said could be crucial. Interrogations are always a complex and psychologically exhausting process, especially when it comes to possible suspects in a serious crime. Here it is important not only to ask the right questions, but also to be able to read between the lines, to notice inconsistencies and understatements. And believe me, there were plenty of them in this case. Diane was interrogated first, but she could not or did not want to provide any substantial information. The only thing she reported was that her phone broke, so she did not answer calls from Amanda's relatives who tried to contact her after the girl's disappearance. To be honest, this answer immediately aroused suspicion. A broken phone is too convenient and banal an excuse, especially nowadays when almost everyone has a backup means of communication or the ability to quickly fix a breakdown. But at that time, we had no evidence to refute her words. Next in line were Douglas and Victor, and here things got interesting. During the interrogation of the men, investigators noticed significant discrepancies in their testimonies. It seemed that each of them was trying to hide something or distort the facts in their favor. It was obvious that one of them was lying. But who exactly, and most importantly why? These questions haunted the investigators. They understood that the answer to them could be the key to unraveling the mystery of Amanda's disappearance. As cynical as it may sound, often during interrogations, one has to play on human weaknesses. Someone breaks under pressure, someone succumbs to provocations, and someone simply gets tired of lying. And in this case, our weak link turned out to be Douglas, Diane's husband. After several hours of intensive interrogation, Douglas confessed that it was he who killed Amanda and got rid of her body. He claimed that he acted alone and that his wife and brother were not involved in the crime. Based on this testimony, Diane and Victor were released. It would seem that the case was solved, the criminal was caught. But something about this story didn't sit well with me. Some details didn't add up, some facts contradicted each other. And the deeper we got into the investigation, the more we realized Douglas was lying. And he was not the only one lying. It became increasingly clear that all three were involved in Amanda's disappearance and murder: Douglas, Diane, and Victor. They were clearly hiding something, trying to cover for each other. But what exactly happened on that fatal night? What happened next simply did not fit in my head. During the next interrogation, Douglas began to talk. He spoke in detail, not omitting a single terrible detail, about the last hours of Amanda's life, about what happened after the party to which he, his wife, and brother invited the girl. Over the years, I have heard many confessions. Some of them were too horrific to believe what I heard. But this story, it shocked even me, an experienced detective. I have not yet encountered such cynicism, such cruelty. So according to Douglas, after the party, he took Amanda to the house where he lived with his wife Diane. The girl had already stayed here before, during previous visits to Santa Catarina, so she didn't suspect anything bad. But at some point that fateful night, Amanda made a shocking discovery. She realized that her so-called friends were actually drug addicts, and that their house was full of weapons. Shocked by what she saw, the girl took several photos and even managed to share them with some of her other acquaintances. You can only imagine what Amanda felt at that moment. Fear, confusion, distrust. She found herself in a house full of weapons and illegal psychotropic substances, with people she considered her friends. Who would have thought that the desire to have fun and relax would turn into such a nightmare? But Douglas, Diane, and Victor quickly realized that Amanda had discovered their secret, and this scared them a lot. At first, they were worried that the girl might turn them into the police, because then their criminal business would come to an end. But later, their fears took on an even more sinister character. They began to suspect that Amanda was actually a member of a rival criminal group that had set a trap for them. A crazy idea, isn't it? But for a mind clouded by drugs, this version seemed quite plausible. Criminals often tend to attribute their own motives and intentions to others. They are so immersed in their criminal world that they can no longer think otherwise. And in this case, paranoia played a cruel joke on them. The next few hours after Amanda's terrible discovery, Douglas, Diane, and Victor spent developing a plan of action. A plan that was terrible and ruthless. They decided to take the girl's life, just because she accidentally found out their secret and photographed the evidence. Just think about it. They were planning a murder, cold-blooded and brazen, and all because of their own paranoia, because of the fear of exposure. No remorse, no pity, no elementary human compassion. Only the desire to get rid of an unwanted witness. This is really scary. When I heard what happened next, I got goosebumps. On November 15, the day Amanda was supposed to return home to her little daughter, she had already been in the captivity of her so-called friends Douglas, his wife Diane, and brother Victor for more than 8 hours. And these were not just hours of waiting. These were hours of real horror. They began to psychologically torture Amanda, demanding that she confess to belonging to some criminal group. An absurd accusation, considering that the girl had never had any connections with the criminal world. According to the kidnappers themselves, Amanda cried, screamed, begged to be released. She did not understand why these people, whom she considered friends, had suddenly become her executioners. But Douglas, Diane, and Victor were convinced that the girl posed a threat to them because of the photos she had taken in their home. To gain access to these photos, they resorted to another vile trick. Through threats and intimidation, they forced Amanda to give them the password to her phone, and having gained access, they viewed all the girl's messages and deleted the compromising pictures. They invaded Amanda's privacy, violated her right to privacy, and all in order to hide their own crimes. This is not just mean, it's disgusting and illegal. But the most terrible thing is that even after this, the group was not going to let the girl go alive. They had already decided her fate. After several hours of psychological torture, they forced Amanda to record the same voice message that her mother received, a message designed to divert suspicion and confuse the trail. And then something almost impossible to comprehend happened. They took Amanda to a deserted beach and ordered her to dig a hole that was to become her own grave. The girl cried, screamed, tried to reach the remnants of humanity in her tormentors, but it was all in vain. When the hole was ready, Amanda was pushed into it, and then Douglas fired 2 shots. 2 shots that cut short the life of a young woman, a mother, a daughter. You have no idea how hard it is for me to talk about this. Throughout my career, I've seen a lot of cruelty, but this is something beyond human understanding. How can you cold-bloodedly kill a person you called a friend just yesterday? How can you deprive a little child of a mother? After the murder, the 3 buried Amanda's body, using the same sand that she had dug for her own grave, and then they just left as if nothing had happened. They thought they would escape punishment, but they were wrong. Thanks to the brilliant work of investigators and the testimony of Douglas himself, the police managed to find Amanda's burial place and exhume her body. The examination showed that before her death, the girl had been subjected not only to psychological, but also to physical torture. There were traces of ropes on her body, her mouth was sealed with tape, and her face was disfigured by numerous injuries. Now all 3 killers, Douglas, Diane, and Victor, are in custody. They are facing trial and I hope just punishment. The prosecutor's office intends to seek the highest measure of responsibility for the crimes committed. But whatever punishment they receive, it will not bring Amanda back to life. It will not return the mother to the little girl. The pain of losing Amanda was a real shock for all her loved ones, especially for her mother Silva. And this is not surprising because, as it turned out, the Albeck family had already faced a similar tragedy before. I talked to the lawyer representing the family's interests, and what he told me cannot leave anyone indifferent. It turns out that Silva had already lost 2 of her children due to violence, and now the 3rd child, beloved daughter Amanda. It's hard to even imagine what this woman had to go through. According to the lawyer, the news of Amanda's death was a real blow for Silva. She was not just killed by grief, she was broken, devastated. The woman had to undergo a course of psychological rehabilitation in order to somehow learn to live with this pain. The only consolation for Silva was her youngest child, the same 2-year-old daughter of Amanda, who will now grow up without a mother. The girl is still too young to realize the full depth of the loss, but I am sure that the love and support of her grandmother will help her cope with this challenge of fate. On December 5, 2021, Amanda was buried in the municipal cemetery near her home. She was accompanied on her final journey by relatives, friends, all those who knew and loved this bright girl. They gathered to pay tribute to her memory and say their last goodbye. The place of Amanda's final rest was strikingly different from that deserted beach where she met her terrible death. There, among the golden sand and the whisper of the waves, her body lay for 18 long days before the truth came to light. 18 days of uncertainty, fear, and pain for those who waited for her at home. I must say that the Brazilian people took Amanda's tragedy very close to heart. People followed every step of the investigation, every new fact that appeared in the press. They empathized and sympathized as if it had happened to someone close to them. And this story shook the whole country also because it reflected the worst human qualities: betrayal, cruelty, soullessness. After all, what could be more terrible than finding yourself in the hands of those you trusted? Brazilians not only sympathized with Amanda's family, they demanded justice. Thousands of people followed the course of the investigation, hoping that the guilty would be punished for their terrible crimes, and I am glad to report that their hopes were not in vain. Thanks to the brilliant work of investigators and the indifference of the public, Amanda's killers were caught and will face trial. And although nothing will bring the girl back to life, at least her relatives will be able to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that justice will finally prevail. Diane, Douglas, and Victor, these names are now associated with one of the most terrible crimes in recent years, and I am sure that the court will pass a fair sentence on them. They will spend long years behind bars reflecting on what they have done. But even the most severe punishment will not erase the memory of Amanda. Her story will forever remain in the hearts of Brazilians, as a reminder of how fragile human life is, and as a warning to all of us: be careful in your trust, because sometimes monsters hide behind the guise of friends. Dear viewers, this is where our program ends. I thank you for your attention and empathy. Believe me, telling Amanda's story was also a real test for me. But we as a society must talk about such things, because only in this way can we make our world at least a little safer. Detective Brooks. And finally, if this story interested or impressed you, I advise you to familiarize yourself with other materials on the channel. Unfortunately, Amanda's case is just one of many. But the more we talk about such things, the more likely it is that one day they will become just a sad memory. Today, I will tell you about a tragic event that occurred on the night of February 24, 2019. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, a group of young people was having fun, riding on a boat. It seemed like a typical youthful pastime, but a few minutes later, at 2:20 a.m., the unthinkable happened. The boat at full speed crashed into a bridge. This accident took the life of a young girl and forever changed the destinies of the other participants of that fatal trip. The name of the deceased was Mallory Beach. She was born on April 18, 1999, in the small town of Walterboro, South Carolina, USA. The girl had two older sisters, Morgan and Savannah. 19-year-old Mallory was a graduate of Wade Hampton High School and had just started at the University of South Carolina. Alongside her studies, she worked at a clothing boutique in Beaufort. She had numerous plans for the future, dreaming of becoming an interior designer. Mallory also had a great love for animals. She had her own dogs and even dedicated her free time to volunteering at an animal shelter. She was a sunshine girl, someone you wanted to be friends with and spend time with. According to her family and friends, Mallory was very sociable, kind, and sincere. She was loved by everyone around her. The girl had many friends with whom she enjoyed spending time. At the time of the tragedy, Mallory was dating a guy named Anthony Cook. The couple socialized with 20-year-old Paul Murdoch, a representative of a very wealthy and influential family in the area. But more on that later. Pay attention to the age of the group. The youngest was only 19 and the oldest was 20. Essentially, they were all still children, despite their legal status as adults. At that age, one seeks new experiences, intense feelings, feeling like the whole world belongs to them. On February 23, 2019, Paul Murdoch invited friends to a party at his parents' house. Mallory, Anthony, Connor with his girlfriend Mel, and Paul's friend Morgan set off there on a boat owned by the Murdoch family. It was a 5-meter sea hunting boat, not a cheap toy. On the way, the young people started drinking alcoholic beverages, despite being underage. None of them had the right to buy or consume alcohol, but as I mentioned earlier, at that age, the law often seems distant and unimportant. Well, as the youth sailed to their destination, they had no idea how this party would end. The boat was being steered by intoxicated Paul, while the rest were having a good time, drinking beer and other drinks. It seemed like a great time awaited them ahead. But as they say, man proposes, God disposes. And soon all plans and hopes were dashed by one fatal moment, which I will tell you about right now, but only to those incredible people who will subscribe to this channel, like this video, and leave any comment to ensure that as many people as possible see this material, and I will personally thank you in the comments. When you find out what happened next, your heart will beat like crazy. An interesting detail: they could have reached their destination by car, but for some reason the friends decided to go by boat. Why, you may ask? It's quite simple. Paul and the company wanted to drink on the way and avoid the risk of being stopped by the police. It seems logical, but are such risks justified? The merry group arrived at the Murdoch residence. There they continued the feast, eating oysters, drinking, having fun. It seemed like a typical youth party. But in my opinion, all the fun went downhill when a group of tipsy individuals decided to sail back. And to make matters worse, Paul was once again steering the boat, barely able to stand at that point. Unfortunately, young people often ignore such things, thinking that nothing will happen to them. Oh, if only they knew how it would end. But let's return to the events of that night. On the way back home, Paul decided to dock at the shore and buy more alcohol. Together with Connor, they went to the store, leaving the rest waiting on the boat. The guys were already quite drunk and continued to drink alcohol, while their friends suffered from fatigue and impatience. Everyone wanted to get home quickly and rest. You know, that's the problem with alcohol, it dulls one's sense of reality. A person stops assessing the situation rationally, ignores the needs and safety of those around them. Perhaps Mallory and the company already felt that something was wrong, but who knew that this alarm would turn into a real horror? Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Paul and Connor finally left the bar. They could barely stand on their feet, but managed to make it back to the boat. Paul once again took the helm, and the group set off towards home. At that point, Murdoch had lost all sense of reality. He began undressing, leaving himself in just his underwear, claiming he was hot. This despite the freezing weather outside. When a person seriously perceives freezing cold as heat, that's a diagnosis. And how, for heaven's sake, was Paul planning to steer the boat in such a state? He couldn't even control himself, let alone a mode of transportation. And we haven't even reached the most terrifying part yet. What happened next surpassed all my boldest expectations. Mallory and Anthony, observing Paul's erratic behavior, moved to the stern, trying to stay away from trouble. But what happened next shocked them even more. Enraged, Paul unexpectedly struck and pushed his girlfriend, which was the last straw. The boat suddenly gained speed, and the situation began to spiral out of control. This is what alcohol does to people, turns them into aggressive, uncontrollable beings. Paul, who was the life of the party just a few hours ago, now posed a real threat to those around him. And the worst part was that he continued to steer the boat, endangering the lives of everyone on board. At a frantic speed, the boat began to sway from side to side. The friends struggled to stay on their feet, grabbing onto anything they could. Mallory and Anthony clung to each other, hoping that this horror would soon end. But the worst was yet to come. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed and everything around froze. The boat at full speed crashed into the bridge, tossing passengers around like rag dolls. The impact was so strong that Mallory couldn't hold on and was thrown overboard, disappearing into the dark waters of the river. The rest were trapped on the battered boat, stuck between the pilings. I saw photos from the accident scene. It was a horrifying sight. It's hard to imagine anyone surviving such a collision, and as painful as it is to say, Mallory's chances were slim. Being in icy water in February, especially after such an impact, it was practically a death sentence. Meanwhile, the boat began to rapidly sink. Panicked, the friends jumped into the river, trying to save themselves and find Mallory. They called out her name, shone flashlights, but it was all in vain. Darkness and cold thwarted all their efforts. And what about our ill-fated captain? Instead of helping search for Mallory, Paul just lay in the mud under the bridge, not even attempting to get up. The cold and shock had rendered him completely helpless. Fortunately, Connor kept a clear head and called for help. At 2:26 a.m., he dialed 911 and reported the accident. Meanwhile, Anthony continued his desperate search for Mallory, despite his own exhaustion and hypothermia. And Morgan, Paul's friend, lay on the shore with a head injury, bleeding. And all because of what? Because of the irresponsibility and recklessness of one person who decided that revelry was more important than safety. This story is a vivid example of how easily one can ruin not only their own life, but also the lives of those around them. What happened next was so extraordinary that I couldn't believe my ears. While Anthony continued his desperate attempts to find Mallory in the night darkness, Connor and Melly decided to climb up to the bridge for a better view. Unfortunately, even that vantage point didn't help. The river seemed to have swallowed the girl, leaving no trace. Imagine this scene: a foolish night, bone-chilling cold and utter helplessness. You call for help, but all around you is water and darkness. Somewhere in that darkness, your friend fights for every breath, and you can do nothing. It's a real nightmare that, unfortunately, became a reality for Mallory's company. Meanwhile, Paul, who had finally come to his senses, crawled back onto the battered boat. It seemed like the perfect time to repent and put all efforts into rescuing Mallory. But no, our hero decided that his place was next to his injured girlfriend. Strange priorities, wouldn't you say? Minutes after the call, rescuers and police arrived at the scene. They immediately plunged into the icy water, hoping to find Mallory. Meanwhile, medics provided assistance to Morgan, who had suffered a severe blow. It seemed like everyone understood the criticality of the situation. Everyone except Paul. You won't believe it, but this guy continued to sit on the remnants of the boat in just his underwear, kicking his legs and talking on the phone. He didn't even make an effort to help the rescuers, let alone focus on the situation. Paul was in his own world, detached from reality. But what impressed me the most was what happened next. Upon reaching the shore, Paul began to smile and behave as if nothing had happened. No concern, no remorse, no attempt to join the search efforts. He just stood aside while his friends ran around, barely holding back tears and pleading with the river to return Mallory. While passions raged on the shore, rescuers continued to systematically search the river. All available boats and vessels joined the search, People on the boats peered into the water, hoping to spot any trace of the missing girl. But with each passing minute, hope dwindled like the last ray of light in the pitch-black darkness. Rescuers decided to transport Mallory's friends to the hospital. They feared for their health after all. Being in icy water could have serious consequences. Anthony was the last to agree to go. Overwhelmed by despair, exhausted and frozen, he never gave up his attempts to find his beloved. Too much time had passed, the water was too cold. But to stop the search meant to face the worst, so the rescuers continued their work, praying for a miracle. Did a miracle happen? When you find out what happened next, your heart will beat like crazy. Creating such content requires a lot of time, and currently my channel and I are not in the best financial situation. I would be immensely grateful if you become a sponsor of this channel and support me with your donation. In return, I will be able to personally respond to you in the comments and mention your noble name in my video. So become sponsors, I will be infinitely grateful to you. While Mallory's friends were recovering in the hospital after the boat tragedy, the police paid them a visit. It seemed like the perfect time for a thorough interrogation to uncover all the circumstances of that fateful night. But it wasn't that simple. The Murdoch family, using their influence, decided to intervene in the process. The Murdoch dynasty is not just wealthy and successful people. They are a whole system that has controlled the legal sphere of the district for decades. Imagine this: since 1920, someone from this family has consistently held the position of chief prosecutor. They had their own law firm, connections in all levels of power. Essentially, the law was just a convenient tool for them to achieve their goals. And when their son Paul found himself at the center of a scandal, the Murdochs decided to use all their arsenal. The boy's father and grandfather personally rushed to the hospital to protect him from the police. They pressured the cops, threatened, and used their status. The main task was to prevent Paul from being taken into custody and charged. Meanwhile, extensive searches for Mallory continued. Divers and even helicopters were involved in the rescue operation. Every inch of the river was combed in hopes of finding the girl alive. But with each passing hour, this hope dwindled, giving way to the bitter realization of reality. Anthony, barely recovered from the hospital, once again plunged into the search. He couldn't come to terms with the thought that he might never see his beloved again. Day after day, the young man tirelessly searched the shores, plunged into the icy water, begged the river to return Mallory. It seemed he was willing to do anything just to find out the truth. Only on March 3, what everyone secretly feared but expected happened. Volunteers searching the river came across the body. It was wedged between logs about 5 miles from the accident site. The current had carried the deceased so far from the scene of the tragedy, as if wanting to forever hide the traces of the crime. The body belonged to Mallory Beach, a beautiful young girl who had her whole life ahead of her. A girl whose only fault was being in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong people. And now she was found cold, motionless, forever frozen in time and space. Mallory was simply a beauty. Long dark hair, radiant eyes, a charming smile. She exuded sincerity and kindness, qualities so rarely encountered in the modern world. And realizing that this girl would never smile again, never hug her loved ones, never fulfill her dreams, it simply breaks the heart. But finding Mallory's body was just the beginning. Now the family had to endure the worst, say goodbye and bury her. All the pain, all the sorrow, all the horror of the situation had to culminate in this tragic finale. And although the official cause of death had not been announced yet, it was evident to everyone. Mallory had become a victim of human irresponsibility and cruelty. A victim of a system that allows the wealthy to evade punishment. A victim of the world's indifference to the lives of ordinary people. Will the Beach family be able to prove Paul's guilt and seek justice? The following events were so tense that I was literally on the edge of my seat. When Mallory's body was retrieved from the water, many still clung to hope that the girl had somehow survived. However, the autopsy results definitively shattered these illusions. The medical examiners determined that the cause of death was drowning and a severe head trauma from being struck by a blunt object. For experienced cops, it's sometimes hard to remain calm when you hear such conclusions. Poor Mallory. She didn't just drown before her death. The girl suffered, felt pain and fear, and all because of someone's senseless prank that turned into a tragedy. The investigation reconstructed the likely chain of events that night. After the boat collided with a bridge support, Mallory struck her head against a hard object, likely the boat's side or a pylon. The powerful impact knocked her unconscious and she fell overboard. In her unconscious state, she sank and drowned. The strong current then carried her body far from the accident site. Around 500 people came to bury Mallory, relatives, friends, acquaintances, just caring individuals. Each brought flowers and tears, each remembered her kindly. On this day, grief united very different people. They stood silently over the casket, unrestrained in their emotions, because everyone understood a great injustice had occurred. When you see such a crowd at the funeral of a young girl, you can't help but wonder what a vibrant and full life she must have lived. How many hearts she touched, how much good she managed to do, and the realization that this life was cut short so early and so tragically becomes chilling. Of course, no one had any doubts about who bore responsibility for Mallory's death. Paul's intoxicated state, his reckless behavior at the helm, everything pointed to this accident being no coincidence. It was a direct consequence of criminal negligence and disregard for safety rules. It would seem the case could be closed and the guilty party put behind bars. But it's not so simple when it comes to the rich and influential. The Murdoch family had no intention of giving up their position so easily. They were prepared to do anything to cover for Paul and bury this story. Money and connections often allow people to avoid accountability, especially in small towns like this built on cronyism and a circle of complicity. The Murdochs understood this well, so they immediately set their resources in motion, putting pressure on the police, bribing witnesses, hiring the best lawyers, and the first results of their work didn't take long. The police suddenly started claiming it was unknown who was at the helm during the accident. That witness testimonies were unreliable because everyone was intoxicated, though this is an outright manipulation because Mallory's friends unanimously stated that Paul was driving the boat. Meanwhile, young Murdoch himself pretended to have amnesia, claiming he didn't remember how it all went down, that someone else may have been steering the boat, even though the forensics showed his blood alcohol level was 3 times over the limit. In other words, there could be no question of Paul's lucidity or responsibility. There you have it, an example of how the system works when big money gets involved. No matter the evidence against Paul, no matter the testimonies, it's nothing compared to the influence of his family. The police, who should uphold the law, side with the criminal. Witnesses suddenly forget important details, and the deceased is left as just another loud headline in the crime blotter. But does this mean there will be no justice and the guilty will go unpunished? When you see what happens next, you'll be holding your breath in suspense. While the Beach family mourned the loss of Mallory, the investigation continued gathering evidence against Paul Murdoch. And it has to be said, there was more than enough of it. Judge for yourselves. In the refrigerator on the boat, they found a veritable arsenal of alcoholic beverages from beer to harder stuff. Interesting, and just who are those intended for? Surely not the underage passengers. Finding alcohol on board is already a violation in itself, especially when one of the underage kids is at the helm, as in our case. It's like handing a loaded gun to a child. You never know how such recklessness will end. But the most glaring evidence of Paul's criminal behavior came from the surveillance camera footage. It clearly shows Murdoch nonchalantly strolling into the 24-hour store and buying alcohol. And after successfully purchasing the booze, he almost dances with glee, as if to say, "Look how cleverly I fooled everyone." It gets even more interesting after that. Literally seconds later, Paul is already loading the purchases into the boat's refrigerator, so he consciously brought alcohol on this ill-fated trip. And this while he himself was planning to be at the helm. No doubts, no hesitation, just a pursuit of adrenaline and fun. There you have a portrait of today's golden youth. They don't give a damn about laws, safety, basic human decency. The main thing is to have a wild time and document it all over social media. Consequences? Who cares about those? Daddy's money will smooth over any problems. That's their philosophy of impunity. The GPS navigator data also proved very useful for the investigation. It showed that around 12:30 a.m., as the party was winding down, Paul and his friends stopped at a bar. Surveillance cameras captured him with Connor at the bar counter. The guys were animatedly discussing something while knocking back hard drinks. And this while Paul was driving the boat himself. He must have thought a couple of glasses was no big deal, that he could handle it. Only he overestimated his abilities. Overestimated to the point that it cost a young girl her life. Ultimately, about an hour after visiting the bar, the whole crew gathered back on the boat. The last surveillance camera footage from the dock confirmed this. The friends boarded the boat, Paul started the engine, and they set off into the night darkness, headed straight towards their fatal mistake. Of course, Mallory's relatives had no intention of accepting such a glaring injustice. First, they filed a lawsuit against the store and bar that sold alcohol to the underage Paul, claiming it was their irresponsibility that led to the tragedy. But for some reason, the judge didn't take this argument into account. The suit was dismissed. Once again, the system sided with the powerful elite, So the girl's family decided to come at it from another angle, hold Paul's relatives accountable for allowing him to use someone else's ID to purchase alcohol. And this lawsuit was accepted for consideration. It seems the judge realized the case was gaining notoriety and something had to be done. Because people's patience wears thin when they see the wealthy spitting on the law and common sense. After what happened, I felt like I was transported to another reality. April 18th, 2019 should have been the day Mallory celebrated her 20th birthday. Instead, this date became the day of reckoning for Paul Murdoch. The young man was hit with 3 very serious charges: operating a boat under the influence, the unintentional homicide of Mallory Beach, and inflicting severe injuries on 2 other passengers, Connor and Morgan. However, Paul somehow did not consider himself guilty. To all the accusations, he calmly responded, "No, it wasn't me." As if to say, so what if I was a little drunk, it happens. Especially since Daddy had already hired him a whole army of lawyers. So the boy was confident that his dad's golden money would get him off scot-free. You know what bothers me most about these spoiled rich kids? Their unshakable belief in their own untouchability. They genuinely believe you can buy your way out of anything: laws, conscience, human lives. And you know they're kind of right. Because as long as money and connections decide everything in our society, there's no justice to be found. And indeed, the terms under which Paul was released on bail were, to put it mildly, bizarre. The kid posted a measly $50,000 despite his family being able to easily afford much more. And that's it, a bon voyage, you can go on partying. Paul was allowed to freely travel the country, hang out at bars, even operate a boat. Yes, you heard that right, a boat. This after his little joyride had already cost someone their life. While intoxicated, no less. Is that not absurd? Honestly, when I hear stuff like that, my hands just drop. They really had to bend the justice system that far for a potential killer to walk away scot-free. And this while all involved, the police, judges, prosecutors, are supposed to uphold the law, not the interests of the wealthy. Though even the circus with the measly bail amount is just the tip of the iceberg. Imagine Paul's mugshot in the database. Usually these photos are taken at the police station when a suspect is officially arrested. The person wears a prison jumpsuit, hands cuffed. But rules are for mere mortals. For some reason, Paul posed for his criminal portrait in the hallway of his own mansion, looking stylish in a plaid shirt. Not once was he handcuffed, made to wear a prison jumpsuit, or spend a night behind bars. Because why would we want to traumatize the golden child, right? But maybe this tragedy at least served as a wake-up call for Paul. Forced him to come to his senses, reevaluate his behavior. Ultimately, own up to his guilt and face the punishment due like a man, instead of hiding behind the coattails of his influential family. But something tells me that won't happen. The boy is far too accustomed to his untouchable status, and all these court proceedings are just pesky mosquitoes to him. One clap of the hands and poof, problem solved. The events that unfolded next were so shocking that I still cannot come to terms with them. While the public's attention was fixated on the legal wrangling surrounding Paul Murdoch, something absolutely unexpected occurred. On June 7, 2021, in the midst of the proceedings, Paul and his mother Maggie were found shot dead near the dog kennels on their estate. Yes, you heard that right, shot dead. Remember when I said sometimes fate deals surprises money can't buy? It seems the Murdoch's time for reckoning had arrived. Someone decided to mete out justice their own way. Or perhaps it was a banal act of revenge, a personal vendetta against the powerful family. The crime scene painted a chilling picture. Paul was shot twice in the chest and head, fired from a non-lethal weapon. The kind that typically doesn't kill but inflicts serious injury. However, at close range to vital organs, such shots can prove fatal. It turns out no amount of money or connections can protect you when someone is truly out for vengeance. And so the question arises, could this murder be linked to the Mallory Beach case? Tied to that question is an intriguing detail. In Paul's pocket, they found his mobile phone positioned quite unusually, as if someone had previously checked its contents, then inconspicuously slipped it back to the owner, as if wanting to hint to investigators, look for answers in the messages. As for Maggie's phone, they initially couldn't find it anywhere. It was only located eventually using the Find My iPhone feature. The mobile was lying somewhere off the estate grounds, and most interesting of all, it had someone else's fingerprints and DNA on it. A slip-up by the killer or a deliberate clue for police? This murder spawned countless questions and conspiracy theories. Why were Paul and his mother specifically targeted? Is it somehow tied to Mallory Beach's death? Or did the Murdoch clan have other enemies we don't know about? One thing I can say for certain, this story is far from over. The news of Paul and Maggie Murdoch's deaths shook the entire city. Hell, the whole state was buzzing like a beehive. After all, it's not every day members of one of the most influential families get gunned down, and the burning question hanging in the air: who did this and why? The police immediately launched an investigation. It was obvious this was a double homicide committed by more than one perpetrator. The weapons testified to that. Paul was shot with a non-lethal gun, Maggie with a rifle. Someone came to the Murdoch estate with deadly intent to kill more than one person. But what really piqued the investigators' interest was that message with the phones. Why leave Paul's mobile in his pocket but discard Maggie's phone elsewhere? Could it be that someone wanted to show detectives, seek the answer in this woman's messages? Perhaps the key to this bloody saga lies within her? And so as the cops were investigating this murder, an unexpected letter arrived. Its sender was the Beach family. Yes, the relatives of that very Mallory who died on the Murdoch's boat. And here's what they wrote, I quote, "The Beach family extends its deepest and warmest sympathies to the Murdoch family during this terrible time. Having experienced the devastation of losing their own daughter, Mallory, the Beach family wishes for the Murdoch family to find some peace after this tragic loss. The Beach family would like the community to know their thoughts and continued prayers are with the Murdochs. The Beach family sincerely hopes that someone will come forward and cooperate with law enforcement so that the perpetrator of these senseless crimes can be brought to justice." To me, this letter is an overt hint at a connection between the two tragedies. The Beach family is saying, "We know how the Murdochs suffered after Mallory's death, so now they've felt that same pain." However, that's just my speculation. Officially, no link between the murder and the boating accident has been established, at least not yet. All participants of that fateful boat trip that claimed Mallory's life provided fingerprints and DNA samples, and none of them matched what was found at the Murdoch crime scene. So the revenge theory from Beach's relatives or friends seems to have been dismissed. But something in this story clearly doesn't add up. Too many vague details, dark spots, and ominous coincidences, like their housekeeper's death a few years back, or the strange demise of Stephen Smith, a young man linked to the Murdoch's eldest son, Buster. The case of Paul Murdoch and his mother is still under investigation. Relatives are filing lawsuit after lawsuit, while someone is trying to uncover the truth about Mallory Beach's death, the girl this all started with. Of course, this story will be discussed in South Carolina for a long time to come. Mallory and the Murdochs, the boat and estate with its dog kennels, will be mentioned again and again. Some will speak of conspiracy, others of divine retribution. But what do you think? I'm very curious to know. But I want you to remember the main thing. No matter where you are or who you are, you will answer for everything, sooner or later, before God and man. And let Mallory's death serve as a reminder to us all. Be careful who you trust. Don't drink and drive. And never, you hear me, never put your whims above other people's lives. And that's all from me. That New Year's Eve started out ordinarily for 18-year-old Nancy Mester, a time for rest, celebration, and gifts. The girl had her whole life ahead of her, full of dreams that were just beginning to come true. Who could have predicted that this New Year's night would turn into a bloody tragedy? A young, vivacious girl who had just celebrated a victory admission to a university in the USA. It seemed a bright future awaited her, but fate had other plans. Nancy Mester was born in 1975 in Barranquilla, a million-strong Colombian city. She grew up in the cozy family of Martin Mester and Nancy Vargas, with her biological brother. From a young age, Nancy stood out for her sociable nature and cheerfulness. The children had a wonderful relationship with their parents, based on deep respect. Nancy considered her mother her best mentor, and her father became the dearest person to her. The Mester family lived quite comfortably, which allowed Nancy to get a decent education in one of the best colleges in the country, Marymount. Even before fluently mastering English, the girl dreamed of studying in the USA. This country sparked lively interest in her and a desire to live there. On the eve of New Year's 1993, the family gathered to celebrate. Initially, they planned to celebrate elsewhere, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they changed their plans. Nancy's brother had recently been injured in a soccer match and temporarily lost mobility. Because of this, they decided to stay at home. No one could even suspect that this idyll would soon be shattered by a brutal crime. But at this very moment, a blow was to be expected. That New Year's Eve, the Mester family had a special reason to celebrate. Nancy had been admitted to a university in the USA. The girl was approaching her dream of studying abroad, and it seemed that nothing could overshadow her joy. But unfortunately, fate had other plans. not allowing the young heroine's bright dreams to come true. Around 3:40 a.m., businessman Jaime Enrique Santa de Carmani drove up to the Mesta house. The man was a decade older than Nancy, but that didn't stop him from asking the girl out on a New Year's date. Apparently, they had been dating for some time before that. Jaime came from a respected family, so Nancy's parents agreed to their daughter's date. Nancy herself also dreamed of celebrating the new year with her boyfriend's family. However, her parents set a condition. Their daughter had to return home by 3 in the morning, and Jaime had to ensure her safety. The lovers accepted these terms and went off to celebrate. So as not to spoil their daughter's holiday, the adults left the light on in the hallway and went to bed. A few hours later, the head of the family woke up and saw that Nancy still wasn't home. Her room was empty, which extremely worried the man. At dawn, he rushed to look for his daughter in popular nightclubs where she might be. Calls to Nancy's cell phone went unanswered, but he didn't dare call the police yet. The father contacted the girl's friends, but they also knew nothing about her whereabouts. What could have happened that New Year's night? Where did the joyful girl who was celebrating her dream coming true disappear to? No one could even guess what a hidden threat this date with a respected gentleman would turn out to be for Nancy. After all, this night became the beginning of a horrible tragedy. After fruitlessly searching for his daughter in nightclubs, the father headed to the house of Jaime, who had taken Nancy on a date and was supposed to bring her back. The man assumed that the girl might be there. Instead, he found Jaime's mother, who was wiping blood off the floor, a sight that looked extremely alarming. When the worried father asked, the woman replied that her son and Nancy had gone to the hospital, and the blood belonged to his daughter. She couldn't explain anything more. She didn't even know what exactly had happened to the girl and what condition she was in. Overwhelmed with anxiety, the man rushed to the medical facility. All this took place around 6 a.m. At the hospital, Nancy's father was met by the father of her gentleman, Jaime, who told an incredible story. Allegedly, while at his house, Nancy had tried to take her own life by shooting herself in the head with a pistol. But the girl's father rejected this version as absurd. His cheerful and happy daughter had no reason for suicide. Nancy had just turned 18, with her whole life ahead of her. Until recently, she had been celebrating her admission to an American university, a dream that was coming true. Could such a joyful event be a reason for depression? Of course not. There was an obvious substitution of facts. After all, the young student had never given any reason to doubt her mental state. Her life was shaping up in the best way possible, and she was eagerly awaiting her studies in the USA. So Jaime's father's version seemed complete nonsense. And how could a young girl do such a thing on New Year's night while visiting a friend? It simply didn't add up in the concerned father's head, and here's why. Mr. Mester spoke with the medical staff who admitted his daughter, and they told him extremely disturbing information. It turns out that Nancy was brought to the hospital completely naked, covered only by a sheet. At the same time, the girl showed almost no signs of life. Most striking were the details about her appearance, all covered in sand, dirt, and vegetation, as if she had been dragged through the woods somewhere. There were no hints of this in the explanations given by Jaime's father. After all, according to the first version, everything happened at the home of Nancy's gentleman's family, where she allegedly tried to shoot herself. But then why were traces of nature found on the girl's body, and why was she naked? Obviously, we are being misled, hiding the true horrific events of that New Year's night. It all looked extremely eerie. Nancy's father, Martin Mester, was horrified, anticipating the worst and realizing that his daughter's life was hanging by a thread. Returning home, he told his family about these dramatic events. Relatives immediately rushed to the hospital. However, the doctor's prognosis were disappointing. They discovered too serious an injury in Nancy, which caused complications. For the next 8 days, the girl fought for her life, undergoing numerous surgeries in a coma. The doctors made every effort to save her. But unfortunately, all their efforts were in vain. The situation was relentlessly unfolding in the direction of some eerie denouement. Someone had brutally dealt with an innocent girl that New Year's night, trampling her young life and dreams. But the details I will tell you now will shock you. When the family was told the terrible news that their loved one could not be saved, that the girl would not return to life, the relatives had to make one of the most difficult decisions. They gave permission to disconnect Nancy from life support on January 9, 1994. Relatives gathered in the ward where the young beauty lay motionless on the bed. They embraced each other and began to sing a children's lullaby, the last song, to say goodbye to their beloved. Sobs rang out, no doubt, None of them yet knew about the true horrors surrounding the girl's death. So, without regaining consciousness, Nancy left this world. She never got to tell her own story about what happened that New Year's night at the home of her gentleman, James. But the girl's family rejected all the false versions about her alleged suicide. Relatives turned to the police with a demand to thoroughly investigate this case and get to the bottom of the true circumstances. It was obvious to them that James' family was hiding something. Law enforcement listened to the demands and took up the investigation. The results of forensic examinations rejected the version of suicide. No traces of gunpowder were found on the victim's hand, which are characteristic of a shot to the temple, but they were found on Nancy's other hand. This meant that she had been shot and obviously clumsily staging a suicide. Someone obviously wanted to hide the terrible truth of that New Year's night, when carefree celebrations suddenly turned criminal. However, the perpetrator's efforts to mask the events turned out to be unprofessional, leaving behind glaring evidence that indicated someone's criminal intent. And this was just the beginning of strange inconsistencies, because the autopsy results of Nancy Mester's body revealed a horrifying truth. It turned out that on the night of her death, the girl became a victim of intimate violence by 2 men at once. Traces of intimate relations with 2 different partners were found on her body. But the most horrifying thing was something else: the numerous abrasions, bruises, and bodily injuries on Nancy's body. Obviously, she actively resisted her abusers. These wounds and injuries remained after a desperate struggle for life. The girl became a victim of brutal intimate violence, which someone then tried to hide. No less eerie details. Under the nails of the deceased, doctors found pieces of someone else's skin. This is a typical picture when a victim vigorously defends herself against attackers, leaving similar traces on their bodies. These findings made it possible to identify one of Nancy's rapists and murderers. All these terrible details debunked the false versions about the girl's alleged suicide. It had already become obvious that the incident was of a criminal nature. An innocent young woman fell victim to a violent crime in order to conceal another act of intimate violence. In the house of James Santa, where Nancy went on a New Year's date, they found the deadly weapon, a pistol wrapped in bloody shorts, under the bed. Ballistic examination confirmed that it was the gun used to kill the girl. There was no doubt left this was murder. Law enforcement officially qualified the case as premeditated murder and opened a criminal investigation. The main suspects in the investigation were James Santa and his relatives. After all, the crime took place in their home, and traces of gunpowder were found on James' hand, evidence of his involvement in the event. A thorough analysis of the crime scene and traces inevitably led the investigation to the suspects. After the investigation gathered irrefutable evidence of the intimate violence and murder of Nancy Mester, all that remained was to await the results of the forensic examinations. It was on them that depended what charges would be brought against the persons involved in this brutal case. Meanwhile, the incident gained wide publicity. The grief of the Mester family found a resounding response in the public. Soon, mass pickets were held in support of the relatives of the deceased young woman. People demanded the inevitable punishment for her rapists and murderers, who so mercilessly cut short a young life. Public resonance always intensifies in cases where the victim is a minor. And when it comes to intimate violence and the murder of a young beauty, it especially outrages people. Society demands justice and immediate punishment for the criminals. A few days after the incident, the father of the deceased Nancy, Martin Mester, received an anonymous letter. The message described the likely cause of the girl's murder. According to one version, Nancy caught her boyfriend James in perverted sexual relations. Fearing exposure, the perverts brutally violated the girl intimately and then killed her with a shot. Afterwards, they wanted to get rid of the victim's body by throwing it somewhere in the woods. But Nancy still showed signs of life, so they decided to take her to the hospital. The name of the anonymous author of the letter was never established. In any case, this version of the unnatural events formed the basis for further investigation and the search for the guilty. Unfortunately, the main suspect in the criminal case decided to brazenly evade justice. During the investigation, James Santa suddenly disappeared in an unknown direction. Obviously, he guessed the investigators' intentions to arrest him, so he decided to flee and avoid responsibility for his crimes. Law enforcement couldn't find the fugitive, despite all attempts to contact him. James' relatives claimed they didn't know where he was or what had happened to him. But this lie was obvious. The perpetrator had simply disappeared to hide from justice. Despite this, investigators soon officially declared James internationally wanted and brought charges against him in absentia for the sexual assault and intentional murder of Nancy Mester. Since the perpetrator himself could not be caught, the trial against him began in absentia. Substantial evidence was presented in court. This included traces of gunpowder on James' hands, his genetic imprints on the victim's body after the intimate violence, and pieces of his skin from under the deceased's nails. All of this unequivocally indicated the fugitive's direct involvement in the bloody crime against Nancy. But due to his absence from the process, James could not refute or confirm the available evidence. But that's not the most interesting part, because what happened next changed everything. In 1996, the Colombian court sentenced James Santa, who was on the run at the time. The perpetrator was sentenced in absentia to 27 years in prison for the sexual assault and intentional murder of 18-year-old Nancy Mester. All the evidence gathered unequivocally testified to the fugitive's guilt in the brutal crime against the innocent girl. Prosecutors believed that James Santa could have fled to the United States and gone into hiding there. Already in April 1998, the criminal's name was added to Interpol's International Wanted List. Since then, fruitless searches for James began around the world. Law enforcement tried to involve the public in the search through the media. From time to time, calls came in from people who allegedly saw the wanted man in various countries of Latin America. However, all this information turned out to be fruitless. Undoubtedly, James' parents, wealthy people, provided their son with all the necessary resources for unhindered escape and maneuvers to evade justice. According to investigators, the murderer could be hiding anywhere in the world under a false name and with forged documents. That's why catching him proved impossible. The tragedy of Nancy's death also cruelly affected her family. The girl's parents could not cope with the grief and divorced. The family's son moved to live in the USA, and the mother of the murdered girl moved to Spain. Relatives flew around the world in despair. However, Nancy's father, Martin Mester, could not come to terms with such injustice. A retired naval officer familiar with modern technology, the man decided to take the search for the fugitive into his own hands. There are many examples of relatives of victims making every effort to catch the perpetrator. And yet, I have never heard of such an uncompromising and persistent fight for justice as in the case of Martin Mester. Realizing that the official search channels had proved fruitless, Martin Mester decided to take matters into his own hands. However, he could not simply turn to the family of the missing criminal. This would immediately expose his intentions, so the man resorted to tricks. Martin set up 4 fake accounts on social networks at once. 2 male and 2 female profiles imitated persons of the same Arabic nationality as James Santa's family. In this way, the victim hoped to win the trust of the fugitive's entourage and get on his trail. It took Martin Mester a whole 26 years to finally catch the suspect red-handed. While monitoring the correspondence of James' relatives, he had a hunch that he might be hiding in Brazil. The country is big, but thanks to constant monitoring of mentions in the correspondence, the man again came across the trail of the name Samaria. This was similar to Santa Marta in Colombia, where James was from, but it turned out to be about Santa Maria, a small town near the Brazilian capital. Martin immediately passed this tip to Interpol. There they began to study candidates for the possible identity of the fugitive James in the vicinity of Santa Maria. And finally, they came across a person named Enrique de Santos Abdullah. According to all external signs and profile, he was very similar to the wanted man. I often have to observe how relatives of victims spare no effort to search for criminals. However, the persistence and endurance of Martin Mester are truly impressive. Needless to say, how much resilience and faith in justice he had to show in order to tirelessly track the enemy for so many years. In the end, Martin's mission was finally crowned with success. He managed to point law enforcement to the likely hideout of Nancy's missing killer. All the details, from age to the similarity of passport names, matched. Covert investigative operations were established for the identified person in the suburbs of Santa Maria. When this person spilled a drink in a cafe, his fingerprints matched those of the wanted James Santa. There was no doubt left it was him. All the details unequivocally indicated that this person, who was hiding in Brazil under the name Enrique de Santos Abdullah, was in fact the wanted murderer. To apprehend the fugitive, a joint operation was conducted together with the Brazilian police. On January 29, 2020, the moment of truth came. James Santa was arrested. The man did not resist and admitted that it was indeed him. However, he categorically denied his involvement in the girl's murder. Martin Mester received the news of the criminal's arrest with a frenzied emotional outburst. The person whose search had taken him about 30 years was finally caught. Unable to hold back his sobs, the distraught father fell to his knees with excitement. He then called his wife and son, and together they sincerely thanked God that justice would seemingly finally be restored. However, as is often the case in cases of this kind, everything turned out to be much more complicated than one might expect. During Interpol's investigation, it was discovered that James did not flee to Brazil alone. Big money played a decisive role in his secretive escape and subsequent carefree life. It turned out that the criminal's parents not only financially supported their son for a long period, but also helped him forge documents. In Brazil, James settled in quite well with fake papers. He obtained a driver's license, bought a car, opened his own business, and successfully developed it. Moreover, he even managed to get married, and the couple even had 2 children. At the same time, the investigation also revealed the criminal's unfortunate oversights. In particular, in the birth certificates of his children, Santa used his own real name. Before his arrest, he also did not rush to officially legalize his marriage with the woman from whom he had children. However, literally a month after his detention, he got married. Obviously, Brazilian laws allowed him to avoid extradition to Colombia if a person had an official marriage there. When Santa was taken to a Brazilian prison, he did not even think of admitting his guilt in the 30-year-old crime. According to his new fantasies, allegedly Nancy used prohibited substances that night and overdid it with alcohol. Therefore, she stayed at his house for a long time and did not want her parents to catch her in such an indecent state. To bring the girl to her senses, she was allegedly put in the shower after intimate contact, and when Santa entered the bathroom, he saw the body of his unconscious girlfriend with signs of life and took her to the hospital in the hope of saving her. Hearing such an absurd version again, it's hard not to smile skeptically. How illogical it sounds in the light of the evidence traces of intimate violence, and murder. Moreover, the results of toxicological examinations unequivocally refuted this lie. No harmful substances were found in Nancy's body. Although Santa tried in every possible way to wriggle out thanks to his lawyers, all these stories and discrepancies in the testimony only harmed him. The court regarded the contradictory testimonies of the accused himself and his defenders as additional evidence of the crime. Even the long-awaited arrest of the criminal did not guarantee a just punishment. Despite all the efforts of Martin and his efforts, the Brazilian court made a meager decision for James. As it turned out, due to the statute of limitations of 20 years, he could not be extradited to Colombia. The opinions of the judges were divided, so the 57-year-old Santa was released, declaring the only charge only in forging documents. Of course, this was a terrible blow to the family of the deceased Nancy. All the father's tireless work seemed to have gone in vain. Together with Nancy's relatives and friends, Martin hired American lawyers who specialize in international cases. They filed a number of official appeals demanding a review of the Brazilian justice verdict regarding Santa. All the evidence of the crime, the unprecedented history of the search for the missing murderer, Martin's enormous efforts, all this had to be taken into account when making the final verdict. And this tireless struggle was finally crowned with success. A decision was made to extradite the dangerous criminal James Santa to Colombia and reconvict him on all charges sexual assault and the murder of 18-year-old Nancy Mester. On April 18, 2023, the long-awaited day came. Santa was officially deported to Colombia, where a new trial awaited him. Law enforcement detained the fugitive in custody. However, despite all efforts, James' influential and wealthy family again managed to release him on bail. But soon he escaped again. But already on May 1, 2023, he was quickly found and arrested for good. The only thing that has not yet been established is the identity of the second abuser, James' accomplice on that terrible New Year's night. But the girl's relatives hope that at the trial, Santa will give up his subordinate, and he will also receive the proper punishment. Unlike James himself, his family has so far avoided any charges of complicity or concealment of the crime. Although undoubtedly, the wealth and connections of this family played a significant role in the attempts to free Santa from responsibility. Surely, each of you will agree the story of Nancy Mester has touched the hearts of many. Cases where children or young people become victims of brutality are always bitterly perceived by society. People did not accidentally actively respond to this tragedy, demanding the inevitable punishment for the girl's murderers. As often happens in high-profile cases, anonymous letters and messages appear with the alleged disclosure of the circumstances of the crime, and by no means each of them carries constructive value for the investigation. But along with this, it was the restless faith and struggle of the victim's family that became the driving force for the successful completion of this complex case. It took him a whole 26 years to make all these preparations, And when finally the slightest clue appeared about the possible hiding place of James Santa, Martin instantly passed this information to Interpol. From him, law enforcement received the key that led them to the finally detained murderer. Thanks to Martin's indications, the investigators were able to identify and take into custody the missing person, whom they had not been able to find for so long. This story is instructive not only for its soulful fervor, it also eloquently illustrates how fighters for justice can achieve their goal, even in spite of the corrupt system and its double standards. After all, despite the almost complete refusal of the Brazilian justice system to extradite the detainee to Colombia, Martin and his team managed to get this decision reviewed and the criminal extradited. It all began on February 10, 2004, when an event shook the small suburb of Altamont Springs in the state of Florida. A young girl and her boyfriend committed a horrific crime that shocked the local community with its brutality and cynicism. It involved the girl's father, a baseball bat, and a garbage container. Even after years of investigation, many details of this chilling act remain a mystery. Courtney Schulhoff, a young resident of Altamont Springs, found herself at the center of this gruesome story. A combination of youthful maximalism, immaturity, and a desire for revenge pushed her to commit a terrible crime, the murder of her own father. This case vividly demonstrates the tragic consequences that uncontrolled emotions and a lack of common sense can lead to. Altamont Springs, a cozy town with a population of about 40,000, is located in the heart of Florida, in Seminole County. Usually, it's a peaceful and safe place, ideal for family life and recreation. Its proximity to many tourist attractions makes Altamont Springs an attractive place to live. However, behind the external gloss and hospitality lies a dark side, as evidenced by the shocking case of Courtney Schulhoff. As a detective with many years of experience, I can say that sometimes the most terrible crimes happen in the most unexpected places. The quiet community of Altamont Springs became the arena for a chilling family drama that led to cold-blooded murder. This story reminds us that evil can hide behind a mask of ordinariness, and that even seemingly prosperous families can harbor terrible secrets. Now, I will tell you everything, but only to those incredible people who subscribe to the channel right now, like this video, and write any comment. Courtney Christine Schulhoff was born in sunny Florida on December 27, 1987. Her parents were Stephen and Tracy Schulhoff, but unfortunately, their marriage did not stand the test of time. The divorce of her parents was a heavy blow for young Courtney, leaving a deep mark on her soul. After her mother left the family nest, the girl remained under the care of her father in the house where she spent her childhood. However, the lives of Stephen and Courtney underwent further changes when financial difficulties forced them to move to a new home. Initially, this news did not enthuse Courtney, but over time, she came to terms with the new circumstances. It seemed that life was gradually getting back on track, and the first few months in the new place were relatively calm. In 2003, Courtney was a student at Lyman High School. Once a diligent and successful student, after her parents' divorce, she began to rapidly lose interest in education. Skipping classes and indifference to grades turned the once promising student into an outsider. But changes were happening not only within the walls of the school. Outside the educational institution, Courtney fell under the influence of a dubious company. New friends with mixed reputations became her guides into a world far from the one she was used to. These acquaintances had a detrimental effect on the girl's personality, gradually changing her values and priorities. I have seen many similar stories. Parental divorce often becomes a trigger for problematic behavior in teenagers. A lack of attention, emotional instability, and a desire to be accepted in a new environment can push young people down the wrong path. However, even in the darkest times, there is always hope for change if the warning signs are recognized in time and a helping hand is extended. I could hardly believe my ears when I heard what happened next. Courtney's transformation was not limited to just her outward appearance. Her behavior became brazen and rebellious, challenging everyone around her. Naturally, the main blow was taken by her father, who embodied the main authority in the girl's life. Fierce conflicts erupted between them, fueling the fire of hostility and misunderstanding. The tension reached its peak when Courtney decided to temporarily move in with her mother, Tracy, seeking refuge from her father's control. However, this step proved to be short-lived. Tracy quickly realized that she was not ready to accept the new version of her daughter with all her problems and challenges. So, having no other choice, Stephen was forced to open the doors of his home to his prodigal daughter once again. Courtney's return home brought no relief. On the contrary, old problems flared up with renewed vigor, especially the issue of school attendance. The girl skipped classes more and more often, seeking solace in the company of her dubious friends. One of their favorite meeting places was the running track located near Lyman High School. It was here that fate brought Courtney together with Michael, a 20-year-old college student. A spark ignited between them, quickly growing into a passionate romance. It seemed that in Michael's arms, the girl found what she had been missing: so much understanding, support, and a sense of her own significance. However, would this meeting become a lifeline for Courtney, or, on the contrary, further entangle her in the web of problems? I have seen more than once how young people, finding themselves at a crossroads, seek salvation in romantic relationships. However, this is often just an illusion that hides the true roots of the problem. Without proper attention and help from loved ones, such connections can become a catalyst for even greater upheavals and dramas. Friends, creating this type of content requires a lot of time, and currently, my channel and I are going through a difficult financial situation. I would be immensely grateful if you became a sponsor of this channel and supported me with your donation. In return, I will be able to personally respond to you in the comments and also mention your noble name in my video. So become sponsors, and I will be eternally grateful to you. Michael Morin, Courtney's new chosen one, seemed to be the complete opposite of the girl. A former high school football player, he demonstrated remarkable success in his studies, regularly receiving the highest grades. After entering a nearby college, Michael continued to follow the right path, meeting the expectations of his parents. However, meeting Courtney became a turning point in his life. Several weeks of intense communication turned their relationship into something more than just a teenage infatuation. Michael and Courtney became inseparable, spending every free moment together. Their obsession with each other overshadowed everything else, and soon Courtney practically stopped attending school, finally putting an end to her education. The news that his daughter had unofficially dropped out of school came as a real shock to Steven Schulhoff. As a father who constantly fought with Courtney over her poor academic performance, he immediately saw the root of the problem in Michael. From the very beginning, a strong tension arose between them, which only exacerbated Courtney's already difficult relationship with her father. The girl perceived her father's dissatisfaction as an unwillingness to see her happy. Time and again, she tried to convince Steven that Michael was a good person worthy of his trust. But the man remained adamant, as rumors had reached him about the young man's dark past associated with car theft. Steven sincerely sought to warn his daughter against rash steps, but his words only met with a deaf wall of misunderstanding and stubbornness. I have witnessed similar situations more than once. Youthful infatuation often clouds the mind, causing young people to ignore the voice of reason and the advice of their elders. However, it is at such moments that it is extremely important to find the right approach so as not to push the child away, but to help them see reality. Unfortunately, in the case of Courtney and Steven, it seems it was already too late for compromises. I was stunned when I learned about the unexpected twist in this story. The conflict between Courtney and her father Steven reached a boiling point. The girl began to openly accuse him of abuse, and unfortunately, there were some grounds for this. One time, the situation spiraled out of control when Courtney invited friends over, including Michael. Steven, returning home earlier than expected, caught them smoking and drinking alcohol. The enraged father burst into the room where the improvised party was taking place. Not holding back his emotions, he began to reproach his daughter for arranging a get-together without his permission. Screams and accusations filled the space, and eventually, in front of Courtney's friends, Steven slapped her across the face. This moment became a turning point, as now the girl had real evidence of physical abuse by her father. Despite the seriousness of the situation, neither Courtney nor Steven took any steps to resolve it. Instead, their relationship continued to plummet into an abyss of mutual resentment and disrespect. Although the girl had dropped out of school, she refused to look for a job. Instead, she used her father's credit card without permission, buying expensive clothes and things online. Courtney would bring home boxes of new purchases, disregarding Steven's worsening financial situation. I have seen many similar situations where family conflicts reach a critical point. A lack of mutual understanding, an unwillingness to compromise, and the selfish actions of each party only intensify the tension. In the case of Courtney and Steven, it seemed that they found themselves in an enchanted circle of mutual claims and grievances from which there was no way out. However, even in the most difficult situations, there is always a chance for reconciliation if both parties are willing to take a step towards each other. Perhaps if Stephen and Courtney had found the strength to sit down at the negotiating table, listen to each other, and try to find common ground, they could have avoided the tragic consequences. But unfortunately, they chose a different path, the path of confrontation and escalation of the conflict. The next fragment of this story made me hold my breath. Despite the escalation of the conflict, Courtney continued to act against her father's will. For several months, she secretly invited Michael to their home for overnight stays while Stephen was asleep. Even after her father categorically forbade her from seeing the young man, the girl found ways to circumvent this restriction. Instead of sneaking out to meet him, she openly brought Michael home whenever she pleased. Every conversation between Courtney and Stephen turned into a battlefield. The father did not spare harsh words towards his daughter and her chosen one, which only deepened the gulf between them. Over time, the situation became increasingly unmanageable, and it seemed that reconciliation was no longer possible. But one day, Stephen took an unexpected step. Upon opening his checkbook, he noticed that several pages were missing. Without hesitation, the man called the police and filed a report against his own daughter, hoping it would be a harsh lesson for her. After talking to the investigator, Courtney returned home, feeling a new level of fear towards her father. From now on, she perceived him not just as a strict and cruel authority figure, but as a real threat to her well-being. Personally, I have witnessed similar family dramas more than once. Conflicts between parents and children, especially during the teenage years, can be extremely exhausting and destructive. However, involving law enforcement in resolving family problems is always a last resort. Often, it only worsens the situation, undermining trust and creating an atmosphere of fear and mistrust. In the case of Courtney and Stephen, it seems all chances for a peaceful resolution of the conflict were lost. Instead of trying to find common ground, they chose the path of escalating the confrontation. By filing a report against his daughter, the father crossed a line after which a return to normal relations became practically impossible. The fear and resentment that gripped Courtney only fueled her desire to break free from Stephen's control at any cost. What happened next seemed unbelievable, but it was the truth. Courtney, consumed by fear and despair, was ready to do anything to get rid of the threat her father posed. But life made its own adjustments, further complicating the already tense situation. At the end of 2003, Stephen began dating a woman named Elaine. The details of their acquaintance remained a secret, but the very fact of her father's new relationship added fuel to the conflict. During the same period, Courtney, trying to somehow put her life in order, signed up for courses to obtain a high school diploma. At the same time, she continued to meet with Michael, despite Stephen's constant attempts to hinder their relationship. Eventually, the lovers, tired of the endless pressure, decided to run away together. The only obstacle on the path to their cherished freedom was the lack of transportation and money. Courtney and Michael's plan was simple: take the young man's father's car and head to Maryland, where they hoped to find shelter and financial support from the girl's grandparents. But as often happens, even the most well-thought-out plans can fail. Having stolen the car, the lovers set off on their journey, full of hope for a better future. However, halfway to Maryland, they suddenly changed their minds and turned the car back towards home. What exactly prompted them to take this step remains a mystery, but the consequences of this act, especially for Michael, proved to be extremely unfavorable. I have seen it when young people, consumed by despair and a desire to break free from parental control, resorted to rash actions. Running away from home, stealing a car, all this seems like a solution to problems in the short term. But reality quickly puts everything in its place, and the consequences of such actions can be devastating for all parties involved. In the case of Courtney and Michael, their attempt to escape only worsened the already tense situation. Instead of finding freedom and understanding, they found themselves facing new challenges and threats. And although the reasons for their sudden decision to return home remain unknown, it can be assumed that fear of uncertainty and awareness of the real consequences of their actions played a significant role in this choice. What I learned next turned this case into a real labyrinth of secrets and mysteries. Michael's parents, just like Stephen, decided to turn to the law to punish their son for stealing the car. The young man found himself behind bars, where he spent a long 70 days pondering his actions and future. After his release, Michael was given a probationary period, but this was only the beginning of his problems. The young man's parents, convinced that Courtney had a detrimental effect on their son, began to insist on ending the relationship. From the outside, it was obvious that Michael and Courtney's relationship was far from healthy and constructive. However, neither the lovers nor their parents realized how much worse things could get. This was especially true for Stephen, Courtney's father, who did not even suspect that his life would be tragically cut short a few months later. After Michael's return from imprisonment, the situation escalated to a critical point. The young man's parents, especially his father, continued to pressure their son, demanding that he break off his relationship with Courtney. But Michael was adamant in his decision to stay with his beloved. This led to his angry parents kicking the young man out of the house, leaving him homeless. Finding himself on the street, Michael found shelter in the most unexpected place, the apartment of his girlfriend's father. Under the cover of night, he would sneak into Stephen's dwelling to spend the night there. It wasn't the first time the young man had secretly stayed in the apartment, but now it had become a daily routine. From a detective's point of view, this situation was explosive. The tension between Michael, Courtney, and Stephen had reached its peak, and any little thing could become the spark that would ignite this powder keg. Michael's nightly visits, his presence in the house despite Stephen's categorical prohibition, created an atmosphere of constant fear and mistrust. All the participants in this drama seemed to be blinded by their emotions and desires, not noticing the obvious risks and dangers. The lovers sought to be together at any cost, not realizing that their actions only worsened the situation. The parents, in turn, tried to control the lives of their children, not realizing that excessive pressure only pushed them into each other's arms. What happened next exceeded all my wildest assumptions. The situation with Michael and Courtney was rapidly spiraling out of control. The young man, having left his college education, actually settled in Stephen's house without his knowledge or consent. Moreover, Michael even changed his official address to Courtney's father's residence and listed his home phone number as a contact person in his parole plans. All of this was happening behind Stephen's back, who had no idea of the extent of Michael's intrusion into his life. Despite the fact that the young man had effectively become homeless, he made no effort to find a job and provide for himself. Instead, all the expenses fell on Courtney's shoulders, who shamelessly used her father's credit card. When the card's limit was exhausted, Stephen planned to have a serious conversation with his daughter about her irresponsible behavior. But fate had other plans, and what happened next forever changed the lives of all the participants in this drama. On February 10, 2014, Elaine, Stephen's new companion, tried to call him several times but to no avail. Worried by the long silence, the woman decided to personally visit her beloved's home. Sometime between 2 and 4 in the afternoon, Elaine got behind the wheel of her car and headed to Stephen's residence. What she saw as she approached the house instantly aroused her suspicion. On the sidewalk, she noticed Michael, Courtney's boyfriend, walking Stephen's dog. He was wearing one of the homeowner's t-shirts, which in itself was strange. But what alarmed Elaine the most was Michael's reaction when their eyes met. The young man, seeing her in the car, instantly rushed to call someone, as if he had been caught at the scene of a crime. This behavior only intensified the feeling that something was very wrong. As an experienced detective, I know that intuition rarely fails in such situations. Although Elaine had no direct evidence, she felt that Michael's strange behavior concealed something sinister. His presence in Stephen's house, his free use of the owner's belongings, and his instant panicked reaction to Elaine's appearance were all alarming signals that could not. Elaine, wasting no time, got out of the car and headed for the front door of Stephen's house. At the threshold, she met Courtney, but the door was locked. When asked about her father's whereabouts, the girl shrugged, replying that she had no idea. Then she walked away, leaving Elaine standing in front of the closed door without a key. The woman noticed that Stephen's truck was still parked in its usual spot and decided to call the police. Local law enforcement officers arrived at Elaine's call and, having obtained a search warrant, entered the house through the back door. What they found inside stunned even the seasoned cops. In Stephen's bedroom, the walls were splattered with blood, and a bloodied baseball bat lay near the bed. But the most horrifying sight awaited them. In a plastic garbage came the owner's mutilated body with a torn-off ear and a shattered face. Whoever committed this crime wasn't too concerned about hiding the traces. In addition, the police found bank statements on the dining table, some of which were marked with a pen. Courtney was nowhere to be seen. Elaine, who knew about the tense relationship between Stephen, his daughter, and her boyfriend, immediately suspected foul play. Law enforcement quickly organized a search for the suspects, but as it turned out, neither Courtney nor Michael tried too hard to escape or hide. The young man was found in the restroom of a nearby shopping mall, wearing Stephen's t-shirt, just as Elaine had said. He had the victim's wallet, car keys, and credit cards on him, Michael was detained for questioning. As for Courtney, it was even simpler. The girl turned herself in to the police at her mother's house. During interrogations, Courtney and Michael gave completely different testimonies. The young man initially claimed that he was living in the basement of Stephen's house, knew nothing about his death, and received the items from Courtney. He explained his escape to the mall by fear that the homeowner would find out about his presence. But when the police informed Michael about the murder, he suddenly changed his testimony. With tears in his eyes, the young man stated that everything happened as if in a fog, and he came to his senses already with a bloody bat in his hands. Michael confessed to the crime, but insisted that he acted at Courtney's instigation, who asked him to kill her father because of a conflict over money spent from a credit card. His story sounded confusing and unconvincing. Courtney, during the first interrogation, blamed everything on Michael, assuring that she only learned about her father's death from the young man. But later, in a separate confession, she told the detectives more details. According to her, the idea of murder belonged to Michael, and she only helped to take Stephen's dog out of the room and prepared the bat. While the young man was dealing with her sleeping and defenseless father, Courtney heard every sound. But the most unexpected twist occurred in September 2006, when at the final stage of the trial, Courtney was found guilty. Asked if she wanted to say something, the girl, who had been denying her involvement all this time, suddenly stated, "I would like to openly admit that Michael Morin is not the murderer of my father. I take full responsibility and accept the sentence handed down to me." This shocking statement was heard in the courtroom where Courtney Schulhoff was sentenced to life imprisonment without the right to parole. She listened to the verdict without visible emotion. Less than a year later, in April 2007, the trial of Michael Morin took place. He faced the death penalty if found guilty. And again, Courtney repeated that only she committed the crime, and Michael knew nothing about it. However, her words contradicted the testimony of the young man himself, who even added new details allegedly. He and Courtney stopped by McDonald's and thought about throwing Stephen's body off a bridge. In the end, Michael Morin was also found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. According to information from 2017, Courtney Schulhoff's sentence was reduced to approximately 40 years. This case remains one of the most enigmatic in my practice. Despite the fact that both criminals received their deserved punishment, it is still unclear what really happened on that fateful night. Undoubtedly, Stephen was killed with a baseball bat, but who dealt the fatal blow remains an open question. On the one hand, Courtney confessed to killing her father. On the other hand, Michael also admitted his guilt, and it was in his basement that Stephen's bloodied t-shirt, which the young man often wore, was found. Moreover, Michael was much larger and stronger than Courtney, so he had enough strength to deal with the victim using a bat. However, we should not forget that Stephen was sleeping and could not resist, and Courtney was able to describe the course of the crime in detail and even characterize her father's dying sounds. So who actually committed this brutal murder? I invite you to think about it and share your own guesses. Thank you for being with me and following the course of this intricate case. I hope it gave you food for thought and warned against reckless actions. Unfortunately, my experience shows that even the closest people are sometimes capable of terrible things. Take care of yourself and remember that every action has its consequences. And I bid you farewell until the next story, which, I promise, will be no less impressive. On October 25, 1976, the Forosov family, headed by Ural Forosov, a renowned professor of constitutional law at the University of Claremont in sunny California, experienced a defining moment: the birth of their first child, a baby girl named Kristen. As my colleagues recounted, the Forosovs were over the moon with happiness, as the arrival of the little one was a wonderful addition to their successful life. Thanks to their high positions and status in society, they could provide their children with everything necessary for a comfortable existence and development. Soon, the family welcomed two more boys, Brent and Pierce, who became Kristen's younger brothers. However, the parents paid special attention to the upbringing and education of their eldest daughter. From an early age, Constant, the girl's mother, took it upon herself to unlock Kristen's potential. She enrolled her in ballet and modeling classes, hoping that these fields would open up a brilliant future for the child. And it must be said, not for nothing, as Kristen showed remarkable talent in both areas. Often, parents project their own ambitions and unrealized dreams onto their children. Sometimes this can lead to negative consequences, as the child doesn't always share the adult's vision of their life path. But for now, Kristen enthusiastically immersed herself in the world of dance and the catwalk. It seemed that a dizzying career full of bright prospects awaited her. Nothing foreshadowed trouble until one day a tragedy occurred that forever changed the girl's fate. In my opinion, the parents should have listened more to Kristen's own desires instead of imposing their vision of the future on her. However, who knew that an innocent childhood hobby would turn into such a dramatic twist in the life of this family? I will tell you about this right now, but only to those incredible people who subscribe to the channel right now, like this video, and write any comment. It's funny how fate sometimes disposes of our dreams and hopes. Just yesterday, Kristen was a rising ballet star, and today her future in this field is under threat. My colleagues managed to find out that dancing became not just a hobby or a whim of her parents for the girl, but a true calling. She lived and breathed ballet, despite her young age. Kristen was, without a doubt, an incredibly talented child. Her plasticity, grace, and artistry captivated the audience during each performance. The girl easily outshone professional dancers, demonstrating remarkable potential. Critics had already begun to compare her with leading ballerinas of our time, and producers predicted a brilliant career on the most prestigious stages of the world. These predictions seemed quite realistic, as Kristen was developing at an incredible pace. If everything had continued like this, she would have undoubtedly become a prima ballerina in one of the leading theaters in Europe or Russia. But life sometimes throws unexpected surprises, and they are not always pleasant. One such unpleasant surprise was a serious injury that Kristen received during training. A torn ligament in the ankle. It would seem a trifle because a child's body usually regenerates quickly. But the doctors were relentless. The damage was so significant that it would be impossible to return to the previous form. For the girl, this meant the collapse of all her dreams and hopes. As a detective, I perfectly understand that such situations can break anyone, not to mention a young, fragile girl. Losing the meaning of life at such an age is a real tragedy. But Kristen had to come to terms with the idea that her stellar ballet career had ended before it even began. But what happened next shocked me. Kristen, who only yesterday was full of hopes and dreams, now found herself at the bottom of despair. Her heart was broken, and her soul was drowning in an abyss of sorrow. Instead of enjoying her youth and planning for the future, the girl plunged into depression. And this is not surprising because she lost not just her favorite thing, but the meaning of life. But instead of fighting her demons, Kristen chose the easiest path and escape from reality. Before she even had time to finish school properly, she fell into the grip of alcohol and drugs. For her parents, this came as a real shock. They had no idea that their talented daughter could stoop to such a thing. Suddenly, it turned out that Kristen was not only using prohibited substances, but also spending the money her parents gave her for pocket expenses on them. The family began to have constant quarrels and conflicts. The tension grew every day until the situation got out of control. It got to the point where the police had to be called to calm the passions. It's hard to even imagine what the Forasovs had to go through in those days. Just yesterday, they were proud of their daughter and made plans for her brilliant future. And today they found themselves at the epicenter of a family drama. However, despite the pain and disappointment, they did not turn away from Kristen. The parents continued to support her, hoping that these were only temporary difficulties. And indeed, after a few months, the situation began to stabilize gradually. Kristen was still suffering from depression and cravings for psychoactive substances, but at least she was no longer throwing tantrums or running away from home. It seemed that the worst was over, and now the family could overcome this crisis together. In my opinion, this case clearly demonstrates how fragile the human psyche can be. It is worth only one detail to fail, and the whole structure begins to fall apart before our eyes. And if it weren't for the support of loved ones, who knows how it would have ended for Kristen. But new trials awaited her ahead, which were to finally temper her character. But not everything is so good, because what was next struck me. 1994 became a year of new beginnings and hopes for Kristen. She finally pulled herself together and decided to start life from scratch. The girl realized that she could not endlessly feel sorry for herself and cry over a lost dream. If a ballet career no longer shines for her, then she can always try to realize herself in another field. Kristen decides to enter university to obtain higher education in a new profession. For her, this was a bold step, because not so long ago, she did not see the point in life at all. But despite all her efforts, the ghosts of the past continued to haunt the girl. Her mental health, although improved compared to previous years, still remained fragile. In 1995, a relapse occurred that almost cost Kristen her life. Depression returned with renewed vigor, clouding the mind and paralyzing the will. The girl again found herself on the edge of the abyss, from where, it seemed, there was no return. She was ready to take a fatal step in order to get rid of the suffering that was poisoning her existence once and for all. But fate decreed otherwise. The suicide attempt was unsuccessful, and Kristen was saved at the last moment. This incident became a kind of point of no return, after which the girl realized that she could no longer exist like this. She had to change something in her life in order not to go crazy completely. That's when Kristen makes a desperate decision to temporarily leave her family and go on a trip to another country. She gets on a plane and flies to the city of Texona, on the border of Mexico and the USA. Perhaps a change of scenery and new impressions will help her reboot her consciousness and find new meanings. In my opinion, this step was quite risky, given Kristen's unstable mental state. After all, it is unknown how she will behave in a foreign country, far from family and friends. But sometimes it is such radical decisions that help people get out of the deepest depressive states. I had to hold my breath from what happened next. Sometimes life throws us unexpected surprises in the most unexpected places. So Kristen, who went to Mexico in search of peace of mind, met her destiny there. Greg de Villas, a 22-year-old guy traveling with his brothers, accidentally ended up in the same city as her. Their paths crossed, and a spark immediately flashed between the young people. Over the next few days, Kristen and Greg spent time together, enjoying each other's company. It seemed that they had known each other for an eternity, so harmoniously and effortlessly they communicated. It was true love at first sight, which grew and strengthened with every minute. Even when it was time to return home, the lovers did not want to part and agreed to meet again. Barely setting foot on American soil, Kristen and Greg began to actively build their relationship. They constantly met, spent every free minute together, and soon realized that they could not live without each other. That's when Kristen agreed to move in with Greg. At that time, the young man was renting an apartment with his brother and a friend. But love is able to overcome any inconvenience, so Kristen agreed to such cohabitation without hesitation. But before deciding on this step, she decided to be as frank as possible with her chosen one. The girl told him about her mental health problems, about prolonged depression, and about the struggle with addiction, which was still ongoing. Greg was not at all frightened by this confession. He knew perfectly well that the abuse of psychoactive substances could destroy not only Kristen's health, but also their relationship. But the guy was firmly determined to support his beloved in this difficult struggle. His feelings were so strong and sincere that he was ready to make any sacrifices for the sake of their common future. From the point of view of a detective, I can only approve of Greg's position. Unfortunately, in my practice, I have often encountered cases where lovers turned away from each other at the first difficulties. And here is a young guy who has barely graduated from university, showing remarkable maturity and wisdom. As often happens, the black streak in Kristen's life was not limited to just one problem. The girl had barely begun to settle in a new place when things began to disappear in Greg's apartment. Today it's some kind of jewelry, tomorrow it's cash, and then checks. Of course, everyone immediately began to suspect the new inhabitant, because before her appearance, such incidents did not happen. But Kristen categorically denied her involvement in these thefts. She assured that she didn't even think about anything like that. The girl sincerely believed that she had managed to convince her roommates of her innocence when suddenly the incredible happened: the missing items were found in her purse. This incident came as a real shock to all the residents of the apartment. One of Greg's brothers even decided to move out, as he could no longer trust Kristen. He was convinced that the girl had deceived them by pretending to be an innocent sheep, but in fact, she simply took advantage of their gullibility. But Greg was in no hurry to condemn his beloved. He knew perfectly well that drug addiction can push a person to the worst deeds. Theft, deception, manipulation, all these are just side effects of the disease that Kristen was trying to fight. And although the fact of her guilt was obvious, Greg was not going to turn away from the girl. In my opinion, this situation clearly demonstrates the true essence of love. After all, it would have been so easy for Greg to wave his hand at a troubled girl and find himself another life partner. However, he decided not to give up and continue to take care of Kristen, helping her fight addiction. This required a lot of patience, wisdom, and strength of mind because a long and thorny path awaited them. Everything would be fine, but after the following events, I had to sit down. They say that true love can work miracles, and the story of Kristen and Greg is a vivid confirmation of this. Despite all the hardships and trials, the young man never once turned away from his chosen one. Day after day, week after week, he patiently helped her overcome the consequences of addiction, believing that the day would come when she would finally be able to return to a full life. And that day has come. Thanks to Greg's unconditional support and care, Kristen managed to achieve what seemed impossible just a few months ago: complete detoxification of the body. It was an incredible victory because the girl had to go through real hell, fighting her own demons. But her path to recovery did not end there. Kristen understood that she had to radically change her life in order to never return to the past again. She decides to enter the University of San Diego, where she begins to study diligently. The girl quickly becomes one of the best students in the course, demonstrating remarkable abilities and diligence. As a result, in 1998, Kristen received a diploma with honors. This achievement opens up new horizons for her, and the girl gets a job as a toxicologist at the Bureau of Forensic Medicine. Finally, she found her calling and can start life from scratch. It would seem that here it is long-awaited happiness. A stable job, a bright future ahead, and, most importantly, a beloved man nearby. Greg, who went through all the trials with Kristen, decides to propose to her. He gets down on one knee and asks for her hand, dreaming of forever uniting his life with this amazing woman. From the point of view of a person who has seen a lot of broken destinies, I can only applaud Kristen and Greg. They prove that true feelings can overcome any difficulties. But will this be enough for a long and happy life? Rumor has it that on the eve of the wedding, the bride began to doubt her decision. Anxiety did not leave me, and not only me. Kristen, without hesitation, agrees to marry Greg, the man who was there for her during the most difficult moments of her life. It would seem that here it is the long-awaited happiness that one can only dream of. But fate decided to play a cruel joke on the young couple. A few weeks before the wedding, Kristen begins to be enveloped in doubts. The girl is seized by anxiety. She begins to panic, thinking about future married life. What if this decision turns out to be a mistake? Is she ready to take on such a responsibility? These and many other questions do not give Kristen peace day or night. In the end, she decides to turn to her parents for advice. Fortunately, loved ones find the right words to support their daughter. They assure her that doubts before the wedding are an absolutely normal phenomenon. Every bride experiences something similar because marriage is a serious step that changes your whole life. The main thing is to listen to your heart and not be afraid of the future. These wise instructions help Kristen calm down and believe in herself. And so, on June 5, 1999, the newlyweds finally step on the wedding towel. The ceremony is wonderful, the bride and groom are shining with happiness, and the guests sincerely rejoice for them. It seems that all fears and doubts are left behind, and only a bright and carefree life awaits the couple ahead. But as often happens, the euphoria from the wedding quickly passes, and grey weekdays come to replace it. A few months after the wedding, Kristen again begins to feel some strange anxiety. She confesses to her friends that she feels unhappy and depressed in her relationship with her husband. And then a new employee appears at work, Dr. Michael Robertson. This attractive Australian immediately attracts Kristen's attention. She begins to spend more and more time with him, discussing work issues. At least, this is how it looks from the outside. But my colleagues say that in fact, some special chemistry arose between these two. And very soon, the working relationship grew into something more. Well, from the point of view of an experienced detective, I can say that such situations happen more often than we would like. Sometimes people just can't resist temptation, especially when not everything is going well in their personal life. But in this case, the consequences of this reckless step will be simply fatal. The flirting between Kristen and Michael became so frank and undisguised that even the most naive and trusting colleagues began to suspect something. They constantly whispered, exchanged meaningful glances, and at the first opportunity remained alone. Some even saw this couple secluded in Michael's office during their lunch break, and although there was no direct evidence of a secret romance, all these little things added up to a rather eloquent picture. And indeed, the relationship between Kristen and Michael went far beyond business. They became so carried away with each other that they completely forgot about their marital duties. It seemed that they did not care about the feelings of their partners who were waiting for them at home. Love turned out to be stronger than common sense and a sense of duty. But the worst was yet to come. Having plunged headlong into this passionate romance, Kristen broke down again. All of Greg's efforts were in vain. His wife returned to her worst demon, drugs. And this time the temptation was greater than ever. because now she had direct access to prohibited substances right at her workplace. The forensic department stored various narcotic drugs seized from crime scenes. One of Kristen's direct duties was the accounting and control of these substances. That is, in fact, she could freely take whatever she wanted without fear of being exposed, and the girl took full advantage of this opportunity. From the point of view of professional ethics, such abuse of official position is unacceptable and even criminal. Any law enforcement officer is obliged to immediately report such an incident to their superiors. But Michael decided otherwise. Having learned about his beloved's problems, he not only did not condemn her, but also undertook to cover up Kristen's antics. In my opinion, this was a fatal step, and this untied her hands completely. Now her decline was only a matter of time, and nothing could stop this process. While Kristen and Michael enjoyed their secret romance, Greg, as always, remained in the dark. The poor guy sincerely believed in his wife's fidelity, not even suspecting that something was going on behind his back. He continued to swear eternal love to her, not noticing the obvious signs of betrayal. But in the end, the truth came out. One day, Greg accidentally came across a love letter written by Michael to Kristen. This scrap of paper, hidden in a woman's purse, became a real bomb that shattered their marriage to smithereens. The man was shocked and enraged at the same time. How could she do this after everything he had done for her? But what struck Greg the most was not even the marital infidelity. Much worse was the fact that because of her relationship with Michael, Kristen started using drugs again. All the efforts that Greg had made to pull her out of this swamp turned out to be in vain. His wife simply spat in his soul, destroying the last hope for a happy family life. Of course, Greg was not going to remain silent. In a fit of anger and indignation, he threatened to expose everything to Kristen's superiors. And this was not an empty threat. The man perfectly understood that for such antics, his wife and her lover could not only be fired from work, but also brought to criminal responsibility. However, that day the quarrel ended in nothing. The couple was simply tired of figuring out their relationship and decided to postpone this conversation until the morning. The next working day, Greg did not show up for work. His absence caused concern among the management, because the man had always been distinguished by punctuality and responsibility. An attempt to call him did not yield any results. The phone was hopelessly silent. At the same time, Kristen, as if nothing had happened, went to work. She even found time to chat with Michael, although she tried not to draw too much attention to it. Meanwhile, a real horror was waiting for her at home. Returning home for a lunch break, Kristen found her husband unconscious in bed. Greg was barely breathing, his body covered in cold sweat. The woman panicked and rushed to call an ambulance. The dispatcher on the other end of the line instructed her on how to properly perform artificial respiration and heart massage, but all attempts to bring her husband back to consciousness were in vain. When the medics arrived at the scene, a chilling picture opened up to their eyes: Greg's lifeless body lying on the bed, strewn with red rose petals, and next to it lay Kristen's open diary, open to the page where she mused about how she would leave her husband for a new life. These details immediately led the medics to certain reflections. At the hospital, Greg was officially declared dead. A shocked Kristen, through tears, told the police about her terrible day, not forgetting to mention the rose petals. They say it was a symbol of her and Greg's breakup. To be honest, it sounded too melodramatic, and Kristen's own behavior raised many questions. Did she really hope that her husband would simply let her go to another? However, the autopsy showed that Greg's death was due to an overdose of psychotropic substances, and this raised even more questions because the man had always been an opponent of drugs. Is all this just a tragic suicide or someone's insidious plan? But here is the brother of the deceased, Jerome, absolutely convinced that Kristen is behind all this. And it seems that he is determined to achieve justice at all costs and expose the deceitful daughter-in-law. At least, the man immediately began to act. He regularly called Kristen, recording all the conversations, and at the same time pressured the police, demanding a thorough investigation of the case. Jerome's persistence, the brother of the deceased Greg, was not in vain. Under his pressure, the investigators still returned to the investigation of the case, even though the initial version of suicide seemed quite plausible. And then one of the detectives notices an interesting detail: Greg's remains were sent for autopsy to the same department of forensic medicine where Kristen worked. It would seem that there is nothing strange because it is a standard procedure. But the person responsible for the autopsy turned out to be none other than Michael Robertson, the lover of the suspect. And this forced the investigation to look at this whole story from a different angle. Digging deeper, the detectives found out that just a few hours before her husband's death, Kristen had managed not only to give consent for the donation of his organs, but also to prepare everything necessary for the cremation of the body. Such efficiency in the actions of the grieving widow was difficult to write off as a coincidence, and the examination conducted by Robertson raised many questions. To avoid any doubts and manipulations, it was decided to conduct repeated toxicological tests in an independent laboratory in Los Angeles, and the results were shocking. They differed significantly from those obtained in San Diego. Yes, traces of psychoactive substances were indeed found in Greg's body, but one of the drugs exceeded the lethal dose by as much as 7 times. That is, this substance was fatally dangerous for a person in such an amount. Of course, a natural question immediately arises: why was a private laboratory able to detect this drug, and the forensic experts of San Diego did not? Did they simply not notice the obvious? Although, on the other hand, there is an explanation, because we are talking about a very rare and dangerous drug, tests for which are usually not prescribed in routine cases. But this does not remove other issues. As Kristen claims, her husband was alive and relatively healthy during the day, although he looked somewhat sluggish. So why did he drop dead in the evening from such a crazy dose of the drug? And why was fluid found in his lungs, indicating repeated loss of consciousness? How could a person in such a state lay out rose petals on the bed and then calmly go to sleep? Is a drug addict with such experience would keep at home any vial of his medicines? Even more questions arose after the interrogation of the ambulance crew. It turns out that the medics arrived at the call just 3 minutes after Kristen's call, and when they entered the bedroom, the woman for some reason was not near her husband's body, but in a completely different room. Paramedics also noted that Kristen was unlikely to have performed heart massage, at least for the last few minutes before their arrival, because there was no characteristic redness from chest compression on Greg's chest. The investigators also carefully studied the recording of the conversation between Kristen and the ambulance dispatcher on that fatal night, and they came to the conclusion that the tape does not contain sounds that usually accompany resuscitation procedures. Did the widow not try at all to save her dying husband, or did she simply lack the skill to simulate the provision of assistance? However, this is not the only thing that the detectives found out. Thanks to the testimony of one of the police officers who was at the scene and then accompanied the body to the hospital, it became known that on that night Kristen met with some man. They even hugged in front of the cop, and this mysterious guest turned out to be none other than Michael Robertson. So a search in the offices of both lovers was only a matter of time, and although Michael admitted that he covered up petty thefts of drugs by Kristen, which she used, he allegedly had nothing to do with the disappearance of other substances from the warehouse. However, trusting the words of a person who has just been fired for an official crime would be at least naive. One thing can be said for sure: the investigation of this case is far from over. Ahead, the investigators have a lot of work to do, because the evidence pointing to Kristen's involvement in her husband's death continues to accumulate, and an avalanche of compromising evidence is about to bury her head. The least of which are love messages found on the suspect's work computers, and most importantly correspondence in which lovers directly discuss the same drug that became fatal for Greg. And as if that were not enough, there is information that Kristen and Michael at one time attended a special presentation dedicated to the properties and dangers of this substance. Did they just take an interest in the topic for work purposes? Or maybe they were thinking about something more sinister. No less strange are Kristen's actions on the day of Greg's death. When buying roses, she paid in cash for some reason, as if she wanted to hide this purchase. But the system still recorded the goods she selected, because the woman naively used her loyalty card. And what do we see? A red rose turned out to be a mandatory attribute of the posthumous installation. Coincidence? I do not think so. Meanwhile, Michael Robertson quietly left the S, going to look after his sick mother in Australia. A convenient legend, isn't it? Especially considering that in his homeland, American laws will not reach him. However, even from there, he will not be able to escape justice. After all, 7 months later, on June 25, 2001, Kristen Frost was officially charged with the murder of her husband. Despite all her assurances of innocence and appeals to the version of suicide, the jury found the woman guilty. And, in my opinion, absolutely rightly, there was too much incontrovertible evidence collected against her. So the judge passed the only correct sentence: life imprisonment without the right to early release. Does this mean that the case is closed? Not at all. After all, there is one more person involved, Michael Robertson, who continues to hide abroad. However, sooner or later they will get him too. I would even say that it's only a matter of time, because an arrest warrant for the doctor has already been issued. American cops will just have to show a little more ingenuity and persistence to drag this scum to jail. So this is where our story ends for now. Frankly, I feel sorry for poor Greg because until the last moment he believed in his beloved woman and tried to save her. And in return he received only betrayal and a terrible death at the hands of the closest person. Well, unfortunately, this happens more often than we would like. And that is why our work never ends. I hope this story made you think and be more careful in your own relationships. After all, even the most ardent love can hide a mortal danger if your partner turns out to be not who they claim to be. Keep this in mind and be vigilant because everyone has only one life, and no one is insured against a fatal mistake.